So, ladies and gentlemen, I was just briefing you about how we have planned the day. Apart from the activities which have already been done and the session which is on for the students upstairs. Here we start with the inaugural session. It's going to be close to an hour long session. Post that, we have 4 seminars today. Basically, you can call them as a short technical sessions which we have. And each of them has a topic which concerns the profession, our profession, how we contribute and how we work towards achieving that target. The very first session we'll have, that's going to be a 2-hour seminar on strengthening funding and financing of the Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem. So the startups and the entrepreneurs regarding their funding challenges, the financial challenges. We have the stalwarts of the MSME sector, the experts joining us, and they are going to be, in fact, sharing and guiding us, especially the startups and the entrepreneurs on their businesses. We also have that session which is going to be leading us to lunch. The lunch is a very short lunch break of 30 minutes. The arrangements outside. We are then going to be starting with the next seminar, which is on strategies for economic revival, especially post-COVID, after the VUCA effect which we've all faced. How do we build back better? That's a session organized by the Committee on Management Accounting of ICAI. That's going to be 1.5 hour session almost as we start at 1:30. From 3 to 4, we have our third seminar, which is on the practical ideas to go green and to make our planet sustainable. This is being organized by the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board of India. And then we have the last session, which is the seminar on women, from empowerment to excellence, the contemporary perspective being presented. And this is a session by the Women Members Empowerment Committee of ICAI, the last session. So this is how we have for the day. Apart from that, as I mentioned to you, we have the students session which is on upstairs, and we also have Sister Shivani who's going to be joining us in the students session. In case any of you are interested in being a part of it, you can kindly connect with our representatives outside. They can brief you or they can give you the entire schedule which is there of the students program upstairs. So we're just waiting for our chief guest and the guest of honor as they join us. We should be good to start with the very first session. Just once again requesting all of you to have your mobile phones on the silent mode or on the meeting mode, please. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, an intensive country-wide campaign to commemorate the 75 years of Indian independence is being organized by the Government of India, focusing on participation of every citizen to make it a Jan Andolan. Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrates the rapid strides that India has taken in the past 75 years. This festival encourages us to rediscover our hidden strengths and prompt us to take forceful action to regain our rightful place worldwide. The official journey of celebrations commenced on the 12th of March 2021 with a 75-week countdown to our 75th anniversary of independence and will end on 15th August 2023. Since its inception in 1949, the institute has played a significant role in development of the nation. Today, we are the second largest accounting body in the world, having 164 branches and 5 regional councils in India and 44 chapters and 31 representative offices in 75 cities of the world, covering 47 countries. Our visionary former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, had rightly described us as a partner in nation building. With the nation first spirit in mind, the ICAI has never lagged behind in taking the national initiatives forward. The institute
and as you all settle down, especially to all our speakers and also the delegates, as I mentioned to you, we have these other various sessions also. We are going to be going almost back to back with the session with a very short break of half an hour for the lunch also. So as you break for lunch or as the sessions, one session finishes and we move to the second, you're requested to remain at your respective seats. So when you're going out, get back at your respective seats as per the time schedule or the time communicated to you, so that we are in time for our sessions. Otherwise, it will keep having that cascading effect and we are going to be packing up a little pretty late. So just in that regard, request and solicit your support of all of you. Thank you again.
Dear colleagues, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, an intensive country-wise campaign to commemorate the 75 years of Indian independence is being organized by the Government of India, focusing on participation of every citizen to make it a Jan Andolan. Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrates the rapid strides that India has taken in the past 75 years. This festival encourages us to rediscover our hidden strengths and prompt us to take forceful action to regain our rightful place worldwide. The official journey of celebrations commenced on the 12th of March 2021 with a 75-week countdown to our 75th anniversary of independence and will end on 15th.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending greetings to Shri Arun Singh Ji, the Honourable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, our Honourable Chief Guest of the day. Welcome Shri Rajesh Verma Ji, respected Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, our distinguished guest of honour, and the Vice CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President ICAI, CA Aniket Sunil Talapal, Vice President ICAI, CA Naveen Garg, Chairman Northern India Regional Council ICAI, and CA Dr. Jayakumar Batra, Secretary ICAI. And good greetings and welcome to all present in this August gathering of this very important and significant day for the Institute of Chartered Accountants as we celebrate this iconic day, a part of the iconic week celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav from the 6th of June to the 12th of June. And ladies and gentlemen, as you know that the Institute was established on the 1st of July 1949, just 2 years after our independence. And in this entire 73 years, it's been a very progressive, a very contributory, a very accomplishing journey of the Institute, contributing to the nation building at large, contributing as a service to its profession and to the public interest. And therefore, as partners in nation building, the footprints of the Institute can also be traced to almost every major initiative of the country, be it the championing of the Make in India, to setting up the first insolvency professional agency of the country, the success of the GST. These are just to name a few. The key projects also started by the Institute in the field of accounting and auditing towards national interest. And for the first time in India, the Institute developed and released the forensic accounting and the investigation standards, and it has also been strengthening the sustainability reporting ecosystem in the country. So as we celebrate, it's definitely a platform to highlight all this, to talk about all this. But as they say, your every celebration should also be a resolve towards your next target. And as our Honorable Prime Minister has given us a target that all of us need to come together as professionals and as citizens and as responsible people of our country towards building a more progressive, transformative, 21st century, future-ready, self-reliant, resilient, and an Atmanirbhar, sustainable Bharat, wherein this growth is more of a climate-sensitive, clean, green, and inclusive, equitable growth for the country. And we are able to shape more free, fair, transparent, and accountable and ethical businesses, societies, governments, communities, and the nation at large, and taking this brand India, enhancing it at a global level with technology at the forefront of all transformation. So the very first session today, ladies and gentlemen, we have our leaders from the government, from the ministry, and then the torchbearers of the institute to guide us, to share their views and vision, how we take this larger vision, dream, and aspirations towards building and shaping a new India. Towards that, at the very onset, we would like to thank our chief guest, Shri Arun Singh Ji, the Honourable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, also the National General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And must I mention here, ladies and gentlemen, that he is one among our fraternity. He's a chartered accountant with the meritorious All India ranking. He has an experience of almost 25 years as a chartered accountant, and in his 20s, he's in fact travelled the country as an auditor. He's also a very renowned academician. He's always stressed and believed in lifelong learning. He's always inspired people to have a good academic background. He's been a guest faculty in the discipline of management and finance. He served as the director of the State Bank of India and Union Bank for 7 years. He's worked as a consultant for projects of World Bank and United Nations with several notable corporations. He's also the current secretary of the Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Institute. He has been regularly interacting with the students and the professionals of management and finance, discussing the various development issues and how we take them on, how we work towards shaping a new India. And we are sure our students are going to be benefiting a lot with his talk and his presence here. And then as we talk about promoting more ethical businesses, ladies and gentlemen, he has been very vocal about his views on against corruption, for he strongly believes that corruption is one of the most bottleneck hindering the development of our nation. So we truly look forward to his views, उनकी जो विचारधारा है और हमारे लिए जो संदेश है इस नव निर्माण का हमारे देश के तरफ. We look forward to that, and I would like to request the President ICAI, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, to kindly welcome him on behalf of everyone present here by presenting him a symbol of strength, flexibility, and health. May I request President Sir to kindly present him a bamboo plant. As we all know, bamboo, ladies and gentlemen, this very plant, the strength, teaches us to stand upright, and its flexibility teaches us to adapt to the harshest of circumstances. And the combination of both these teaches us how to find balance and inner peace in our lives. Also, may I request President Sir to please felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest with the shawl. And then present a special memento, expression again of our gratitude and appreciation to him for joining us as a chief guest. Thank you, sir. Also thanking our distinguished guest of honor, Shri Rajesh Verma ji, respected Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, our parent body, who's always been very supportive of the professional institutions. He's been, in fact, a hands-on secretary, always approachable, amicable, lending an ear to the concerns and the suggestions which are made by the institute. He's always believed and promoted Bhagidari with the involvement and partnership of all. We need to grow. And we had heard his views and progressive thoughts yesterday. And once again, we stand very excited and eagerly awaiting his views and guidance. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's also mark the auspicious inauguration of this iconic day by the Institute as per our Indian traditions and customs, and also by seeking the blessings of the Supreme Power. मैं हमारे मुख्य अतिथि व हमारे डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर आप दोनों को आमंत्रित करती हूँ, साथ साथ मंचासीन सभी से आमंत्रित है। निवेदन है कि दीप प्रज्वलित कर वे आज के इस कार्यक्रम का मंगलमय शुभारंभ करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I think all will agree that the motto song of any institution or any organization is actually a reflection and expression of the core values of that organization and institution. It inspires everyone to work with that kind of mindset. And as you know that the motto of ICAI is Ya Isha Supteshu Jagrati. It is a verse from Katha Upanishad, and it literally means a person who's awake in those that sleep. It inspires all the professionals, everyone, to awake, to arise, and to be relevant. It inspires everyone and the professionals especially to be vigilant, to be diligent towards their duties. So with this very spirit, I request you all to please rise at your positions for the motto song of ICAI.
Ya esha supteshu jagrati, Ya esha supteshu jagrati, Kamam 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 Purusho nirmimanaha Tadev shukram Tada Brahma Tadev Amrit Mahotsav Tasmin lokaha Shitaha Sarve tadunatyadi kaschan Etadvaita
Thank you. Please take your seats. And now I request and invite CA Dr. Jay Kumar Batra, Secretary ICAI, for his welcome remarks.
Our most valued invited chief guest of the day, Shri Arun Singh Ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. Guest of honor, Honorable Shri Rajesh Verma ji, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Honorable CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, President, ICAI. Honorable CA Aniket Sunil Talati ji, Vice President, ICAI. Respected CA Naveen Garg, Chairman, Northern India Regional Council of ICAI. Distinguished members of the Central Council, including Government nominee Advocate Vijay Jhalani ji, former Central Council member Shri Rajesh Sharma ji, Chairman of all regional councils, Chairman and members of the Managing Committee of branches, members from foreign chapters, CP chapters, study circles, members, students, and other stakeholders. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all here on this iconic day of celebrations, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs is celebrating this grand event, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, from 6 June to 12 June 2022, and we have been given this day of 8 June to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of independence with the themes freedom struggle, ideas at 75, resolve at 75, action at 75, and achievement at 75. The ICAI, through this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it has planned various activities and has been making significant contributions to enable Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's vision of fueling the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is pleasant to share with you that under the banner of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the Institute has been continuously participating and organizing various activities at all India level. Under this banner, the Institute has continuously organized the Padayatras, Nukkad Natak, under ICAI Financial and Tax Literacy Drive, which is Vittiya Gyan ICAI Ka Abhiyan, to create awareness of financial and tax literacy. On this iconic day today, we have planned the following seminars on hybrid mode, where the people, the members, and the students, other stakeholders will be attending to all our branches in India and abroad. First, there will be seminar on strengthening funding and financing of the Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem by the Committee on MSME and Startup. Next, there will be seminar on strategies for economic revival, Committee on Management Accounting. Seminar on practical ideas to go green and make our planet sustainable by Sustainability Reporting Standard Board of ICAI. Then there will be a seminar on Women from Empowerment to Excellence, Contemporary Perspectives by the Women Members Empowerment Committee. And one program is already going on in this venue on the first floor for CA students, which is CA Students National Talent Search 2022 by Student Skills Enrichment Board. As all of you are aware that Institute is a statutory body established under the Act of Parliament, and during its stages journey of more than 72 years, we have achieved recognition not as a accounting body in India. Now we have recognition all over the world. And our members are contributing towards the national development and national building. So the Institute has intensified its focus on global best practices in order to make the profession of accountancy in India taking to its new heights of excellence. We are indeed fortunate enough to have with us our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Parliament, Shri Arun Singh Ji, who has consented to grace the occasion with his august presence on this momentous occasion. Sir, on behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, we extend a very heartiest welcome to you. I am glad to welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Shri Rajesh Verma Ji, Secretary MCA, who, in spite of his very busy schedule today, was kind enough to accept our invitation. We are thankful to you, sir. I extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable President, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, and our Honorable Vice President, CA Aniket Sunil Talati ji. I also welcome NIRC Chairman, CA Naveen Garji, members of the Central Council, including the government nominee, former council member, Shri Rajesh Sharma ji, Chairman of Regional Council, Chairman and members of managing committees of branches. I also take this opportunity to welcome our friends from print and electronic media for covering the proceedings of this iconic day. From the core of my heart, I welcome you all the dignitaries on the dais. I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for apprising the August gathering about the various initiatives and programs which are being organized by the Institute as a part of the Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. And ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware that in line with the Government of India's national mission on Vittiya Saksharta, and it was also spoken just now by respected Secretary ICAI, that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India flagged off a nationwide financial and tax literacy drive, Vittiya Gyan, ICAI ka Abhiyan. This is towards educating people on the basis of tax laws, accounting, various aspects of the financial system in India, and then the ways to manage your personal finances, financial well-being, and tax compliances with the goal of increasing compliance and reducing the knowledge gap in the society. And it is towards educating masses of all strata of society. Now, how is it done? This drive includes creating awareness and imparting free education through organizing seminars and through lectures, through articles and activities, booklets and video guides. And this is a drive which has been taken by very passionate chartered accountants themselves, who are the Vittiya Mitra. Apart from that, there is also a website, www.vittiyagyan.ici.org, that has been developed, and which is a one-stop destination for all the information and learning on the financial and on tax literacy. So we now bring you greater insights into this drive by ICAI with a short film. If you can have the film, please.
We all live in a complex world of money and finances, struggling to manage our income and expenses. To fill this knowledge gap, ICAI presents Vittiya Gyan Abhiyan, a financial and tax literacy portal. Learn from articles, videos, games, and activities that provide you concise information and financial stories in an entertaining way. Use financial calculators to make right decisions and ask experts to seek answers to your queries for a wide group of audience, from farmers to entrepreneurs. Available in English, Hindi, and other Indian languages. Log in to www.vittiyagyan.icai.org, a path-breaking initiative by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to apprise you that this year, ICAI is going to be the proud host of the 21st World Congress of Accountants. As you all know, this is very popularly also known as the Olympics of the accountancy profession. And for the first time in India, in almost its 118 years of journey of this Congress, that it is coming to India. It is organized once in 4 years. And after 118 years, it is coming here to India. It's going to be organized by ICAI in Mumbai. And it stands all the more important and significant for India, for we are celebrating our Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. So this Congress is also going to be an opportunity to showcase and to enhance brand India at the global level. So we now bring you more insights into where and when of this Congress and what's the promise of this Congress, once again through a short film.
Geographically, the 7th largest country in the world, one of the oldest civilization, world's 6th largest economy, a global hub for innovation with one of the largest startup ecosystem. India, city of Mumbai on the western coast of Arabian Sea, among the most advanced and modern metropolises in the world, and the financial capital of India, gears up to host the most prestigious accountancy event of the world, 21st World Congress of Accountants from 18th to 21st November 2022, an event held every 4 years. The Olympic of Accountancy Profession. India hosts the event for the first time in 118 years since the WCOA came into being in 1904. Around 10,000 delegates expected to join virtually. More than 6,000 delegates from over 135 countries would congregate to exchange views at the world's most advanced Geo World Convention Center. The theme, Building Trust, Enabling Sustainability, will inspire the future of accountancy profession to create sustainable economies for the future. A never-before-witnessed unique experience of learning future trends, emerging avenues, enhancing skill sets, networking, and to explore the incredible India awaits you. Insights from the stalwarts of the profession, international and national standard setters, regulators, and trendsetters will constitute the panel of speakers at WCOA 2022. Let your dream get bigger. Come, be a part of this mega celebration. For registration and sponsorship opportunities, contact. Organized by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India under the aegis of ICAI.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can block your dates from the 18th to the 21st of November in Mumbai, a platform towards enhancing your own knowledge for your profession and also towards nation building. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our leader speaking to us. As I request President ICAI, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, a visionary who has with a very strong academic credentials. Of course, he's a chartered accountant. He's also a cost accountant, a company secretary. He holds a master's degree in commerce. He's a law graduate and a qualified information systems auditor. A very persuasive and intense trainer, he's renowned for his interactive deliberations in international financial reporting standards and corporate laws. I think, as I said, the more I speak, it's very little for him. So we look forward to his vision for all of us, requesting him for his presidential address.
Sri Arun Singh Ji, the chief guest for this morning's program, a fellow chartered accountant, our friend, philosopher and guide, Sri Rajesh Verma Ji, the Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, respected Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Aniket Talati, Mr. Navin Garg, Jay Batraji, my council colleagues present here, and to everybody else, a very, very good morning. Both the gentlemen are, you see, in a rush, so I will take the least of time, and I will only speak about my experience with both these gentlemen and why I think that we are extremely lucky to have them with us. When I and Rajesh Sharma went to invite Arun Singh Ji for this program at his residence, we could find that he was inundated by phone calls. And most of these phone calls were from Rajasthan, where he had to go yesterday. And you see, every time he would get a phone call and he would say that, sir, आज में ना आपको 7 तारीख में इस time में आपको इस program में बोलना है. And I was sitting there, I would feel that, oh my God, he is not coming for a program. Right? So, for 2 hours I was sitting and I could see he was trying his best to adjust. that you see how to do it, what to do it, but he was feeling helpless because the pressure from others was so much. I was listening, Rajesh Sharma was listening, we felt that you see हमारे का chances बहुत कम है अरुण साहब को यहाँ में लाने का. Then I said that let me use my last trump card. You see, I said that, sir, you are a chartered accountant and you are one of us. And sir, you have to come. And when he heard that, he said, "Aajayega." So today he rescheduled. I think he's taking a 1 o'clock flight now to Jaipur. He rescheduled and he came. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind presence. Thank you very much, sir. See, we are so happy that a chartered accountant is doing so well. About the next gentleman, Rajesh Verma. Yesterday was his day because yesterday he had this program in Vigyan Bhavan, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Honorable Finance Minister was there, Minister of State was there, everybody was there, and all the regulators were all there. What struck me was, despite, and it was full, Vigyan Bhavan was full, despite so much of pressure, he never lost his cool. He was looking here, he was looking that side, ensuring that the program is done in a clockwork precision. For people like us, and me and Aniket, where we and all the council members, you see, we are good at organizing big events because that is part of life for a council member. But then I was looking at him, he was very calm. That is his leadership. And whenever we go and meet him, for example, for the World Congress of Accountants, we said that, sir, we have written to the Honorable Prime Minister, but we require your recommendation so that the Honorable Prime Minister can come can give us an audience so that we can request him to come and inaugurate the World Congress of Accountants. I, Aniket Talati ji, were a bit reticent. Would he give a recommendation? He said, instantly, he said, I'm going to give you a recommendation. No problem, but you deserve it. You see, when you have a Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, who is your friend, philosopher, and guide, the institute will always work as a partner in nation building. Because it has no choice. Because you have a guide who is as good as him. It is my 7th year in the council. And you know the kind of, good relationship that we have with him. He's present with us today. It's fantastic. He will always listen to us and say, look, what can I do? Tell me, how can I help? And in the process, what has happened, when the LLP forms, had to be developed, had to be tested. The institute came forward. We got Supriya Kumar, chairperson, CLCGC, to help the government, in the success of the LLP forms. Now, they are going for the version 3. I told him, sir, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is totally committed to help the government in ensuring the success of the version 3 of your forms. So, we work in close coordination, and we are very, very lucky today that we have 2 gentlemen of great eminence amongst us. And like all of you, I'm looking forward to hearing them speak. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence here, and let's have a great program throughout the day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, as said, we are eagerly awaiting the address of both our distinguished guests. So may I first request respected Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Shri Rajesh Verma ji, to please address the August gathering.
Respected Shri Arun Singh ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, President ICAI, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, Vice President ICAI, CA Naveen Garg ji, Dr. Jaikumar Batra ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud moment and pleasant experience to be here on this important occasion of Iconic Day event organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, commemorating 75 years of independence, being organized throughout the country as Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. It is an inspiring fact that our efforts as a nation over the years have paved the way for building a resilient economic foundation based on sound regulatory policies, rules and regulations that are at par with the best global practices, establishing faith of the stakeholders in reporting practices of the country. No doubt the profession of chartered accountant has played a stellar role in this regard. We can be proud that our country is among the largest emerging economies in the world. India as a country is regarded in high esteem for its knowledge-driven economy. To build the future, it is more imperative to develop the human capital and leadership potential of the country. This Amrit Mahotsav is the apt occasion to celebrate our achievements. At the same time, we all should deliberate and discuss about what further could be done to establish new emerging India as a global leader. India that represents hope, inclusivity, confidence, transparency, good governance, better policy making for fulfilling the aspirations of all, including the corporate sector. The role of chartered accountants in developing the new India is very important. Over the last 7 decades, the accountancy profession has evolved into a specialized discipline where ingenuity, creativity, competitiveness, and innovative attitude are the hallmarks. The profession has left a lasting impression among all the stakeholders. From the ministry side, we are providing all necessary support and guidance for holistic development of the profession, meeting the requirements of the extant economy and changing business complexities. At the same time, we have also received requisite support from the Institute and its members for development and implementation of various initiatives of the ministry. The accountancy profession has earned the trust of all by working across the various sectors of the economy, and it understands the nuances of the business enterprises. It has evolved beyond its fiduciary domain by building a legacy of excellence, trust, and ethics in its history of more than 70 years of existence, empowering the economic development of the nation. With a country as large as ours, the expectations and aspirations of over a billion people, every action is under constant evaluation. This is not an easy task, and herein lies the challenges. The path ahead is full of opportunities for development of the corporate sector to meet the aspirations of all. I must compliment the Institute on the initiatives being lined up as part of these ACAM celebrations, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations, addressing all the core issues that are important for building the new India, like we have heard, financial and tax literacy drive, Go Green drive, career counseling sessions, to name a few. The ministry understands its role as a promoter and facilitator and has tried to empower and balance expectations of various stakeholders to create a level playing field for all. Ministry is striving towards the idea of ease of doing business in line with government focus on minimum government, maximum governance. Various structural reforms have been initiated, like revision of the Companies Act to make it more robust and dynamic. Focused attention has also been given to develop a robust insolvency resolution regime in India. We are working towards institutionalization of valuation profession also. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 has evolved over the last 5 years of its journey. It has strengthened the recovery of businesses and has resulted in improvement in the financial sector of banks through reduction of NPAs. Institute, on its part, has provided very effective support to the ministry in all these initiatives. In fact, ICAI has formed not only the first, but also the biggest insolvency professional agency of the country. ICAI is also acting as knowledge partner of Investment Education and Protection Fund Authority in organizing several investor awareness programs across the country and also in tele-lecturing series on investor awareness being telecast on Gyan Darshan. India was the first country to mandate corporate social responsibility for companies through legislation under the Companies Act with effect from 1st April 2014. The CSR mandate is expected to complement the national agenda for inclusive growth by ensuring social, economic, and environment well-being for all through responsible action by the eligible corporates. In 2006, MCA implemented a holistic end-to-end e-governance project, MCA 21, which marked a new era of responsiveness, customer-oriented, transparent, and efficient government approach. This has brought about transformational changes in the system for various stakeholders. It has provided easy, secure, and speedy access to all MCA services with transparency and certainty. And I'm very happy to note and also inform all that ICAI, as mentioned by the President, is actively involved in successful launch of the version 3 of this MCA 21, which is right now underway. We are using the tools of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and it is expected to emerge as a catalyst for forward-looking changes in the corporate compliance culture and corporate regulatory environment in India, so as to bring simplification, efficiency, and transparency and meet the dynamically evolving needs of various stakeholders. The CA fraternity has been an active contributor in all the ministries' initiatives, right from the stage of conception to providing comments. We have consulted ICAI on all important matters, including draft proposals, bills, rules, etc., and till the final implementation of various initiatives. ICAI, as the parent body and regulator of chartered accountants, has been a progressive collaborator with the ministry in all its endeavors in ensuring adoption of reformative measures in full context. In this fast-changing world order, members of the accountancy profession have the requisite knowledge and skills to fully explore the opportunities and also convert various challenges into opportunities that will be faced by all of you due to volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity offered by changes in the business economies. I'm sure the Institute would continue to fulfill the expectations of various stakeholders with its invaluable contribution in the best interest of the nation. In the end, I will once again congratulate you all on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for complimenting everyone and also guiding the professionals here on the very important role which everyone has towards being custodians of ethical business ecosystem in the country and towards building and being custodians of building knowledge economy. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I very humbly request our Honorable Chief Guest, inviting Shri Arun Singh Ji, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, for his inaugural address.
विश्व के सबसे दूसरे बड़े अकाउंटिंग संस्थान के अध्यक्ष देवाशीष मित्रा जी, उसी के साथ साथ भारत सरकार में MCA के सेक्रेटरी राजेश वर्मा जी, CA इंस्टीट्यूट के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट अनिकेत सुनील तलाटी जी और सेक्रेटरी जय कुमार बत्रा जी, इसी के साथ साथ नवीन गर्ग जी, यहाँ पे उपस्थित बहुत सारे सेंट्रल काउंसिल के मेंबर भी हैं, एक्स मेंबर भी हैं, राजेश शर्मा जी भी हैं, रीजनल काउंसिल के भी बहुत सारे सदस्य यहाँ भी बैठे हैं, जुड़े भी हैं। इसी के साथ साथ मेरे प्रोफेशनल कलीग पूरे देश भर से अलग अलग स्थानों से इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़े हैं, वो भी आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में अपनी भागीदारी सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं। ऐसे सभी साथियों को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ, सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूँ। जब आपने हमको कल बोला कि इस कार्यक्रम में आना है परसों, तो यह मेरी जिम्मेदारी थी, क्योंकि जब सीए का कोई कार्यक्रम होता है तो उसमें जाना हमारी जिम्मेदारी भी है और मुझे गर्व की अनुभूति भी होती है। जितने भी कार्यक्रमों में किसी भी प्रकार के कहीं भी जाना हो, अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल कार्यक्रम होते हैं, सरकार के भी कार्यक्रम होते हैं, लेकिन सबसे अधिक सुखद अनुभूति कहीं होती है तो सीए के कार्यक्रम में आने के बाद ही होती है। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव आइकॉनिक डे के रूप में आज हम मना रहे हैं। आजादी के 75 इयर्स के अवसर पे पूरा देश अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है और उसके बाद 25 साल तक अमृत काल के रूप में हम मनाएंगे। और ये इसलिए मना रहा है क्योंकि इतिहास इस बात का साक्षी है, इतिहास इस बात का गवाह है, जो देश और जो समाज अपने पूर्वजों की त्याग और तपस्या और बलिदान, उनकी देश के प्रति कंट्रीब्यूशन को सदैव याद रखता है, अगली पीढ़ियों को बताता रहता है, वह देश और समाज सदैव जागृत रहता है। और जो देश इनको भूल जाता है वह देश जागृत नहीं रहता। इसलिए पूरा भारतवर्ष आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के अवसर पे, जो आजादी के दीवाने थे, जिन्होंने वो सपने देखे थे कि आजादी के बाद क्या होगा देश का, उन्होंने अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी, प्राणों के बलिदान दिया। ऐसे हजारों हजारों जो स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी थे, उनको याद करना और देश की आजादी के बाद देश को एकजुट रखे, देश अखंड रहे, उसके लिए भी जो मेरे भारत माँ के वीर सपूतों ने, जिन्होंने बॉर्डर पे अपनी जान गंवाए, उनको भी आज के अवसर पे हमको नमन करना चाहिए, वंदन करना चाहिए। और उससे हमें एक सुखद प्रेरणा भी मिलती है कि राष्ट्र के प्रति हमारे जो कर्तव्य हैं उसके लिए हमें प्रोत्साहन भी मिलता है। देश की आजादी के समय कौन भूल सकता है कि गांधी जी का सत्याग्रह आंदोलन, उसको पढ़ना चाहिए। सुभाष चंद्र बोस की वो सुभाष चंद्र बोस की जो हिंद फौज थी, उसके साथ साथ लोकमान्य तिलक का जो पूर्व स्वराज का आह्वान था, मंगल पांडे का बलिदान, तात्या टोपे, रानी लक्ष्मीबाई का स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के समय किस प्रकार से उन्होंने अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी। इस आजादी के अमृत काल में हमको अमृत महोत्सव में अवश्य रूप से ऐसे लोगों को याद करना चाहिए और उससे अगली पीढ़ी को भी बताना चाहिए। इसी संदर्भ में अगर देखें तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने लगातार किस प्रकार से, अगर आप देखेंगे तो वॉर मेमोरियल की पूरा एक नई संरचना खड़ी की। कौन कभी कल्पना कर सकते थे कि सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल की प्रतिमा विश्व की सबसे ऊंची प्रतिमा अगर कहीं होगी तो भारत में होगी। वो एकता और अखंडता के प्रतीक थे। जलियांवाला बाग का किस प्रकार से उसका पुनर्निर्माण किया गया। बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर के पंच तीर्थ जो थे, उनका किस प्रकार से उनका सौंदर्यीकरण भी हुआ, उनको निर्माण भी हुआ। यह इसलिए किया गया जिससे अवश्य रूप से हमें इनके सब स्थानों पर जाकर के दर्शन करने से हमको प्रेरणा भी मिले और समाज और राष्ट्र के प्रति जो हमारा कर्तव्य हो, निरंतर हमको उसका बोध रहे। मैं सभी से निवेदन करूंगा, इन स्थानों पे जरूर जाना चाहिए और जा करके यह हमारे जो आज़ादी के अमृत काल के अवसर पे जाएंगे, देखेंगे तो आप बहुत बड़ी आप सबको प्रेरणा मिलेगी। हमारा देश लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है, आत्मनिर्भर अर्थव्यवस्था के माध्यम से आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर अग्रसर है। अवश्य रूप से उसको हम पूरा करेंगे। मेक इन इंडिया, डिजिटल इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया, यह हमारा केवल नारा ही नहीं बल्कि यह भारत सरकार का बहुत बड़ा अभियान है और सीधे इसके जो काम है नीचे दिखाई दे रहे हैं और इसी के माध्यम से भारत आगे बढ़ेगा। वोकल फॉर लोकल, स्वावलंबी भारत, यह सब पूरे देश का नारा है और इसको लोग अपना रहे हैं। और आज हमने देखा जब कोविड का संकट आया तब स्वावलंबी भारत का जो एहसास लोगों को हुआ वो अद्भुत एहसास हुआ। किस प्रकार से पहले जब वैक्सीन बनती थी तो हमें 10 साल 20 साल इंतजार करना पड़ता था कि बाहर जो है वैक्सीन के जब समाप्त हो जाएगा डिमांड तब को भारत देश में मिलेगा। लेकिन यह हमारे साइंटिस्टों का प्रयास रहा, प्रधानमंत्री जी का लगातार निरंतर उनको प्रोत्साहन, उसके कारण भारत में ही 2 वैक्सीन बने और देखते देखते 190 करोड़ लोगों को वैक्सीन लगा। गांव में भी जाइए तो वहां भी लोगों को वैक्सीन लगा है। जीवन रक्षा देने का काम कोई किया है तो इस समय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में काम हुआ है। नहीं तो कल्पना करिए कितनी बड़ी, किस तरीके से भारत में अफरा तफरी होती है, वो भी फ्री में वैक्सीन। यह साइंटिस्टों के कारण इस प्रकार से यह हो सका है। यह हमारे एक मजबूत भारत को दर्शाता है, सुदृढ़ भारत को दर्शाता है। इसलिए हम यह कह सकते हैं कि हम अवश्य रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम समावेशी विकास के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। समावेशी विकास, फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन। क्या हम जो करोड़ों करोड़ों लोग ऐसे लोग हैं जो उनको हम छोड़ करके तो विकास कर नहीं सकते, उनका भी विकास होना चाहिए। जब तक उनका देश के विकास में उनकी भागीदारी नहीं होगी तो देश कैसे आगे बढ़ेगा? हमारे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों का कैसे सपना साकार होगा? 45 करोड़, कल्पना करिए, देश की आजादी के बाद बैंक अकाउंट ऐसे 45 करोड़ लोगों का नहीं था। 45 करोड़ जनधन अकाउंट खुला, डीबीटी के माध्यम से उनके अकाउंट में सीधे पैसा जाने लगा तो 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक पैसा बचा। देश की आजादी के बाद 9 करोड़ लोग ऐसे थे जिनको गैस कनेक्शन नहीं थी, वो जाकर लकड़ी काटते थे। लकड़ी काटने के बाद वो आते थे, वो फूंक करके जलाते थे, उनको कितनी बीमारियां होती थी। कैसे स्वस्थ भारत की कल्पना हम कर सकते थे? 9 करोड़ लोगों को गैस कनेक्शन मिला। 3 करोड़ लोग जो थे उनको मकान, वो झोपड़ी में रहते थे, अभी तक 3 करोड़ लोगों को मकान मिल गया। आधे से अधिक बीमार लोग तब होते हैं जब उनको स्वच्छ पीने का पानी नहीं मिलता। शहरों में तरह करके एक्वागार्ड हम लोग लगा लेते हैं, आरओ लगा लेते हैं। कल्पना करिए कि दूर दराज के गांव का व्यक्ति, उसको स्वच्छ पीने का पानी न मिले, उसमें आयरन हो, ऑक्साइड हो, उसको 20 बीमारियां खड़ी हो। अस्पतालों के बाहर जाते तो हजारों लोग झुंड के झुंड लगे रहते। तब हमें संवेदना के रूप में दिखता है कि ये कैसा भारत था। लेकिन यह संकल्प लिया कि सबको पीने का पानी मिलेगा और देखते देखते 8 करोड़ लोगों को नल से जल के माध्यम से पानी मिल गया है। और यह मान के लिए सबको नल से जल से शुद्ध पानी 2024 तक मिलेगा। यह इसलिए है क्योंकि आप लोग जीडीपी समझते हैं, लेकिन जीडीपी में अगर आपके किसी भी व्यवसाय में अगर 100 लोग काम करते हैं, अगर 50 लोग बीमार हो जाएं तो कैसे आपके कंपनी का ग्रोथ होगा? प्रोडक्शन गिरेगा। इसी प्रकार से देश का विकास तभी संभव है जब देश के सभी नागरिक स्वस्थ हों, उनको मूलभूत सुविधा मिले और देश इस ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है। और हमें पूरा यह विश्वास है कि धीरे धीरे पूरा भारत स्वस्थ होगा। स्वस्थ भारत के माध्यम, स्वस्थ समाज के माध्यम से स्वस्थ भारत होगा और तब हम आगे सुदृढ़ रूप से आगे बढ़ेंगे। अभी जो वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 7.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए, कल्पना 7.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए बजट में रखना, रेल हो, पोर्ट हो, रेलवे हो, हर क्षेत्र में वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। और डिजिटल इंडिया का तो कहना ही क्या है। डिजिटल इंडिया के माध्यम से आज गांव-गांव में ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछ रहे हैं और धीरे धीरे करके सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम से लेकर के फेसलेस, जो आप जानते हैं, फेसलेस स्क्रूटनी, फेसलेस असेसमेंट, यह सब डिजिटल अभियान के माध्यम से शुरू हुआ है। मित्रों, मैं यह भारत का सबसे बड़ा, अगर हमारा जो रिसोर्स है वो है युवा शक्ति। युवाओं में लगातार जिस प्रकार से स्टार्टअप के लिए वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, सब कोई कल्पना कर सकता था 70,000 स्टार्टअप भारत में नए शुरू हुए हैं। प्रतिदिन 12 से 12 to 15 स्टार्टअप प्रतिदिन आ रहे हैं। इसके माध्यम से आप सोच सकते हैं कि भारत किस ओर जा रहा है। लगातार 4 गुना पेटेंट की संख्या बढ़ी है। लगातार हम उसकी ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। जीएसटी जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा कर सुधार, कौन भूल सकता है कि जीएसटी का जब सुधार आया तो सबसे बड़ा योगदान जीएसटी के सुधार में किसी का रहा तो सीए प्रोफेशनल के लोगों का रहा। इन्होंने अपना बढ़ चढ़ कर योगदान दिया। अपने दायित्व का निर्वहन किया और उसी का नतीजा है कि 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ऊपर लगातार जीएसटी का कलेक्शन हो रहा है। लगातार आप सबका मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। जब भी कभी ऐसे समय आए हैं तो अवश्य रूप से आप सब लोगों ने अच्छा काम किया है और देश के लिए। आईटी की रिटर्न पहले 3 करोड़ होती थी, अब 7 करोड़ रिटर्न फाइल हो रहे, 7 करोड़ से अधिक रिटर्न फाइल हो रहे। पीएलआई के माध्यम से लगातार उत्पाद बढ़ रहा है, हमारा एक्सपोर्ट लगातार बढ़ रहा है। आज फॉरेक्स जो है हमारा एफडीआई जो है, ये एफडीआई जो है $83 बिलियन 21-22 में आई है, जो हाईएस्ट एवर रही है। हमारा ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस लगातार ऊपर छलांग लगा रहा है। हमारे तो इंडिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोथ इकोनॉमी को हम कह सकते हैं है, सभी विश्व के लोग भी इसको मानते हैं। इस कोविड के दौरान जो चुनौतियां रही उनको अवसर में बदलने का काम हुआ है और मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता होती है जब मैंने देखा कि आप लोग फाइनेंशियल और टैक्स लिटरेसी के लिए पदयात्रा भी कर रहे हैं। पदयात्रा का तो मैं कल्पना नहीं की थी, पदयात्रा भी कर रहे हैं, नुक्कड़ नाटक भी कर रहे हैं, जिंगल भी कर रहे हैं। वास्तव में आपका अभिनंदन है, सीए इंस्टीट्यूट का अभिनंदन है। और अब मैं इस प्रोफेशन से मैं जानता हूं कई स्थानों पे जब कोविड-2 के दौरान जब लोग अपनी जान की लोगों की जाने जा रही थी, तो मैं कई जगह देखा हूं कि सीए प्रोफेशन के लोग अलग अलग शहरों में अपनी जान की परवाह किए बिना समाज को बचाने का कोई काम किया है तो उसमें सीए प्रोफेशन के लोगों ने किया। समाज के दायित्व को आप निर्वहन करते हैं, इसलिए खुशी और प्रसन्नता होती है कि इस प्रकार से आप काम कर रहे हैं। लगातार इसको आगे करते रहिए। समय की कमी है लेकिन इतना जरूर मैं अपेक्षा करूंगा कि मेरे मन में ऐसे बैठे बैठे कुछ भाव आ गया तो मैं कहा एक मैं प्रपोजल देता हूं, अगर आपको स्वीकार हो तो उसको आप कर सकते हैं। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के अवसर पे क्या हम कर सकते हैं कि 75 स्थानों पे 75 डेज का क्या हम कैंप लगा सकते हैं। जो एमएसएमई के सेक्टर के लोग हैं, जो उनके लिए जो टैक्स की जो बहुत सारे प्रोविजंस उनको समाप्त कर दिया, मतलब 61 से अधिक जो अपने 14 से अधिक पुराने कानून समाप्त कर दिया। कंपनीज एक्ट में 81 में से 16 जो है अभी अब रह गए। हमारे जो क्रिमिनल नेचर के जो सेक्शंस थे उसको डी क्रिमिनल नेचर के सेक्शन कर दिया। 27 लाख करोड़ रुपए का आत्मनिर्भर भारत की पैकेज का अनाउंसमेंट किया। बहुत सारे सरकार अनाउंसमेंट कर रही है। हम क्या कर सकते हैं कि फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के लिए 75 डेज का कैंप अपने रीजनल ऑफिस या जो भी ब्रांच ऑफिस में 75 दिन का आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पे कैंप लगा सकते हैं कि कोई भी आए, कोई भी जानकारी लेना चाहे, इनकम टैक्स, सेल्स टैक्स, कोई भी, तो हम उनको जानकारी दे सकते हैं, वो हम ही कर सकते हैं। ये प्रपोजल है। दूसरा, अभी योगा दिवस आ रहा है। हम सबको मालूम है कि यूनाइटेड नेशन में 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक प्रपोजल रखा। यह प्रपोजल रखा तो योगा का किसी जाति, धर्म और संप्रदाय से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। योगा स्वास्थ्य के लिए, मनुष्य के मानसिक जो है मनोस्थिति और मजबूत रहे उसके लिए सभी को योगा करना चाहिए। और पहली बार ऐसा हुआ यूनाइटेड नेशन में अधिकांश देशों ने, लगभग सभी देशों ने, 167 देशों ने योगा को इंटरनेशनल योगा दिवस के रूप में मनाने की घोषणा की। यूनाइटेड नेशन में 21 जून को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस है। प्रधानमंत्री जी मैसूर से बहुत बड़े कार्यक्रम में योगा दिवस में भाग लेंगे। क्या हम भी ऐसा तय कर सकते हैं क्या कि हमारे सीए इंस्टीट्यूट के जो ब्रांचेज हैं 75 स्थानों पे योगा दिवस मना सकते हैं क्या? योगा कैंप ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं क्या? सुबह सुबह अगर आप 21 जून को 75 स्थानों पे, 75 स्थानों पे योगा दिवस मनाएंगे तो वास्तव में समाज को बहुत बड़ा मैसेज जाएगा। वह मुझको लगता है कि यह भी हम कर सकते हैं और करना ही चाहिए। यह मेरी आप सबसे विनम्र निवेदन है समाज के प्रति। दूसरा, आप ट्री प्लांटेशन, मतलब इसमें कुछ भी कार्यक्रम कर सकते हैं। ट्री प्लांटेशन का आप काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा आपने ट्री प्लांटेशन के लिए अभियान लिया है, वो अभिनंदन के पात्र हैं। क्या हम यह सोच सकते हैं कि अभी बारिश का समय शुरू हुआ, पर्यावरण के प्रति हमारी जो जागरूकता है, पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए जो हम काम करते हैं, पूरा देश आगे बढ़ करके उसके लिए काम कर रहा है। क्या हम सोच सकते हैं कि 75,000 ट्री प्लांटेशन हम इस बारिश के अवसर पे हमारे सीए प्रोफेशन के लोग 75,000 आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के अवसर पे 75,000 पेड़ 1 या 2 महीने में लगाए हैं? सोच सकते हैं। इसी प्रकार से क्या हम सोच सकते हैं क्या कि 75 ऐसे हम सेमिनार और कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे जिसमें उद्योग के जगत के जो MSME के सेक्टर के लोग हैं उनको बुलाएंगे, जो छोटे व्यापारी उनको बुलाएंगे और उनसे बुला करके उनके बीच में कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे और उन जो सरकार की जो अचीवमेंट्स है, सरकार के जो नीति है, सरकार की जो योजनाएं हैं, उसके बारे में हम चर्चा करेंगे कि देश किस ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है और क्या क्या स्कीम्स। अगर ये इसमें से कुछ इस प्रकार से और भी कार्यक्रम कर सकते हैं, अगर करेंगे तो मुझको लगता है कि कर भी रहे तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। और इतना ही मैं आप सबसे, चूंकि मुझको खुद ही जाना है, नहीं तो जल्दी जल्दी भी नहीं बोलता, आराम से बोलता, जाना है, इसलिए मैं सोचा अपनी बात जल्दी समाप्त कर दूं। लेकिन यह मान के चलिए कि आज़ादी के अमृत काल में जिस तरीके से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जो एक समय था, इतिहास के पन्नों में भी लिखा है, हमने पढ़ा है कि भारत सोने की चिड़िया थी और थी, वो तो मुगलों ने, अंग्रेजों ने लूट लिया। वह भारत सोने की चिड़िया थी। हमारा ज्ञान विज्ञान सबसे पुराना एक तरीके से गौरवशाली रहा है, हमारी संस्कृति सबसे प्राचीनतम रही है। तो यह विश्वास है कि पूरा देश, पूरा समाज, सभी लोग मिलकर के आजादी के अमृत काल में, अमृत महोत्सव में सब लोग अपना अपना प्रयास करेंगे। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास के माध्यम से पुनः भारत विश्व गुरु बनेगा। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने हमें बुलाया। पुनः आप सभी का अभिनंदन। और यह कहते हुए कि पार्लियामेंट में भी और सरकार में भी जो भी CA की प्रोफेशन की जो अपेक्षा होगी वह जरूर मैं रखूंगा, बात करूंगा, और जब भी कार्यक्रम में बुलाएंगे अवश्य रूप से मैं आऊंगा और भाग लूंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, सभी को एक बहुत ही सुखद अनुभूति यहाँ देने का अपनी उपस्थिति से और अपने ऊर्जावान संदेश से। और अब मैं कार्यक्रम के अंत में निवेदन करती हूँ CA अनिकेत सुनील तिलाती, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ICAI, धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव रखने के लिए।
May I first request all of you to please give a standing ovation to the two distinguished guests who are amongst us. Thank you so much, Arun Singh ji, our own chartered accountant, and Shri Rajesh Verma ji, IS and Secretary MCA. Today I have been given the responsibility of proposing a vote of thanks. And ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we heard our Honorable President, and we know three words which define our profession: integrity, excellence, and independence. And today it is this independence that we are celebrating through the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Extremely grateful for all the participants who have joined us here today physically, all the people who are attending this program virtually. When we are talking about the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and reflecting at the glorious past of 75 years of India, on 1st of July we will be celebrating the 74th Foundation Day of ICAI also. So the journey of India and journey of Institute are closely interlinked. और जब हम जन भागीदारी की बात करते हैं, people partnership, I think the motto of the Institute is also partnering in nation building. And I'm confident that in the past, what the Institute has been doing, we are talking about the Amrit Kal. The Honorable Prime Minister wants us to envision the future 25 years. The future 25 years, as envisioned by the Honorable President, is going to ensure that we are not the second, but the largest accounting body in the world. We are thought leaders working in the area of sustainability, the Panchamrut that the Honorable Prime Minister talks about, thought leaders in forensics, thought leaders in non-financial information, which is going to be the key moving forward. Not just financial information will require assurance, but non-financial information, people, planet, besides profit. And of course, the new age companies which rely on the KPIs, how auditors are able to provide assurance on that, that is going to be the future of the profession in non-financial area. And I'm sure all of us as members are going to contribute in this great extent. Sir, 75 location pe, 75 din tak, MSME, Dheeraj ji is the chairman of the MSME and Startup Committee. I'm sure we will take this up immediately, sir, and ensure for 75 days we have this. And the task that you have given us of planting 75,000 trees, sir, the chairman and vice chairperson of the Sustainability Standards Board are here. They have already taken up this challenge, sir. So इस साल में हम 75,000 tree plantation जरूर करेंगे और योग दिवस को भी मनाएंगे. With this, Ladies and gentlemen, I propose a very, very hearty thanks to the Honorable Chief Guest for gracing us, for giving us his vision, Shri Arun Singh ji, to the friend, philosopher and guide of the Institute, Shri Rajesh Verma ji, Honorable President Sir, NIRC Chairman Navin Garg ji and his team, Secretary Sir, my colleagues in the Council, Rajendra Kumar ji, Abhay Chajar ji, Dayanevas Sharma ji, Hansraj Chuk ji, Pramod Jain ji, Dheeraj ji, Durgesh ji, Honorable Government Nominee Vijay Jalani ji, Shri Priya ji, Sushil ji, Chitle ji, Raj Chawla ji, Preeti ji, Sanjeev ji, our past council member, very importantly, and finally for helping us, for always being a friend of the profession, friend of the institute, and a special thanks to all the participants for attending this program in such a large number. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू और पुनः धन्यवाद हमारे मुख्य अतिथि का, साथ साथ हमारे विशेष अतिथि का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने का। आप सभी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे कि आप अपने स्थान पर ही बने रहें। वी आर मूविंग स्ट्रेट इनटू आवर नेक्स्ट सेशन, requesting you all to remain at your respective seats. We are just setting the stage towards the next session. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no break as such. We are moving into the next session straight away. Just solicit your support in that regard, that we are able to start our sessions on time. We've already, in fact, बहुत ही जब हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि ने आज हमें एक संदेश दिया, अगले 75 दिन तक जो हमारा उद्देश्य होना चाहिए, जो हमारा दायित्व है, जो हमारा पाथवे है, वो उन्होंने हमारे लिए यहाँ पर डिफाइन किया। और इसको मन में रखते हुए हम आगे के अब अभी सेशंस लेते हैं, जिसमें all these topics and subjects which we are covering, they stand extremely important for our profession. How we, as responsive and responsible professionals, we contribute towards these topics which we are discussing. And towards that, we have our experts from the sector who are going to be guiding us. Our very first session is on the strengthening, funding and the financing of the Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we are all pretty much aware that for the startups, for the entrepreneurs, when they start their journey, it's really difficult in terms of the funds. At times it is more depending on your family members only, but now we have various funding institutions, organizations, how to approach them, how to go about, उसकी तरफ process क्या है, ये सभी जानकारी आपको इस सेशन के माध्यम से दी जाएगी। हम जो challenges हैं आपके, जो उसको भी discuss करेंगे, and the trends on funding and financing offerings. Also, we would like to share in this certain attempts and initiatives to align the entrepreneurs from different parts of India operating in diverse sectors on a common agenda. Okay. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, is towards strengthening of the entrepreneurial landscape. And as we all know that the entrepreneurial landscape has been viewed as a means of national economic growth, wealth creation, as well as job creation. But then the funding availability is one of the most crucial element and a major driver for thriving in a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem, along with the strengthening of other domains. Our experts, as they join us, we're just waiting for the chairman to join the session. As our experts take center stage, this session, in this we ideate and we discuss on how to strengthen the financing pillars of the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country. We create a more enabling environment that facilitates access to finance for entrepreneurs. We look into the challenges and the trends on funding and the financing offerings. And as I mentioned earlier, also share with you certain attempts, certain initiatives which are being taken to align the entrepreneurs from different parts of India operating in diverse sectors on a common agenda of entrepreneurship development. सभी को एक साथ लेके आपकी समस्याएं उन्हें सुने और साथ साथ उसका हल खोजते हुए वो आपके साथ शेयर करें. So inviting here on the stage the Chairman Committee on MSME and Startup and CTL WTO of ICAI, CA Dheeraj Kumar Khandelwal ji. CA Dr. Raj Chawla, Vice Chairman, Committee on MSME and Startup of ICAI and Direct Access Committee of CMIB, Commission for Members in the Industry and Business. We've been joined by our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary SME from the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Mr. P. Udaya Kumar, Director Planning and Marketing, National Small Industries Corporation, and our two eminent speakers of the session, Mr. Rajiv Chawla, industrialist and the founder and chairman of Integrated Association of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, and CA Mukesh Mohan Gupta, member, National Board for MSME, Government of India, and the president of the Chamber of Indian Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. At the very onset, to welcome our distinguished guests of honor, I would like to request CA Dheeraj Kumar Khandelwal ji and CA Dr. Raj Chawla ji to kindly present the bamboo plant welcoming our distinguished guest of honor and also the speakers of the session. सर आप दोनों से निवेदन है कि आप उनका भी स्वागत करें और सीए मुकेश मोहन गुप्ता जी का. और स्वागत श्री राजीव चावला जी का. Industrialist and the founder and chairman of the Integrated Association of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of India. Ladies and gentlemen, after the addresses of all, we have kept a window of the question answer, so you can have your questions ready, but we are going to be taking at the end of all the addresses. इस सत्र के आरंभ में मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ सीए धीरज कुमार खंडेलवाल, the Chairman Committee on MSME and Startup, for his welcome remarks for the session.
Good morning. Say good morning. Morning. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais. Srimati Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary MSME, SME sector. Sri P. Udaya Kumar ji, Director Planning and Marketing, NSIC. And eminent speaker Rajiv Chawla ji and Mukesh Mohan Gupta ji, and my all colleague in the profession. I think the MSME is the sector which is in everywhere and every people demands. And the country economic growth, everything is depending on the MSME sectors. The MSME sectors, which as of now, giving a 30% contribution to the GDP, in against the benchmark of the global benchmark of 50%. The ministry itself has taken a roadmap that we need to achieve at least 40% of the GDP contribution from the MSME. And how it's going to be achieved. The MSME, this GDP is going to be achieved from the contribution of the each and everyone, and especially from the professionals. In this regard, our Prime Minister Modi, has also said that we need to reach the $5 trillion economy. And how it's going to be done? All the $5 trillion economy is going to be rooted from the MSME sectors. In the MSME sectors, we all professionals, all chartered accountant, has to give their own contribution. Mercy ma'am, we chartered accountant are spread across the India. We are around 350,000 members, and across all the villages in 810 districts at least. And we are all providing all services to the all people. In the MSME sectors also, previously we were used to be a compliance checker. Now from last 2 years, we are providing all services, planning, strategy, social media, digital, all services, which value addition services, subsidy, all services which we are providing. We wanted the small unit will become the medium industries, medium industry become the main industries. So entire MSME, micro to small to medium to industry has to grow. And then only the India will grow. And our GDP ratios from the MSME to be included into the 50%. And in this regard, ICAI has also started last year. In the ICAI, we set up this committee last year. I was the chairman continuously in this second row of the year. Last year, we started the campaign of the MSME to reach out to all branches. We have 164 branches across India. Out of 164, we had a program of MSME celebrating the 27th June MSME International Day in at least 100 cities, 100 branches. Out of the 100 branches, I can say it, we had a small group, a coordination group with the industries. We set up a help desk to all people to how to file to register MSME. Because as of now, the registration is about 70,000 MSME. But we call it, the MSMEs, 10 crore units are there. 10 crore units are the MSME. And last year itself, in July 21, the ministry has added the trader association also into the MSME. In that context, maybe around 20,000, 20 crore to 30 crore units fall in the MSME, but the registration is about till 70,000. We took the drive. Let's, like in the morning, we were talking about the financial tax literacy. We also talking about a MSME literacy. We are talking about in 100 of the city, we started a campaign to register yourself in the MSME category. We helped all the MSME, because they're finding difficulties, how to register. Because the small, wholesaler, traders are finding difficulty in which category they fall it and how they has to register. And we had a help clinic, and went there and people has registered. And also, there are a lot of problem of the industries, which is, a sector specific or maybe a city specific, we set up a help group, a coordination committee with the industries. In that industries, we wanted to highlight, what are the issues of the taxation compliance. We sort it out immediately. If it is for growth or planning and strategy, we also plan them how it can be, categorized. So that's also we are conducting. In the meeting with the Minister Narayan Rane sir, he discussed that, the ICAI should present us a memorandum or representation from the industry side, because the industry, the industry representation may be 1,000 or 2,000 people, industries are there, associations are there. If you come with the with studied way, there's going to be a proper planning and the ministry can think over it. So also request you, ma'am, to please consider our representation. We are going to plan 1 or 2 representatives in a year. We also started a portal, msme.ici.org. Ma'am, in that portal, you find each and everything, whether it's about, this is the unique portal in India. We're providing all subsidy of the state government as well as the central government. Just click on the portal, you will find the comparative also. Suppose if I'm residing, I'm in the investors or clients are from the Maharashtra, if they are looking subsidies maybe across India, maybe comparative with the Gujarat, maybe UP, maybe Delhi or maybe Punjab, just click on the button, you will have the comparative on the click that, whether it's a dairy or whether it's plastic or whether it's a textile, any of the sector specific, diagnosis specific, you will get the all subsidy details. That's also be providing. And one of major pilot is about help desk. And also mentoring also. We are mentoring all the MSME about the funding also. Like today's session going to be about how the funding can be there in the MSME, whether it's a private equity or whether it's a NSIC, whether it's a SIDBI, whether it's other things. But also we are highlighting that how it can be, in the trade finance way, what that invoice discounting and other methods are there, which also they can be heavy finance. So we wanted to, the major problem in the MSME is just of finance. If they get proper finance by the chartered accountant, a guidance going to be there, the MSME can be a grown and they can be industry. So we wanted to highlight of the entrepreneurship of the MSME. So this is the broad aspect. We need your support. Being a joint secretary from the MSME committee, we want your continuous involvement and support so that because of your guidance, we can achieve the success target, we can achieve the Prime Minister Modi target, and we would be a real partner in nation. With this, thank you very much, and would like to hear from all the dignitaries over here. Thank you very much.
Very good morning to all of you. Thank you for having me. It's my first time coming to speak before a sector such as ICAI. And then I'm very happy to know the work that ICAI is doing, listening to the Secretary Corporate Affairs and also the Honorable MP this morning. I have educated myself a lot, and also right now, as our speaker has said, that you are doing a lot of work in MSME sector. And I should regret, in a sense I regret that we have not met earlier. And this is one sector which the MSMEs find it challenging, especially the financial literacy. So there is a lot of scope that ICAI and MSME Ministry can work together in partnership, especially for awareness campaign, as our honorable chief guest has said this morning, that 75 days campaign can be organized. MSME also does a lot of campaign, awareness creation, and also spreading awareness of the various schemes that we implement. We also do across the country through our field officers. NSIC officer P. Uday Kumar is here, so he will also be speaking on that. And for those of you who are not very familiar with Ministry of MSME, you can visit our website. All the schemes are given in bullet points. Or to make it easier, you can visit www.champions.gov.in. If you go there, you will find that, all the schemes, new as well as the old ones, are all mentioned in a very readable manner, and that will help you. ICAI, as I see, is from the service sector. And as you look at the Ministry of MSME schemes, you will find that a lot has been revised, both in manufacturing as well as service sector. And MSME contributes hugely to our GDP, as you know, 30+% of our GDP, and more than 45% of our export comes from MSMEs, and also manufacturing and services put together, we contribute significantly. Realizing that, Government of India is also pushing, addressing the gap, and also trying to build up the capacity of MSME to become a manufacturing hub. We know that India is now the most preferred destination for manufacturing sector also. And in services, we are doing very well, but there is still a lot to do together. And so today, I'm very happy to connect with you. And I hope that in the days ahead, we will be working in tandem and develop our ecosystem so that our MSMEs can thrive and become champions in whatever sector. Now, today's topic, strengthening funding and financing of the Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem. If you look at it, you will be aware of the PMEGP. That is one of our most important or the biggest scheme of MSME. That is PMEGP, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. Now, we know that MSME is the second largest employment generating sector next to agriculture. So there is a lot of emphasis on not only creating entrepreneurship, but also how one can not only become an entrepreneur, but also employ many more people so that everybody has a livelihood. That is our focus. And if you look at the budget, you will find that, this year we have given quite a lot of raise to that. The recent revision has come out. So in manufacturing sector under PMEGP, from 25 lakh, now it has gone to 50 lakh. And for service sector, from 10 lakh, now it has gone to 20 lakh. So if you are in the ICA, chartered accountant, consultancy firm and all, then you come under service sector. So you also get 20 lakh under PMEGP. The next big program that we run is Credit Guarantee Trust Fund for MSEs, which is called CGT MSE. Now, these guarantees are provided for extending collateral-free lending to micro, small enterprises through banks and financial institutions, including the NBFCs. So, the scheme covers collateral-free credit facility term loans and also on working capital, and it is extended to the eligible candidate by lending institutions to new as well as the existing micro and small enterprises. And the coverage is up to 2 crore rupees. Okay, so that's a good one. You can have a look at that. Interest subsidy eligibility certificate is the third scheme that we run. Credit at a concessional rate of interest is made available as per the requirement of the Khadi institutions to mobilize additional requirement of funds from the financial institutions and banks. Now, TRED, you must be aware, Trade Receivables E-Discounting System, and it's called TREDS, is an institutional mechanism set up to facilitate the trade receivables financing of MSMEs from corporate buyers through multiple financiers. With issuance of the TREDS notification, all companies with turnover of rupees 500 crore and PSUs need to compulsorily register on this platform. This will help in resolving the problem of cash cycle. Many of you are already aware of GEM, which is Government E-Market. So to enhance transparency, efficiency, and speed in public procurement, a digital initiative, Government E-Marketplace GEM, has been launched by the government. And so GEM facilitates online procurement of common goods and services required by various government departments. And I'm very sure many of the ICAI members are already onboarded this e-GEM portal. Now, there are various digital platforms in MSME, such as Champions, Samadhan, Sambandh, and mymsme.com. So these portals have been launched to monitor government procurement from MSMEs and also to resolve their grievances. Now, to be more inclusive, we also have launched a National SCST Hub scheme. in the Ministry of MSME, and this is to have a focus dedication to the MSMEs of SCs and STs so that we can mainstream their economic activities. So we are doing a lot, especially in capacity building. And so we find that amongst the SCs and STs, financial literacy is one of the biggest challenges that they face. So we would like to partner with ICAI, and we can work together in building up the capacity and also training them in financial literacy. And MSME Champion Scheme, as you know, is a holistic approach to unify, synergize, and converge various schemes and interventions with a single purpose. The end objective is to pick up clusters and enterprises and modernize their processes, reduce wastage, and sharpen business competitiveness, and facilitate their national and global reach with excellence. MSME Z, Zero Effect, Zero Defect Scheme. It's a sustainable Z certification, and it is also to create awareness amongst the MSMEs about zero defect and zero effect practices and motivate and incentivize them for Z certification, and also to make the MSMEs green and sustainable. MSME competitive scheme is called Lean, and so this scheme is an extensive drive on the part of ministry for enhancing the competitiveness of MSME sector through implementation of lean tools and techniques. Now, the latest schemes that the scheme that we have launched is RAMP, which is Raising and Accelerating MSME Performance. Okay, it is a World Bank assisted central sector scheme, and this is mainly supporting the MSMEs which are impacted by the coronavirus in the last 2 years, and this is to help them become resilient and also give recovery interventions, okay, to the MSMEs. Now, we have 4 objectives under the RAMP, and it is to improve access to market and credit, and to strengthen institutions and governance at the center and the state level, and also improving center-state linkages and partnership, and addressing the issues of delayed payments and greening of MSMEs. So these 4 components broadly will be covered under the RAMP, and I would like the ICI also to have a look at it so that you can also get the benefit and also encourage your members to access some of these benefits that we are giving. You are already aware that Ministry of MSME has given the new classification of MSMEs, and that is to make competitive in the global scenario. And we have just concluded also receiving comments for the national MSME policies, and I'm very sure some of your members have also contributed your inputs and comments, and we will be looking into that. And as we grow towards the $5 trillion economy, we hope that you will come forward, and together we can partner. There is so much that we must do, especially in the financial literacy sector, and so much training, awareness, camping, hand-holding is required. And so we look forward to bigger partnership in the days ahead. And as we deliberate upon various issues and listen to many speakers that are lined up today, I hope you will be able to draw also a good roadmap for the years ahead so that we can together pursue the goal of making MSMEs champions and also one of the most powerful sector, not only in our country, but also across the globe. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us a very comprehensive account of the various initiatives which your ministry is taking towards building a more enabling and a conducive environment for the MSMEs, building a skilling, technology, capacity building ecosystem, and also providing financial and funding support. And you see MSMEs playing a very important role towards India becoming and shaping into a $5 trillion economy. Thank you, ma'am. So we have a Q&A window. We'll take the questions that time, sir. Our next eminent speaker, our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. P. Uday Kumar, Director Planning and Marketing, National Small Industries Corporation. Inviting him for his address.
Morning to all of you. Mrs. Mercy Ipo, Joint Secretary MSME, who's in the dais, Mr. Dheeraj Kumar Kanjalwal, Chairman, Committee on MSME Startup of ICAI, Mr. Raju Chawla, my ex-Board of Director and successful industrialist, Mr. Mukesh Morgan, Dr. Raj Chawla, my dear Chartered Accountant friends, industry members, it is indeed my pleasure and privilege to be part of this Chartered Accountants deliberations, especially on the topic strengthening, funding and financing of the Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem. The financial ecosystem and Chartered Accountants go hand in hand. There is no two opinions on that. And my Joint Secretary, in her speech, she narrated all the initiatives taken by Ministry of MSME for the MSMEs, especially on the financial inclusion areas. And as she mentioned, today, Ministry of MSME is completely on a digital mode. You want any information, you want any schemes or any data, you can just click it in your mobile, you will get your information right on your mobile. So this is a kind of a transition Ministry of MSME has undergone, and especially after undergoing this COVID pandemic for the last 2 years, Ministry of MSME has rolled out many packages, financial packages especially, as a part of this Atmanirbhar initiative. And of course, one of the silver lining is the criteria of MSME itself has been completely revamped after a long wait. And as a result, as we used to always say that 63 million MSMEs, after this announcement, we ended up almost 85 million MSMEs, because there are about 25 million MSMEs who merged as traders, wholesalers, and in any other form. Today, if you take virtually everybody is an MSME. I think I would probably even the chartered accounts themselves, since you are doing a business, I think you are all probably MSMEs only, although you may or may not be registered with the MSME ecosystem. As the topic says, it is my duty to highlight you the opportunities and also the real credit gap existing in the MSME credit system. If you go by the statistics, in fact, the estimation, the total demand for MSME credit is about 45 lakh crore, which is a massive mammoth target. And out of which, actually, like you'll be surprised to see, so only about 15 lakh crore comes from the banking sector as a formal credit. And further, another 20 lakh comes from informal credit. I mean, this is completely like unimaginable. And again, if you see the data prepared by Mr. UK Sinha, which says about the credit gap is about 20 to 25 lakh crore. And also there is one more survey done by International Finance Corporation, which again says, that was in the year 2018, which says the credit gap is about 25.8 lakh crore. So all put together, see, the problem in MSME sector is, apart from this formal registered units, there is almost equal number of MSMEs who are outside this formal system. So it is very difficult to actually work out the real demand for the credit, especially like post-COVID, the demand for credit is substantially has gone up actually. And of course, although Ministry of MSME has taken several initiatives, like as my Joint Secretary was mentioning to you, be it as a TREDS platform, co-lending opportunities, channel financing opportunities, credit guarantee, trust funding, plus emergency credit line support system, which was introduced as a part of the Atmanirbhar. But with all the support systems, still actually like when you go to the formal credit system, like it's always an MSME, an ordinary MSME feels that, there is a longer loan processing time, and the documentation is very cumbersome despite support from people like you. And also this interest rate also, as compared to the, developed countries and some of the, successful countries, the interest rate is quite high. Plus again, insufficient loan. It is always, it's one of the main, issues concerning the MSMEs, because again, even the insufficient loan also comes as a part of its collateral. It is normally they get only about 30 to 40% of their collateral, what they deposit. And plus again, loan tenures are not in sync with the nature of industries. So these are all some of the key factors. So what happens is, so this the poor MSME is left with no other option. He is forced to go to an informal credit system. The informal credit system is it's one of the bane of the MSMEs in India, because although they are handy, but only thing is the interest rate at which they charge, the kind of terms they offer are very, very tough. And most of the MSMEs, they get into the vicious circle of debt trap. So I think with all this, government of India, especially the Ministry of MSME, has been trying to address the issue in some form or other. But again, considering the kind of a mammoth MSME size, I think it is not possible to meet the entire credit gap required by the MSMEs. And of course, in the parallelly, like even Reserve Bank of India is also trying to harmonize. In fact, banking sector is a very formal sector which has got a lot of compliances and set of rules. And whereas the NBFC sector in India today, it is still in the process of evolvement actually. So now RBI is now announced. In fact, now they have put a very stringent conditions. I think all of you must be aware. I think you may also be helping some of the NBFCs that, they should also be almost fall in line with the banking sector. In fact, now RBI said actually like all NBFCs should have core banking solution, which is now going to be mandatory, I think from 24. So I think most of the NBFCs have started working on that. And so with all this, the MSME ecosystem, funding ecosystem is going to be a little more tougher actually. But again, the silver lining is like at the same time, there are alternate financing options like AAFs is coming in a very big way. And of course, this morning, the Honorable Member of Parliament was mentioning about the foreign development investment, which is coming in a very big quantum. And I think this is a silver lining, especially incidentally, even Ministry of MSME has launched a private equity fund called SRI Fund, Self-Reliant India Fund, which is a 50,000 crores corpus fund, and 10,000 crores comes as a seed capital, as a mother capital from ministry. Another 40,000 crores is coming from the daughter funds, which is going to be a 50,000 crores mammoth, funding actually, which is targeted for the growth of the MSMEs. In fact, what the government's initiatives, once that equity is infused into the portfolio companies, the portfolio companies will start, because there is no interest, no collateral. So they using this private equity fund, they will grow and outgrow. They may also go for listing. So the dependence on this MSMEs, even although may not be a big number, but the number to some extent, they will start reducing their dependence on the MSME credit system, so that they can the new upcoming startups can avail this. I think I should not take much time. I'll take just only 2-3 points. And again, there is one more option of thing which I have envisaged was, see now with this credit demand and credit gap is set to go up and up. So the only option is either the AAFs also cannot fund the entire MSMEs. But again, I think we need to have my personal opinion is we need to have a multiple number of credit guaranteed trusts, because I think they have reasonably helped the MSMEs, because although CGTMC has done it quite a bit, but again, there is ample opportunity. In fact, it is often said countries like China is reported to be having about 3,000 credit guarantee trusts supporting the MSMEs. So I think India also should, it's a high time, we should also come out with a multiple number of credit guarantee trusts which can fund this MSMEs without collateral options. And at the same time, when it is funded through the credit guarantee trust, it should also be a responsibility of the credit guarantee trust to some apex institution to keep monitoring the performance of the loan taken and the performance of the MSMEs. I think this will be a separate ecosystem. Ultimately, only such ecosystems can help Indian MSMEs to, get at least to some extent credit gaps. And I think these are all some of the thought processes in the credit ecosystem. And of course, as per the chartered accountants are concerned, actually, like I think I should also say that MSIC is a PSU under the Ministry of MSME. We aggregate all the services. We aggregate products, we aggregate financial services, we aggregate training supports, we aggregate machine sales, we aggregate softwares, we aggregate funding. So I would also offer you a solution, a package. Even chartered accountants can be aggregated under our aggregation model. You can aggregate in our platform so that you can also provide your services, of course, paid services to the MSMEs at a reasonable cost. And also, you can also be a much, you can have a good presence in the private equity fund because it requires proper assessment, due diligence of portfolio companies. I think this is going to evolve, and I think I wish you can also take a big chunk of opportunities from this private equity funds, especially from the portfolio companies. And of course, see, always we always well-wisher of chartered accountants because any proposals or any appraisals or any documentation, we have either government documents or we'll simply tell our field officers, you take a certificate from the chartered accountant. So indirectly, we also help you in increasing your business. So I think in NSIC, of course, with the Ministry of MSME, chartered accountants, we can go hand in hand. I think there is a plenty of opportunities available in the MSME spectrum, and of course, not only in the this Azadi Mahotsav, and in every business activity, we have huge opportunities available. I think it's time chartered accountants and MSME Ministry and NSIC or bankings, other institutions work much closer so that ultimately our objective of helping the MSMEs is met. I think with this, I would like to thank Chartered Accountant of India for giving me this opportunity and wish you all good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us all this information and also guiding our MSME representatives here. And ladies and gentlemen, both our distinguished guests of honor have a very pressing engagement. So as we thank them once again, I would like to request the chairman and the vice chairman of the committee to kindly present the token of our gratitude, the mementos to both of them. Questions? Okay, we'll take को जाना तो आपका question था sir, ले लेते हैं.
Mic, please.
Can you just give the mic, please? फटाफट दे देंगे mic, please.
Yeah, here. The first. This side.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask you a question regarding the trades that you mentioned, the trade receivable accounting thing. You said below 500 crores, companies mandatorily required to report the trade receivables? Is that the thing, if I understand correctly?
Yes, thank you for the question. TREADS, Trade Receivables E-Discounting System, it's called TREADS. So here, all companies with turnover of 500 crore and PSUs need to compulsorily register on the platform. This is what is written, yes.
And what is the effect of non-compliance for that?
Non-compliance, I don't know exactly what is the punishment, but yeah.
Since when is this applicable? Because we are not
I think
aware
so,
of
yeah. There's no penalty. Yes.
Government given the advisory, all the PSUs of having the more than 500 crore rupees has to register.
She is mentioning for all companies, not PSUs alone, if I am understanding it correctly.
So it's a saying all companies, not the only PSU.
Yeah, may I submit something? Yeah.
No, yeah, all PSUs and private companies with turnover of 500 crore and above.
Yeah. And above.
It's mandatory.
So for private companies, it is 500 crore and above. For PSUs, it is mandatory. Okay. There is no deterrent or punishment as on date. Maybe in times to come it will.
Okay.
See, basically, advantages, gives another leverage for your long pending bills. See, what you do is actually, if your payment is not coming, you go for the Industrial Facilitation Council, or that platform gives an option. It is and all the PSUs are registered. and also the more than 500 crore companies are registered, only the banks will do the discounting against the backing of this buyers. The buyer, the PSU or the 500 crore company has to give the backup. Then only like the bills will be discounted by the banks in the platform.
Sir,
It's like a finance system, is a trade finance, where the invoice is discounting. So it's a platform. Trades is a bills discounting platform where the banks are there. Banks are discounting the bill of the buyer. So that's the provision, and those are having rates, and it's providing the rates between 6 to 9%. So it's fluctuating. It depends upon the rating and the company size. So you will get the without any collateral, without any security, you get the immediate finance by discounting your bill.
Advantage is that you don't. If I may just add here, trade platform is actually declaration by the buying company of all the invoices from different suppliers. So they're sort of declaring the invoices which are payable, which they've received and accepted. So therefore, it's an open call also. So tomorrow an NBFC also can discount bills of any SAB. So it's a verified platform where the buying company declares the invoices which are payable. So it becomes easier for financing agencies and organizations and institutions to immediately factor those or discount those.
Is RBI governed?
सर मैं थोड़ा सा मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा. देखिए इसमें क्या है, इसमें बड़ा सिंपल है. MSMEs को रजिस्ट्रेशन करना है अपने को. 3 प्लेटफॉर्म है आज ट्रेड्स के. उन तीनों प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपने को रजिस्ट्रेशन करना है. द बायर्स आल्सो हैव टू रजिस्टर देमसेल्फ एज बायर. तो ऑल एज टोल्ड दैट ऑल सेंट्रल CPSCs and companies having turnover of more than 500 crore are to be registered as a buyer. So procedure is like this, that suppose I am an MSME, I supply to any of these company which are buyer having more than 5 crore turnover or CPSC, I will upload my invoice. The buyer has to accept the invoice. Yesterday only, I was discussing with the government, there is a concept going on that there should be a procedure of deemed acceptance. क्योंकि अभी कई बार क्या होता है, जब तक the invoice is not accepted by the buyer, no lender will come forward to discount it. तो MSMEs को फायदा यहाँ पर ये हुआ कि जो पैसा उसको 45 days के बाद या 60 days के बाद मिलना है, the money will be available to these MSME as on today. So उनका working capital cash flow will be managed very well. Another very important point in this trades is because the rate of interest is based on the large corporates. क्योंकि वो जो कर रहे हैं वो large corporate के बेस पर कर रहे हैं जो lenders हैं, तो इसलिए उनको बहुत अच्छा रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट मिलता है. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज इट इज विदाउट रिकोर्स. मतलब अगर कल को मैंने आज एक इनवॉइस अपलोड कर दिया, मेरे बायर ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, किसी लेंडर ने आकर उसको डिस्काउंट कर दिया और वो बायर कल उसका पेमेंट नहीं करता, तो द लेंडर कैन नॉट कम बैक टू मी एज एन MSME कि भाई आपके बायर ने पेमेंट नहीं करा, अब आप मुझे दीजिए, बिकॉज इट इज ए नॉन रिकोर्स डिस्काउंटिंग बाय दिस ट्रेड प्लेटफॉर्म.
Now we'll take the question answer in the last. So request MOC to take further.
Thanking Joint Secretary SME. Thanking Ms. Mercy Pao. Thank you very much, ma'am. And our appreciation to Mr. P. Uday Kumar. So we'll continue with the session. और अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री राजीव चावला जी को, जो कि स्वयं इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं और उन्होंने सभी माइक्रो स्मॉल और मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस को एकत्रित कर, सो ही इज़ चेयरमैन ऑफ द इंटीग्रेटेड एसोसिएशन ऑफ माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस, और उन्हें मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ उनके उद्बोधन के लिए.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
respected Chairperson Shri Khandelwal sir, Joint Secretary MSMEs, Ma'am Srimati Mercy ji, Chartered Accountant Raj Chawla ji, our friend and dear Director of NSIC, Shri P. Uday Kumar ji, and Mukesh Mohan ji, Chartered Accountant. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'll straight away come to the challenge of the credit for the MSME sector. And thank you for keeping this as the first session, because this also shows the significance or the importance that your institution is paying to the flow of credit to the MSME sector. I'll come to the present times. If I quote two studies by the Government of India and also one by the IFC, there is a credit gap of almost, as per IFC report, it is about 16.6 lakh crore credit gap that the MSME sector is facing. And another report increases it to as high as 22 lakh crore. Only about 16% of MSMEs in the country today have credit from formal lending institution, which actually means that almost 84% of the MSMEs in India, and it is estimated that there are about 6.3 crore MSMEs in India. So 84% of those MSMEs, they draw their credit from informal sources, and normally at much, much higher rates of interest. And therefore, this credit challenge for the MSME sector is perennial. COVID times in the last 2 years particularly enhanced this credit flow challenge. The requirement grew manifold because even good MSMEs needed more money to revive and reorganize themselves. MSMEs which went into stress or became NPAs were further challenged. So the requirement has gone up, which also means that this gap between the credit availability, has actually gone up. So I'll quickly focus on some steps that the government took post-COVID. Honorable Prime Minister of India announced a huge package of 20 lakh crore, which is equal to almost 10% of the nation's GDP, to revive all the sectors post-COVID. And especially for MSMEs, there were a number of steps which the Government of India took. And immediately, an emergency line of credit was announced. The Government of India took entire guarantee of such funding without any requirement of any further collateral security. Also, the rates were capped. 1 year moratorium was offered, and the repayment was to be in the next 3 years. It had some conditions. It was only for the regular accounts as on 29th of February 2020, etc. Government also announced a subordinate debt scheme. This was for the stressed MSMEs, and the idea was to give them some additional support so that businesses that can be revived, they get that funding. Government also announced a 50,000 crore program, announcing the mother of funds and daughter funds. Idea was to infuse equity into the MSME. So not exactly always the debt route, but also the equity route option that MSMEs could opt for from these funds which are available. Government also announced, Joint Secretary just mentioned, they changed the definition of the MSME in India. And government also asked all its PSUs and public sector enterprises to pay all the outstanding dues to the MSME sector within 45 days. Many of those complied, some couldn't because of shortage of funds, but by and large, this ensured some credit, some availability of funds, liquidity with the MSMEs. RBI also announced a restructuring program for MSMEs, regular MSMEs, where MSMEs could go to the bank and restructure their loans, get an extended repayment option of up to 2 years. There were changes made in IBC. In fact, a special program called SRP, the Special Resolution Program, was introduced specially for the MSME sector. And now the MSMEs can retain the control of their companies if they themselves or through their financial creditors, they opt for this route. So this is another support program that IBBI brought in for the MSME sector. We missed out on a lot of things. There was no interest waiver. It was only deferment at that stage. The demand of interest on interest happened. Many banks compounded interest and demanded. Later on, the Honorable Supreme Court of India had to intervene, and the banks returned this compounded interest rate collected from the MSME sector. The availability of fresh credit to the MSME sector became extremely poor post-COVID. Emergency line of credit, many banks were not very enthusiastic. So even though the government of India was pushing, RBI clearly came out with notifications, Ministry of Finance as well. However, many banks took their own sweet time to offer this emergency line of credit to the MSMEs. The moratorium, which initially was till 31st of August 2020, immediately upon the end of the moratorium period on 31st of August, on the 1st of September itself, many banks demanded all the due EMIs with all the due interest on the very first date. And this really posed a huge challenge because MSMEs were still coming out of the lockdown days and taking time. And then after for this emergency loan which was offered, a 1-year moratorium was offered, but then this had to be repaid within next 3 years. So not all businesses revived. And also let's not forget the second wave of COVID that happened in April, May 2021, which once again resulted in intermittent lockdowns. And therefore, many MSMEs, became even more stressed because they were not exactly prepared to, start with the repayment programs of the emergency loans. The second wave, as I mentioned, happened. The government at this stage came out with 2 support programs. They enhanced the emergency line of credit from 20% to 30% across the board. For certain sectors, this was enhanced even up to 40%, 50%, especially for the travel, tourism, and hospitality sector. And RBI also came out with the restructuring of loans program for the MSMEs. The challenge areas, the challenges further enhanced because during these COVID times, there were a lot of delayed payments and stuck payments. So the entire payment cycle that the MSME sector, as it is, they reel under the delayed payment issues, the COVID enhanced this problem manifold. Another huge challenge in the last 1.5 years that we all understand is the inflation. So all raw material costs, labor costs, fuel costs, energy costs, transportation costs, dollar exchange rates, everything has gone up. And we are today at a time when just today itself, Reserve Bank of India has given the second hike in the repo rate by another 0.5%. So it's almost now 1% hike within this fiscal year. And let us see how long does it go in checking the inflation. So this rise in inflation, especially in the industrial raw materials and industrial zone, is another huge challenge, that the present day MSMEs face. So typically we have 3, or should I say 4 situations. Situation 1 is the MSMEs which have revived. Now MSMEs which have revived post-COVID, they need more working capital. And the big challenge before them is collateral. In this case, I'm talking about MSMEs which already have funding from financial institutions, formal financial institutions. So the huge challenge now is that they need working capital, but then the issue is that they need more collateral security and which typically the banks demand. And there are a few solutions. One solution, of course, is the CGTMSE route. Unfortunately, it is not available to MSMEs which are already getting funding against some kind of collateral. So how to add on to their working capital requirements through a non-collateral route, that is a challenge, because the banks from existing MSMEs, they continue to demand the enhanced collateral security. Second solution could be the enhanced LTV. Typically, the banks would finance 50% to 60%, maximum 70% of the collateral value. So can post-COVID times bank look at 80% or 90% or 100% funding up of the collateral value? I believe that could be a solution, but then the banks have to take their own call. Factoring, and we've been talking about trades, is another solution where MSMEs can arrange liquidity through factoring programs and the trade program. And some banks like SIDB today, they offer liquid funds to their regular premium accounts. So good SMEs with good track records, they are being offered liquid funds at as low as 6% from SIDB. And likewise, possibly other banks could also be doing. Second category of industries is industries which have revived and which are growing. So their requirements are twofold. They need working capital and they also need capex funding for growth. And once again, the challenge before them is two. One is a collateral challenge, which is universal. The second challenge is that because of the shrunken balance sheets that we have now post-COVID, the 2021 balance sheet is a shrunk version of 1920 balance sheet, because SMEs have worked only for about 8 to 9 months in the year 2021. So while revenue, inward revenue, is only for about 8 to 9 months, the expenses are for the entire 12 months. The rentals, the salaries, and many other expenses, and the interest, because there was no waiver of interest. So because of that, the 2021 balance sheets are hugely challenged. Good profitable MSME till 1920 could be in red in 2021. So for such an MSME, even post-revival, even if they've revived well and they want to arrange more funds for future growth, the present bankers are also shy, of funding such an enterprise. So even good enterprises today are facing this credit challenge. Collateral, of course, is a common challenge. And therefore, again, some solutions which are there and which, institutions have to take a call. One is, again, a CGTMSE route. And I repeat that can an existing MSME, for example, which has a funding of about, let's say, 5 crore from a bank, and if they wish to take another 1 crore rupee, for some kind of funding, can that 1 crore now come through the CGTMSE route, a collateral-free model? So that is, that could be a solution for the good regular SMEs. Second, again, is enhanced LTV. I see no reason that if I'm, for example, working with a bank for 20 years, 25 years, and I'm maintaining a good regular account and good repayment account, and all my collaterals and personal guarantees and everything is signed there, why my existing banker should not enhance the funding from 100% of the value of collateral to, let's say, 150% or 200%. So this is the kind of risk we expect that the banks must shoulder with their existing good regular accounts. Factoring, liquidity funds, and then again for these MSMEs, and this is at this place where I really call for your support, is the listing mechanism, the alternate fundraising mechanism, or the equity route, the mother of fund routes, which are now available. So MSMEs today hardly have knowledge about these areas, and this is one area where I call upon the Institution of Chartered Accountants of India to please come forward and see how you can handhold existing good MSMEs that have revived well. They are MSMEs which want to invest in their future and are looking at future growth, how you can handhold them for fundraising through the BSE stock SME mechanism or the other mechanisms which are available. Fourth category, of course, is MSMEs which have not yet revived or which are still stressed or not yet normalized. Just recently, I read in the newspaper that more than 100 hotels in Himachal Pradesh are, under auction. The banks, using the SARFAESI Act, are now trying to recover their funding post-COVID. Now, it's very important to see that for no fault of theirs, when the tourism was down, today when the tourism is looking up, will their existing bankers give them some better restructuring or give some additional support in working capital, expecting them to revive for in next 1 year or 2 years. So this is a challenge area for all of us. Stressed NPAs, stressed SMEs, and recent NPAs, I believe there are some mechanisms for them. One is the restructuring, which they need to negotiate with their existing bankers, and then the subordinate debt route, a program which government introduced, which had only very few takers, just because MSMEs remained ignorant of this product and or somehow did not have access to chartered accountants like you who could handhold them and give them this solution. So I believe that this is one area where your institution should really be working, and I believe that you should, in fact, set up a revival cell for MSME. MSMEs which are stressed or recent NPAs, the bankers should give this report to, and I see no reason why they should not report this to you, seeking your help, and maybe possibly through your help, you could find a way out for them. And in this itself, I just mentioned about the Special Resolution Program, the SRP scheme that IBBI has introduced under the IBC Act, and I believe that this is also a mechanism where recent NPAs in the MSME sector can find some kind of haircut, some kind of support from their financial creditors, and possible revival in future. Another area is the new entrepreneurs. Now, their requirements are always different. And imagine the new India post-COVID, the young India, which is now stepping into the entrepreneurship world, someone new wishing to set up a new industry or new business post-COVID. So why even when at a time when existing MSMEs, through formal credit channel are facing this challenge of new credit, what about the new entrepreneurs? And therefore, the Government of India programs which have come up, now these are also in different categories. We have startups, we have micro enterprises, we have small manufacturing enterprises who want to come up in this field, and then the services sector, which this is a sector which has always faced huge challenge of funding. Many banking institutions till date do not know how to fund the services sector entrepreneurs. Just because there is nothing tangible. So how to fund them is a huge challenge. And a lot of entrepreneurs in the services sector, they come up to me and they say, when they walk into the SIDBI office or some other bank, they really, when the banker asks them what exactly you want to buy, and all they're looking at is some kind of working capital. So with nothing tangible, they always face this challenge. There are some solutions. For example, for startup, there is a whole world or ecosystem of angel funding, venture funding, equity. I'm not touching this area. Technology startups, good technology startups have proven that they have become masters of fundraising, in a world sometimes undeservingly as well, as I believe. But then, yes, there are huge examples of new startups that have raised huge funds. The micro sector, we have the Prime Minister's Yojana, the Joint Secretary, ma'am, just mentioned. The Mudra scheme has always been there, and the government focus has been there. For small manufacturing, we have a CGTMSE program. Up to 2 crore of funding can be without any collateral security. And services sector arena does face this challenge, but I hope that with your support and your hand-holding, they would also find some solutions in times to come. What next? I believe that the entire ecosystem, the all institutional, all stakeholders need to learn some things and unlearn a few practices, and thereby changing oneself or the practices or the mechanisms by which the MSME sector till date has been addressed. I strongly believe that it is time to do away with the prepayment and foreclosure charges. I believe in a time like this, it is sinful to demand prepayment penalty of as high as 5% from an entrepreneur who's selling his car to pay off the loan, just because of the challenge the person faces. NBFC after NBFC, bank after bank, including SIDBI, they demand huge prepayment charges just because an entrepreneur is selling off a factory or selling off a home or some gold and trying to repay the loan. And I believe this is a challenge which must be addressed. Also, if a bank, for example, is funding me at 10%, and I have an option of moving to another bank at 8%, the present banker does not allow me, threatening me only with the demand of this prepayment charges once again. And we've seen hundreds of entrepreneurs, at least in my ecosystem, we've fought with institutions, we've fought with banks, we've filed some cases even in the courts of law, against this kind of a practice. But let me tell you that I believe that the only solution is from the Government of India or the RBI if they issue a clear instruction that there must be no prepayment or foreclosure charges at a time like this when the whole world is facing an entirely new set of challenges. Second, believe that I also believe that there must now be new norms for risk assessment, for the financial and credit rating post-COVID, because the balance sheets have shrunk, the balance sheets are looking different. My balance sheet could be down in 2021 by a few percentage points in my top line as well as in my bottom line. How my present banker would do rating, how a credit rating agency would rate such an enterprise. I believe a new set of norms must be decided by them, and therefore I'm highlighting this in the August gathering of learned chartered accountants, because you are also the think tank of all such institutions. Third, and I've mentioned this before, the solution comes from higher LTV. It is time to do funding up to 100% collateral minimum, maybe even up to 150% of the value of the collateral. If the account is, let us say, 10 years old and regular throughout and showing progressive growth and GST registered and all that remains in the government domain. I see no reason why existing bankers should not extend their credit limits beyond 100% to maybe 200%. I'm closing, yeah. Then collateral security, and I'll just give you a small example. Suppose I have a small collateral security of about 1 crore, and my existing bank takes an exposure of 60%. So let's say they give me a CC limit of 60 lakh on my 1 crore collateral. And for this, again, I have to give about 25% margin, which comes to almost 20 lakh. So practically, if you see on a collateral security of 1 crore, my actual funding becomes so low, and my real margins become so very high. And this, in spite of the fact that all my assets, all my personal guarantees, all stocks, receivables, everything lies with the bank. So I believe that this wealth must be unlocked, and progressive entrepreneurs are entitled to funding beyond the collateral. Also time to strengthen micro institutions, microfinance institutions, especially to reach out to the micro enterprise level. It is time to expand and strengthen the factoring and the TREDS model, as we've been discussing. It is also time to review the capital gains tax. And I believe that investment in one's own MSME should be at par with buying a home. So if there is no capital gain if I buy a home, why should there be a capital gain if I invest that money in my small business just because I cannot raise funds from a bank? So I believe this is also time for the policymakers to look at this. It is time to revisit CGTMSE. Can we enhance this funding to up to 5 crore? And can we also include the medium enterprises sector in this? It is also time to see that MSMEs that have regularly paid the emergency funds emergency loans guaranteed by the government. Can we make it a regular practice in times to come that they continue to get this kind of a funding supported 100% by Government of India in case of any emergency growth requirement or future requirement? What's in it for us, for you and for me? And I believe that there are some things which are very important. And one huge challenge, of course, is the challenge of financial literacy. I am an entrepreneur. I could be an engineer. I know how to manufacture goods and sell goods. Believe me, I have no idea, no clue about how to raise funds. What is BSE SME Stock Exchange? What is Trades platform? How to go in for factoring? So hundreds, thousands, millions of entrepreneurs, existing good entrepreneurs, hardly have knowledge about these areas. And this is where your engagement is very, very important. There are many solutions in the system, but those solutions are very, very diverse. I mean, from term loans to home loans to LAP to LC to export financing, packaging, hundreds of solutions are there in the ecosystem, and entrepreneurs may exactly not be aware of how to approach, how to choose a right institution. So solutions are there, but solutions are too diverse, too dispersed, and different institutions are not connected with each other. And therefore, I believe that your engagement is very, very important. As MSME sector, we need you. We need your expertise. We need your support to show us these new areas. How can I get equity in my future funding? Can I move away from debt towards the equity model? How do I use this Mother of Fund program announced by Government of India? So MSMEs are there. And that is why I believe that this kind of an integration of policymakers who are on the dais, of learned chartered accountants who have organized this program, and financially illiterate entrepreneurs like me, how we can work together and how you can reach out your services and support the MSME sector for all times to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. I think the challenges which you showcases over here, surely with your association of the MSME and with the ICAI, will represent all these challenges to the ministry as well as the concerned ministry as well as the RBI. Let's hope that they will listen us and will better for the MSME. I think this all challenges everyone knows that we have to work on it with the ministry side. Thank you very much.
और अब एक और समर्थक, शुभचिंतक और एमएसएमई की आवाज़ उन्हें आमंत्रित करते हैं सीए मुकेश मोहन गुप्ता जी को, मेंबर नेशनल बोर्ड फॉर एमएसएमई, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द चेंबर ऑफ इंडियन माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस.
Thank you, friends. Respected Shri Dheeraj Khandelwal ji, Chairman, Committee on MSMEs and Startup of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Respected CA Dr. Raj Chawla ji, Vice Chairman, Committee on MSMEs and Startup of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. दोस्तों मैं तो यहाँ आज सीखने आया हूँ because I know I have the gathering in fact which are more learned than me in all respect. तो मेरा आपसे रिक्वेस्ट ये रहेगा आज कि प्लीज़ एक तो जो आगे सोफे खाली हैं, अगर आप में से कुछ लोग आगे आना चाहें तो आगे आ जाएं, और अगर आप क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन में कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे तो मुझे बड़ी खुशी होगी बिकॉज अगर मुझे कुछ पता होगा तो मैं आपको बताने की कोशिश करूंगा, जो नहीं पता होगा रात को जाकर रात सीखने की कोशिश करूंगा. सो these are the topics which I would like to cover in fact in today's so problem being faced by MSMEs, government scheme for MSMEs, particularly for financing to these MSMEs, solution of delayed payment to MSMEs because this is very close to my heart. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम बार बार बैंक में जाते हैं वर्किंग कैपिटल के लिए, टर्म लोन के लिए, अपने क्लाइंट्स के लिए या कई बार अपने लिए, लेकिन वो जो हमारा पैसा है which is parked with our buyers in fact, which is pending for recovery from our buyers, अगर वो हमें पैसा समय से मिल जाए तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें बार बार शायद बैंक जाने की जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ेगी. So I'll discuss some innovative ways of getting finance, in fact, by way of recovery from the other large corporates or the public sector enterprises or even from other MSMEs. If time permits, I would like to discuss something about opportunities for CAs and suggestions for MSMEs and startups. I don't know how many startups and MSMEs are there, because I feel most of the participants here are my professional colleagues, chartered accountants, who definitely will be advising their clients. And हम लोगों के जितने भी clients हैं, मैं ऐसे समझता हूँ कि most of the clients of the chartered accountant are micro, small and medium enterprises. So these are some of the problems being faced by the MSMEs. So lack of awareness, lack of finance, delayed payment from buyers, lack of upskilling and digitalization, and affordability to hire talent. यही होता है, हम लोगों को रखते हैं, कई बार उनको ट्रेन करते हैं, जब वो ट्रेन हो जाते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि चलो अब किसी बड़ी कंपनी में चले जाते हैं. So first, I would like to let you know, most of you may be aware, in fact, that what is ultimately micro, small and medium enterprises. So there was an act enacted in 2006, 2nd of October 2006, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Act 2006. वहाँ पर definition बताई गई थी for the first time of these micro, small and medium enterprises. 2006 से 2020 तक ये बात चलती रही कि जो इन्वेस्टमेंट इन प्लांट एंड मशीनरी है फॉर क्लासिफिकेशन अमंगस्ट माइक्रो, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेज, उसका जो थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट है बढ़ना चाहिए, वो नहीं बढ़ पाया, बिकॉज हर बार बात ये होती थी कि इस एक्ट में कोई रूल्स रेगुलेशंस नहीं है, तो इट हैज़ टू गो टू द पार्लियामेंट, और वो थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा था. बट बाई वे ऑफ ए नोटिफिकेशन, इनफैक्ट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइक्रो, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेज हैज इशूड दिस नोटिफिकेशन फॉर चेंज ऑफ डेफिनेशन ऑफ माइक्रो, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेज. ये 26 जून 2020 को MSME की डेफिनेशन चेंज करने का एक नोटिफिकेशन इशू किया. सो दिस इज द existing MSME classification which was before 2020 and the new definition of micro, small and medium enterprises. I suppose, can you just let me know by raising of the hands, everybody is aware of this definition of MSME? So many are not. So अभी जो MSME की definition है वो कुछ ऐसी है कि दो चीज़ों पर डिपेंड करती है. One is investment in plant and machinery and the other is turnover of the unit. और अब पहले होता था मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर और सर्विस सेक्टर के लिए देवर डिफरेंट क्राइटेरिया. नाउ देर इज ओनली वन क्राइटेरिया. सो क्लासिफिकेशन फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर एंड सर्विस सेक्टर बोथ आर ऑन द सेम ग्राउंड. सो माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेज आर दोज एंटरप्राइजेज वेयर इन्वेस्टमेंट इज अप टू 1 crore एंड टर्नओवर इज अप टू 5 crore. सो दोनों कंडीशन पूरी होनी चाहिए. The small enterprises are where the investment in plant and machinery is up to 10 crore and turnover is up to 50 crore, and medium enterprises where investment in plant and machinery is up to 50 crore and turnover is up to 250 crore rupees. इसमें कुछ important aspects हैं. I would definitely like to share with you that it is based on self declaration. It is available free of cost. कोई document आपको upload नहीं करना. It is linked with the GST and income tax websites. और इन्वेस्टमेंट इन प्लांट एंड मशीनरी में कुछ खास बात यह है कि अब से पहले जब पहले डेफिनेशन थी 2006 में जब ये एक्ट आया था, तब ग्रॉस वैल्यू ली जाती थी. अभी उन्होंने कर दिया है कि रिटन डाउन वैल्यू, बिकॉज लिंक टू द ITR ऑफ द प्रीवियस ईयर. सो इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न में वी शो द रिटन डाउन वैल्यू. तो अभी जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है विच आई वाज जस्ट रेफरिंग अप टू 50 crore फॉर मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेज विल बी बेस्ड ऑन रिटन डाउन वैल्यू ऑफ the plant and machinery, and all tangible assets other than building will be covered under plant and machinery. As far as turnover is concerned, very important change has been introduced with this notification. उन्होंने कहा है कि all export turnover shall be excluded from the turnover of any enterprise. मतलब अगर कोई 100% एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड यूनिट है उसका और उसकी टर्नओवर अगर 500 करोड़ भी है, स्टिल इट विल बी कवर्ड अंडर MSMEs. This is the website Udyog Aadhaar, because earlier it was called Udyog Aadhaar Memorandum. So udyogaadhaar.gov.in और udyamregistration.gov.in, यहाँ पर जाकर you can go it. And I will request all my friends, please get your firm also registered as उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन अंडर MSME if you are in practice. बिकॉज कोई डॉक्यूमेंट्स की कोई खास जरूरत नहीं होती, इसमें आपका एक आधार नंबर चाहिए, अगर आप प्रोप्राइटरशिप में है तो आपका, पार्टनरशिप में है तो किसी पार्टनर का, अगर कोई LLP बना रखी है तो यू कैन ऑथराइज एनीबडी फॉर दिस उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन. एंड इन वन उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन यू कैन ऐड एज मैनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और सर्विस सेक्टर एक्टिविटीज. एंड ये 30 जून को जिन लोगों के पास अगर पहले उद्योग आधार रजिस्ट्रेशन था, सो दे विल बी रिक्वायर्ड टू गेट इट कन्वर्टेड इनटू उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन. ये डेट बार बार एक्सटेंड होती रही इसकी, एंड नाउ द डेट इज अप टू 30 जून. सो आपका पास अगर उद्योग आधार है तो आप प्लीज उसको चेंज कर लीजिएगा, अपग्रेड कर लीजिएगा टू उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन बिफोर 30 जून 2022. फाइनेंस की अगर हम बात करें, बिकॉज द टॉपिक ऑफ टुडे इज स्ट्रेंथनिंग फंडिंग एंड फाइनेंसिंग ऑफ द इंडियन एंटरप्रेन्योर इकोसिस्टम. Most of the time, the problem, I suppose, the entrepreneurs, the micro enterprises, small enterprises, and even the chartered accountants, the professionals who are providing services to these MSMEs face, when they go to the branch, then most of the time it may happen that the branch manager not even accept your loan proposal. What to say about the sanction or rejection? We always say that sanction or rejection of any loan application is entirely on bank's commercial decision. You accept our application, take a decision, communicate us your decision, whether you are going to sanction us, whether you are going to reject the application. If you are going to reject application, no problem, you please let us know the reason for rejection of the loan application. मैं आपको एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट बात बताता हूँ. 2 दिन पहले हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने शायद ये समस्या खत्म कर दी है कुछ स्कीम्स के लिए. देयर आर अबाउट 13 क्रेडिट स्कीम्स जहां पर एक पोर्टल लॉन्च कर दिया गया है, जन समर्थ पोर्टल. ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज लॉन्च्ड दिस पोर्टल इन फैक्ट 2 days बिफोर. इस पोर्टल को आप यहां जाकर देख सकते हैं, www.jansamarth.in. Perhaps this is going to be a very good important tool in our hands, क्योंकि अब ये जो जन समर्थ पोर्टल है, यहां पर 4 तरह की कैटेगरीज के जो लोन्स हैं वो आपको ऑनलाइन अप्लाई करने की स्वतंत्रता है, या आपको ऑनलाइन अप्लाई करने हैं. What we are requesting from the government, we are saying that you please close this offline loan application system. ये खत्म कर दीजिए बिल्कुल. What we are saying that we see आप हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, NCLT और जितने भी कोर्ट्स हैं, या इनकम टैक्स में सब फेसलेस असेसमेंट हो रहा है, तो ये ऑफलाइन सिस्टम खत्म करके सभी जितने भी लोन हैं, एटलीस्ट लोन एप्लीकेशन सबमिशन सिस्टम को आप ऑनलाइन कर दीजिएगा, सो दैट जो हमारी एप्लीकेशन है वो एक लॉगिन में आ जाए, बैंक के एक सिस्टम में आ जाए. बिकॉज आई हैड बीन ऑन द बोर्ड ऑफ ए पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक आल्सो, एंड हमने देखा कि रिजेक्शन तो है ही नहीं बैंक्स में. वो रिजेक्शन इसलिए नहीं होते क्योंकि जिनको ब्रांच मैनेजर समझते हैं कि हम ये नहीं करेंगे, उनको वो एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करते. दे डोंट एंटर इट इनटू देयर लोन एप्लीकेशन रिसीट रजिस्टर. तो ये 4 तरह की जो स्कीम्स हैं, कैटेगरीज हैं, उनमें जैसे एजुकेशन लोन है तो एजुकेशन लोन में 3 ये स्कीम है, सेंट्रल सेक्टर इंटरेस्ट सब्सिडी, पढ़ो प्रदेश, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम्स. इन स्कीम्स में इस पोर्टल की खास बात यह है कि आप पहले एलिजिबिलिटी चेक कर सकते हैं अपने लोन की. जितनी भी स्कीम्स हैं उन सब स्कीम्स के बारे में आप देख सकते हैं, उनकी जो भी कंडीशंस हैं. एक एग्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लोन फैसिलिटीज है यहाँ पर, इसके अंतर्गत भी 3 स्कीम्स हैं ये, जिनके बारे में पूरी डिटेल इस पोर्टल पर है. समय कम है तो मैं आपको वो सारी डिटेल्स में नहीं जाऊंगा. जी सर, ये 125 लेंडर्स आर देयर ऑन दिस पोर्टल, राइट. ये बैंक स्पेसिफिक नहीं है, ये नॉर्मली जो स्कीम्स हैं, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने स्कीम्स लॉन्च की हैं, और वो जो स्कीम्स हैं जो गवर्नमेंट ने या RBI ने की हैं, वो सभी बैंक द्वारा ही चलाई जाती हैं, राइट. तो जैसे मैं अभी आपको बिजनेस एक्टिविटी की बात बताता हूं, तो ये बिजनेस एक्टिविटी में 6 स्कीम्स हैं जो इस जन समर्थ पोर्टल पर अभी ऑनलाइन है. आप यहां जाइए, लोन अप्लाई कीजिए, पहले एलिजिबिलिटी चेक कीजिए, लोन एप्लीकेशन करिए, और खास बात इसकी ये रहेगी कि यहां पर आपको एक लॉगिन पासवर्ड मिल जाएगा जैसे आप अपनी लोन एप्लीकेशन सबमिट करेंगे. यानी हमारी जो बहुत दिनों से डिमांड थी दैट देयर शुड बी ए सिस्टम ऑफ ट्रैकिंग ऑफ माई लोन एप्लीकेशन. आई शुड बी अवेयर कि मेरी लोन एप्लीकेशन कहां पर है, किसी एक मैनेजर के पास है, कहीं रीजनल ऑफिस में है, हेड ऑफिस में है. सो everything should be known to me that on whose table my application is lying in fact for past 10 days, 20 days, who is not doing anything.
So tracking of your loan application will also be possible on this Jan Samarth portal. So ये schemes हैं, जैसे प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन प्रोग्राम है, जहाँ पर लोन के साथ हमको सब्सिडी भी मिलती है. वीवर मुद्रा लोन स्कीम है, प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा लोन है, जिसके अंतर्गत 3 तरह के लोन हैं. प्रधानमंत्री स्ट्रीट वेंडर आत्मनिर्भर निधि स्कीम है, जहाँ पर जो हमारे स्ट्रीट वेंडर हैं उनको 10,000 का और फिर उसके बाद अगले साल 20,000 का लोन मिलता है. सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट स्कीम फॉर रिहेबिलिटेशन ऑफ मैनुअल स्कैवेंजर्स है. और स्टैंड अप इंडिया स्कीम है, जो खास तौर से कई बार मैं देखता हूं कि लोग कहते हैं कि जो नए एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं उनको फाइनेंसिंग की या लोन की फैसिलिटी नहीं मिलती है. जो सबसे ऊपर अगर आप देखें प्राइम मिनिस्टर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन स्कीम और जो सबसे लास्ट में है स्टार्टअप इंडिया स्कीम, बोथ दीज स्कीम्स आर अवेलेबल ओनली फॉर द न्यू एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, ये एग्जिस्टिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए. एंड दिस स्टैंड अप इंडिया स्कीम इज स्पेशली फॉर द विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स एंड SC/ST कैंडिडेट. एक लाइवलीहुड स्कीम है, उसके अंतर्गत एक स्कीम यहाँ पर कवर की गई है. सो एज आई वाज टेलिंग यू दैट द प्रोसेस इज सिंपल. चेक योर एलिजिबिलिटी, अप्लाई ऑनलाइन. 125 lenders are there, you know, and track the real time status of your loan application. There is a grievance redressal cell also. फिर भी अगर आपको लगता है कि भाई ऑनलाइन में कंप्यूटर से हम कर करके तो कोई बता तो रहा नहीं कहाँ है, तो there is a grievance redressal system. You can send an email or you can make a call, phone call also on this. So you have to select the lender. You have to select the lender कि आप किस lender के पास अपना ये application देना चाहते हैं. कर सकते हैं. I would now like to discuss. So we'll have a question answer session. I will request you ask as many questions as possible. I would like to discuss something on delayed payment, which I told that perhaps this is the best source of finance to these MSMEs, and in most of the cases we have find that, you know, our fund is stuck up with the large corporates or the government departments or the PSUs, though there are provision under the Ministry of under the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Act, that the payment to micro and small enterprises, I underline micro and small enterprises, is to be made within 45 days. So this delayed payment because threaten MSME's ability to trade, क्योंकि मेरा पैसा अगर फंस गया कहीं पर, and if I get the order, in fact I am scared to take another order because मुझे लगता है कि पैसा तो है नहीं, the raw material or the working capital is stuck up in buyer's account, तो मैं how can I take additional orders, in fact. So ability to trade is restricted. Then क्या होता है कि normally in most of the working capital sanction 90 days तक के डेटस कंसिडर करता है बैंक. सो इफ डेटस आउटस्टैंडिंग इज बियॉन्ड 90 days और इन सम केस में भी 120-180 days, तो डबल मार पड़ती है. एक तो होता है कि बैंक हमारा जो ड्राइंग पावर है उसमें से वो लिमिट कम कर देता है, और एक जो हमारा पैसा है वो फंस जाता है हमारे बायर्स के पास. सो देयर इज ए मिसमैच इन कैश फ्लो. And in most of the cases, perhaps you might have felt for many of your clients that account has turned NPA without any default of these MSMEs, only because the payment is not released on time by the government departments or the large corporate. So what is the solution? So I would like to discuss this. What is the solution for timely payment to these MSMEs? So there are certain statutory provision. एक तो ये होता है कि भाई आप जाइए कोर्ट में केस कीजिए, और जिस दिन आपने कोर्ट में केस कर दिया उस दिन उसके बायर की मजा आ गया, उसने बोला अब तो कोर्ट में ही मिलेंगे, चलो जाओ यार, अभी तो नहीं होता है ना. हाँ, तो वो कहता है अब कोर्ट में बात करना बेहतर, अब तो बात ही. सो यू कैन नॉट इवन कॉल, यू कैन नॉट इवन फॉलो अप इन फैक्ट टू द बायर. सो व्हाट आर द इनोवेटिव एंड द न्यू वेज टू रिकवर दिस डिलेड पेमेंट फ्रॉम योर बायर्स? वन इज प्रोटेक्शन अंडर माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेज डेवलपमेंट एक्ट. बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट, बहुत ही खास प्रोविजंस हैं अंडर दिस MSMED एक्ट 2006. One is under Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. I know this is not a recovery code, but it has proved, like anything, a very strong tools in the hands of MSMEs to recover their dues. Another source is discounting of bills through trades, which we were discussing. If you have another question for the trades, I would be happy to answer that. And then we at Chamber of Indian Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises have taken an initiative to start a website, a portal called www.nodefaulters.com. We are giving the chance to these MSMEs to please report the default being committed by your buyers. We contact the buyers, we
advise them, we try to convince them that please make the payment, and the success rate is great. In fact, we have been able to recover the amount from the buyers through this no defaulters from very large companies, in fact, in near past. So this is nodefaulters.com, which I was just referring to. So protection under Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Act. यहाँ पर there are certain specific sections, सेक्शन 15 से लेकर सेक्शन 25 तक हैं करीब, वो आप ध्यान से, और मैं तो कहूँगा कि आपके हर सीए की टेबल पे दिस एक्ट शुड बी देयर. छोटा सा बहुत पतला सा एक्ट है, यू शुड डेफिनेटली कीप दिस एक्ट ऑन योर टेबल. सो ये एक्ट ये कहता है दैट पेमेंट टू एनी माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेज हैज टू बी मेड विद इन 45 days, एंड इफ नॉट देन व्हाट. सो उसमें प्रोविजन है दैट इंटरेस्ट एट द रेट ऑफ 3 times ऑफ बैंक रेट यानी जो रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का जो रेट है इज पेबल ऑन मंथली कंपाउंडेड बेसिस. और अगर वो फिर भी नहीं देते, आपका प्रिंसिपल भी नहीं देते, इंटरेस्ट भी नहीं देते, तब यू कैन अप्रोच एमएससी माइक्रो स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस फैसिलिटेशन काउंसिल. ये हर स्टेट में है, पहले ये हर स्टेट में एक होती थी, अभी वी हैव आल्सो फॉलोड अप विद द गवर्नमेंट विद वेरियस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स. अभी ये बहुत सारी स्टेट्स में कमिश्नरेट लेवल पर है, कुछ स्टेट्स में इवन डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर भी ये शुरू हो गया है. सो this is section 15 which I was referring to you, that within 45 days this payment has to be made. Section 16 refers to about interest on delayed payment beyond 45 days, and section 18 refers to the reference to the MSEFC, that is Micro and Small Enterprise Facilitation Council. बहुत पावरफुल है. क्या होता है जब किसी के पास नोटिस पहुंचता है ना, सरकार की तरफ से नोटिस पहुंचता है कि भैया आपने पेमेंट नहीं किया, 45 डेज के अंदर आपको करना था, तो आप इनका तुरंत पेमेंट कीजिए. उनको बुलाया जाता है डीएम के द्वारा, डायरेक्टर ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज के द्वारा. तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत इंपैक्ट पड़ता है, एंड एवरी मोस्ट ऑफ द बायर्स ट्राई टू नेगोशिएट, फाइनलाइज, मेक द पेमेंट और उसको खत्म करने की कोशिश करते हैं. परहैप्स यू विल बी अवेयर दैट every company has to file MSME form number 1 every half yearly to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. और यहाँ पर एक खास बात ये है, जो ये हम फॉर्म सबमिट करते हैं, इवन इफ एज ऑन डेट, सो जैसे हम 1 अप्रैल से 30 सितंबर का फॉर्म हम सपोज सबमिट कर रहे हैं, एज ऑन डेट इवन इफ देयर इज नो आउटस्टैंडिंग, बट इफ द पेमेंट इज मेड beyond 45 days during this 6 months period, that also has to be reported in fact. So these are the documents for filing your case with MSCFC. You need Udyog Aadhaar or the Udyam registration, Aadhaar number और मोबाइल नंबर, जिससे आपके पास एक OTP आएगा, your buyer's detail and work order and invoices. So please advise all your clients that whenever they take any order, whenever they want to supply any goods or services, please take work order from the customers. Before work order, they should not accept any order. उनको बोलिए मेल पे भेज दो, आप एक कंफर्म कर दो, साहब पता रहेगा हमें क्या क्वालिटी है, कितनी क्वांटिटी है, कब तक सप्लाई करना है. सो ये एक पोर्टल है samadhan.msme.gov.in, इसको मैं तो रटता रहता हूँ. इस पोर्टल पर जाना है. यहाँ पर आपको लेफ्ट में सेकंड जो टैब है वो है फाइलिंग द एंटरप्रेन्योर्स MSME यूनिट. उसको क्लिक करेंगे हम, एक जैसे मैंने आपको बताया मोबाइल नंबर डालेंगे, वहाँ पर एक OTP आएगा, और OTP डालकर आपको ये OTP कंफर्म कर देना है. एंड आपकी जो डिटेल है, बिकॉज द कंपनी एज आई टोल्ड शुड बी रजिस्टर्ड एज उद्योग आधार और उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन, तो उन्हीं के लिए ये समाधान फैसिलिटी है. उनकी डिटेल विल बी ऑन योर स्क्रीन, वहाँ आप चेक कर सकते हैं कि भाई हमारी जो डिटेल है वो ठीक है. उसके बाद आपको बायर की या जो रेस्पोंडेंट है उसकी डिटेल भरनी है, तो उसका नाम, एड्रेस, राइट, ईमेल एड्रेस, फ़ोन नंबर, बिकॉज वहाँ पर उनके पास भी नोटिस जाएगा फ्रॉम दिस MSCFC. सो ये डिटेल ध्यान से भर देनी है. और उसके बाद बस आपको 2 डॉक्यूमेंट अपलोड करने हैं. वन इज़ वर्क ऑर्डर और दूसरा इन्वॉइसेस. 3 दिए गए हैं कि आप 3 वर्क ऑर्डर या 3 इन्वॉइसेस आप यहाँ अपलोड कर सकते हैं. बट इफ़ यू हैव मोर देन 3 वर्क ऑर्डर और इन्वॉइसेस, यू कैन जस्ट prepare 1 PDF file maybe of 100 invoices or 100 work orders, upload in a single file, then there will be this screen. You can verify all the details, your buyer's details, complaint which you are making. And so this is the procedure, in fact. I feel this is very strong tool for recovery of delayed payment. The another important tool in the hands of MSMEs and other than MSMEs also is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016, which was talked about many times. Here also, great recovery has been done with the help of this Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. Here the condition is that default should be more than 1 crore rupees. Earlier it was 1 lakh only. There should be no pre-existing dispute. मतलब अगर हमने कोई सामान दिया and the buyer tells that your quality is defective, your quantity is wrong, you're delayed, the supply in fact, then no court can say that you make the payment. So there should be no pre-existing disputes as on the date of demand notice. And buyer should be a corporate, because this Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code is dealt with the National Company Law Tribunal, as you all will be aware. So company cases are dealt with. So the buyer should be corporate. Seller can be MSME, non-MSME, proprietorship, partnership, any constitution. And the process is very simple. Send a legal notice, a demand notice, giving 10 days time. If they don't pay within 10 days, then a petition has to be filed. And the implications are very rigid. The present directors will be suspended. A professional, maybe many of you may be resolution professional, will be appointed by Honorable NCLT to take over the company, and the process has to be completed within 180 days. And then insolvency of the individual directors will also start. The another is bill discounting through this trade platform. So here, as I suppose we have already discussed most of the things, that it's an online exchange platform. There are 3 exchanges as on today under this trades. Suppliers who are MSMEs, they upload their invoices. The condition is that invoice should be for a buyer which is either a CPSC or a company having turnover of more than 500 crore as on today. We are trying to reduce it to 250 crore. Discussions are going on. And once buyers accept the invoice, that is very important. Buyer has to accept the invoice. Once they accept the invoice online, then there are number of financial institutions here also. As I was referring to Jan Samarth portal, 125 lenders are there. Here also on this portal, number of lenders are there. They come forward and you may find 3 of us, 4 of us, 5 of us कि भाई साहब हम 5% में कर देंगे, हम 4% में कर देंगे, and then you can select from which lender you want to take this discounting facilities, and it is without recourse, as I was just referring to. And the lender cannot come back to you even if the buyer doesn't make the payment. सर है तो इतना लंबा कि मुझे लगता है कि 3-4 घंटे और चाहिए, बट बिकॉज समय थोड़ा कम है एंड आई हैव बीन आस्क्ड टू बी शॉर्ट इन फैक्ट. सो बहुत सारे लोन स्कीम हैं, जैसे हम उनके बारे में भी बात कर सकते हैं. CGT MSC है, क्रेडिट गारंटी लोन स्कीम है, विच ऑनरेबल जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी आल्सो रेफर्ड, राजीव जी आल्सो रेफर्ड. यहाँ पर ये लोन स्कीम है विच इज अवेलेबल without any collateral security, and credit facility is up to 200 lakhs, which is 2 crore. पहले ऐसा था कि ये 200 crores only one time these MSMEs were able to take. अभी change हो गया. अब अगर आपने you have taken 2 crore rupees loan and आपका वो घट के suppose there is a term loan and now it is reduced to 150 lakhs, you can again top up type का चीज जो बोलते हैं हम. So you can avail another 50 lakhs rupees, so that the amount is at any given point is up to 200 lakhs. And all banks and NBFCs are providing this loan, in fact. CGTMSC.in is the website. You can find more details on this. Prime Minister Employment Generation Scheme, and all these schemes are now, most of these schemes are available on this Jan Samarth. तो मेरा तो आपसे यही request है कि please use this Jan Samarth portal, apply online, because many a times I have seen at the ground level that I run a YouTube channel also in the name of MSME Helpline, and as on today more than 3 crore viewers are there. अधिकतर लोगों की यही शिकायत होती है कि हम बैंक जाते हैं, बैंक तो हमारी लोन एप्लीकेशन एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करते हैं. सो नाउ यू कैन सबमिट योर लोन एप्लीकेशन online. This PMEGP loan scheme is very good scheme. It is available only for the new projects, greenfield projects. The age of the candidate should be above 18 years. Minimum educational qualification is 8th. वो कहते हैं भाई कुछ तो पढ़ा लिखा होना चाहिए, कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि बिल्कुल आप पढ़े लिखे नहीं हो और बैंक का पैसा डूब जाए, बिकॉज इट्स ए पब्लिक मनी. इनफैक्ट सब्सिडीज आर आल्सो अवेलेबल, ग्रेट सब्सिडीज आर अवेलेबल अंडर दिस PMEGP. Margins are very less. Promoters margin is 10% for general category and even 5% for special category like SC, ST जो हैं उनके लिए margin is only 5%. 95% funding of the project is done under this PMEGP loan. Maximum cost of project for manufacturing sector is 25 lakhs and for service sector is 10 lakhs. मैं कर रहा हूँ सर, मत लिखिए. तो इसमें बस मैं इस स्कीम के बाद बंद कर दूंगा, और कुछ स्कीम होगी तो बाद में कभी बात कर लेंगे. सो यहाँ पर जो सब्सिडी है वो अर्बन एरिया में 15% है फॉर द जनरल कैटेगरी एंड फॉर स्पेशल कैटेगरी इट इज 25% एंड रूरल एरियाज इट इज 25% to 35%. यानी जो प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट है उसका 35% विल बी सब्सिडी, नीड नॉट टू रिफंड दैट मनी इन फैक्ट. सो इट्स ए ग्रेट. और इसमें जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि 25 लाख रुपए तक और 10 लाख रुपए तक फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर एंड सर्विस सेक्टर रेस्पेक्टिवली इज द कैप, बट देयर इज ए अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ एग्जिस्टिंग यूनिट्स अंडर PMEGP. तो अगर किसी ने एक बार PMEGP में लोन ले लिया एंड दे आर एबल टू रीपे द लोन, देयर इज नो डिफॉल्ट, then they can take additional loan also. So the condition is that unit should be profitable in past 3 years and there should be no default. And maximum project cost in manufacturing sector here is for the upgradation is 100 lakhs, that is 1 crore, and for service sector it is 25 lakhs. In this upgradation scheme, the subsidy and margins are some way in a different format. As I told that there the subsidies were in the form of rural area, urban area, general category, special category, but here subsidies are in some different way. The EDP, Entrepreneurs Development Program, एक करना होता है, that is available online also. So these entrepreneurs can do online Entrepreneurs Development Program, जहाँ पर उनको थोड़ा बताया जाता है कि कैसे आपको अपना यूनिट चलाना है. एंड इसमें बहुत प्रॉब्लम थी इस स्कीम में. बहुत लोग कहते थे कि वो एक इंटरव्यू होता था DIC ऑफिस में, वहाँ किसी को सैंक्शन करते थे, किसी को रिकमेंड करते थे, किसी को नहीं करते थे. तो गवर्नमेंट हैज़ क्रिएटेड दिस क्रेडिट स्कोर क्राइटेरिया, और उन्होंने कहा कि अगर आपके 60 मार्क्स आ जाते हैं तो आप खुद अपने घर ऑफिस में बैठ के देख कर आप पता चला सकते हैं कि आपका ये लोन जो है वो रिकमेंड होगा, सैंक्शन होगा या नहीं होगा. मोर डिटेल्स आर अवेलेबल ऑन kviconline.gov.in /PMEGP e-पोर्टल. स्कीम्स बहुत हैं गवर्नमेंट की, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि समय की कमी की वजह से शायद आज हम यहीं ख़त्म करेंगे. और जी हाँ जी 100%. वो मैंने तो पहले ही दे दी सर. तो नाउ respected Dheeraj ji will definitely share.
We have a lot of e-learning modules also in this MSME. Last year we conducted around 90 programs. So all the 90 programs are already available in the e-learning modules. So even his lecture also going to be uploaded and the PPT is going to be uploaded. You can go through it also.
Maybe ask question. गुप्ता जी आपसे कुछ.
हाँ सर पूछिए.
सर ये इसके अंदर जो आपने वो टेड की जो फैसिलिटी बताई थी, उसके अंदर क्या सप्लाईज पे टू द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और द डिपार्टमेंट्स और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट द डिपार्टमेंट, विल दैट बी एप्लीकेबल आल्सो?
कैसे दोबारा बताइए सर.
आपने कोई सप्लाईज की है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट्स को या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के कुछ डिपार्टमेंट्स जैसे यूनिवर्सिटी को है, कॉलेजेस को किया है, या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के कॉलेजेस हैं उनकी डिपार्टमेंट के, दे आर समटाइम्स द वर्स्ट ऑफेंडर्स. और वहां पे क्या है कि उनको दे फील के गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स के हमको कोई नोबडी कैन टच अस. तो वो कैन वी गो दिस ऑफ सप्लायर्स कैन अप्लाई फॉर टेड फैसिलिटी इन दोस केसेस? आप MSC-FC की बात कर रहे हैं, डिलीट पेमेंट का, अगेंस्ट एनीबडी. एज आई टोल्ड यू, बायर कैन बी एनीथिंग. Buyer can be anybody. Buyer can be a government company, buyer can be a PSU, buyer can be state government, buyer can be central government, buyer can be another company, large company, small company, MSME, buyer can be. So there is no bar as far as the buyer is concerned. Only
restriction is that the supplier need to be micro and small enterprises.
But thing is कि वहाँ पे buyer को जो है उसको accept करना पड़ेगा बिल को.
सर देखिए उसमें यहाँ पर दो चीजों में शायद आप कंफ्यूज कर रहे हैं. जो एक्सेप्टेंस वाली बात बताई थी मैंने, वो आपको मैंने बताया था ट्रेड्स प्लेटफॉर्म पर. सो दे हैव टू एक्सेप्ट इट ऑनलाइन फॉर डिस्काउंटिंग बाय द लेंडर्स, राइट? सो दैट वाज फॉर ट्रेड्स प्लेटफॉर्म.
सर ट्रेड की बात ही कर रहा हूँ. हाँ ट्रेड की बात ही कर रहा हूँ मैं.
हाँ ट्रेड्स में तो सर देखिए, ट्रेड्स में तो अभी क्या हुआ, जैसे गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि भाई जितनी भी ये लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट हैं हैविंग टर्नओवर मोर देन 500 करोड़ एंड ऑल सीपीएससीज हैव टू बी ऑन दिस प्लेटफॉर्म एज बायर. तो अभी क्या हो, मैं आपको प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम बता देता हूँ विद इन दिस क्लोज डोर. इनफैक्ट मेरा कल भी काफी बात हुआ इस बारे में मिनिस्ट्री से. तो ये बहुत प्रेशर, क्या आप पेनल्टी वेनल्टी के लिए पूछ रहे थे काफी लोग कि ये क्या पेनल्टी है अगर वो वहां पर रजिस्टर नहीं करते. देखिए गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पब्लिक एंटरप्राइजेस इज बिहाइंड ऑल दीज गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स, गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज कि आप भैया इस पर रजिस्टर करिए. बहुत सारी कंपनीज ने ऑलरेडी, जो गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज हैं, गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है, उन पर अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कर लिया. बट एज फार एज द एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ द बिल वो बहुत कम है अभी. सो कल हमारा जो डिस्कशन हो रहा था वो ये हो रहा था कि भाई इसको, बिकॉज देयर इज ए प्रोविजन अंडर द MSMED एक्ट ऑफ डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ द इनवॉइस. मतलब ये हुआ कि मैंने अगर कोई अपना माल सप्लाई कर दिया एंड माई बायर डजंट एक्सेप्ट माई इनवॉइस, राइट, तो वो 2 महीने तक 3 महीने तक वो इनवॉइस एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करा. बिकॉज अगर आप सेक्शन 15, 16, 17 पढ़ेंगे वहां पर है 45 डेज फ्रॉम द एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ द इनवॉइस. तो एक्सेप्टेंस कब होगा? तो बायर कहेगा अभी तो मैंने एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करा, अभी तो मैं कुछ चेकिंग कर रहा हूँ, R&D कर रहा हूँ, अभी तो मैं इनका इंस्पेक्शन कर रहा हूँ गुड्स का. सो दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम. तो देयर इज ए प्रोविजन ऑफ डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस विद इन द एक्ट. तो अभी कोशिश ये चल रही है विच वी सजेस्टेड कि आप वहीं पर कर दीजिएगा कि अगर 15 दिन के अंदर वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते तो उनको अगर कोई डिस्प्यूट रेज करना है, सो दे शुड हैव द राइट टू रेज द डिस्प्यूट, राइट? कि अगर मैंने सप्लाई किया, मेरी क्वालिटी खराब हो गई, तब तो कौन पेमेंट करेगा? सो इफ दे वांट टू रेज एनी डिस्प्यूट दे शुड रेज विद इन 15 डेज. इफ देयर इज नो डिस्प्यूट बीइंग रेज्ड विद इन 15 डेज देन इट शुड बी एक्सेप्टेड, इट शुड बी ए डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ द इनवॉइस.
तो विद इन 1 मंथ जो है वो एक्सेप्टेबल हो जाएगा
जी.
विद इन 1 मंथ जो है एक्सेप्टेबल हो जाएगा. 15 दिन के बाद में डिस्प्यूट रेज करें, डिस्प्यूट रेज करने के 15 दिन बाद में वो डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस हो जाएगी.
नहीं, फिर तो होगी नहीं ना सर. फिर तो पहले वो डिस्प्यूट जो है वो उसको खत्म करना पड़ेगा, है ना? देन इट विल बी ए कॉमर्शियल डिस्प्यूट. सो कॉमर्शियल डिस्प्यूट अगर है तब तक तो पेमेंट के लिए नोबडी कैन से.
लास्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज.
किसी को भी, मुझे या किसी को, और 15 दिन मैंने आपको कोई जवाब नहीं दिया, ईमेल नहीं दिया, रिजेक्ट भी नहीं किया, तो डीम्ड एक्सेप्ट, आपके पेमेंट की दावेदारी बन जाएगी. आई एम अ मेंबर ऑफ हरियाणा फैसिलिटेशन काउंसिल जो ये पेमेंट्स रिकवर करते हैं. तो ऐसे बहुत से केसेस आते हैं. तो बायर हमारे पास आके बाद में कहता है जी इनकी क्वालिटी खराब थी. तो हमारा पहला सवाल ये होता है कि क्वालिटी खराब थी तो आपने कैसे सूचित किया? ईमेल की, रिजेक्ट किया, कहाँ पे किया? तो अगर 15 दिन तक कोई कम्युनिकेशन नहीं है, इट इज डीम्ड अप्रूवल. तो यही सर बता रहे हैं. ट्रेड्स का जो है वो, अब ये 2 अलग अलग चीजें. ट्रेड एक अलग चीज है. आप जो सप्लाई कर रहे हैं लार्ज कंपनीज को या गवर्नमेंट अंडरटेकिंग्स को, वो इनवॉइसेस आप अपलोड कर दीजिए कि आपने सप्लाई किया. वो उन इनवॉइसेस को एक्सेप्ट कर लेंगे कि हाँ ये मटेरियल एक्सेप्ट हो गया. फिर कोई भी फाइनेंस कंपनी, कोई भी बैंक देख सकता है कि चलो आपको इस कंपनी ने, लेट अस से भारत हेवी इलेक्ट्रिकल ने या किसी और कंपनी ने आपको ये पेमेंट देनी है, तो वो पेमेंट 2 महीने बाद देंगे, तो आज ही आप एडवांस ले लीजिए, तो आपका बिल फैक्टर हो गया. तो ट्रेड्स इसे फैसिलिटेट करता है.
मैं एक बात बताता हूं, देखिए ट्रेड्स में ये डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस क्यों अभी एप्लीकेबल नहीं हो सकता? रीजन ये है कि जो डिस्काउंटिंग है वो तो लेंडर करेंगे, और लेंडर को क्या गारंटी चाहिए? ये गारंटी चाहिए दैट ऑन द ड्यू डेट द बायर शुड मेक द पेमेंट, राइट? क्योंकि एज आई टोल्ड यू इट इज विदाउट रिकोर्स. तो अगर मैं गया और मैंने डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस मानकर, किसी लेंडर ने, मैं सपोज बैंक हूं, मैंने उसको डिस्काउंट कर दिया, कल को जब मैं उसके पास पैसे लेने जाता हूं वो कहता है कि साहब मैंने तो बायर, जो सप्लायर है उसको पहले ही मैंने एक मेल भेज दी थी, मैंने पहले ही उसको एक मेल भेज दी थी, तो ये पॉसिबल नहीं है. सो व्हाट वी हैव सजेस्टेड एंड परहैप्स इट विल बी इंप्लीमेंटेड वेरी सून, कि आप वहीं पर कर दीजिए, देयर शुड बी ए टैब इन फैक्ट ऑन द बायर्स डैशबोर्ड, एक्सेप्टेड, नॉट एक्सेप्टेड. और 15 दिन में अगर वो उनमें दोनों में से कोई सेलेक्ट नहीं करते, देन इट शुड बी कंसिडर्ड एज डीम्ड, और उसका एक नोटिफिकेशन शायद बहुत जल्द निकल जाएगा, विच आई फील सो बेस्ड ऑन द डिस्कशन वी हैड विद द मिनिस्ट्री, कि अगर आपने ये नहीं किया 15 दिन के अंदर, आपको अगर नहीं करना एक्सेप्ट, तो आप यहाँ पर लिख दीजिए अलॉन्ग विद द रीजन इन फैक्ट. बट एज ऑन टुडे, यस,
unless the buyer accepts the bill on trade platforms. We are talking about trade platforms. So there are two different things. One is trade platform. Another is this MSCFC, which I referred to you, Facilitation Council. So in Facilitation Council, we can consider, I am also member of some of the Facilitation Councils in Delhi. तो उसमें होता यही है कि अगर 15 दिन तक उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया तो एज पर द एक्ट MSME एक्ट सेक्शन 2 में है दैट डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस हैज बीन डिफाइंड. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फ्रेंड्स. थैंक यू.
So with that, we close the session. Once again, before we have the concluding remarks, we'll present the mementos to both our eminent speakers, requesting once again the chair and of the sessions to please present the mementos. And may I now request CA Dr. Raj Chawla, Vice Chairman Committee on MSME and Startup, for the concluding remarks and also the vote of thanks for the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. I, on behalf of the Committee on MSME and Startup, welcome, first of all, CA Dheeraj Khandelwal, Chairman MSME and Startup Committee. He is doing wonderful work in this committee. Even last year he was the chairman and he has conducted more than 100 webinar and seminar in this year only. And 27th June is the MSME day and we have 166 branches all over India and we are planning to organize this, to celebrate this MSME day in all the branches. As suggested by our chief guest today that we should organize at least 75 branches. We are going to organize this at 166 branches all across India. So thank you, Chairman, sir. I am also thankful to Shrimati Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary, SME, Ministry of MSME, Government of India in absentia. I am also thankful to Mr. P. Uday Kumar, Director Planning and Marketing, National Small Industries Corporation in absentia. I am also thankful to Mr. Rajiv Chawla, Industrialist and Founder and Chairman of Integrated Association of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of India. Thank you, Chawla ji. I am also thankful to CA Mukesh Mohan Gupta ji, Member, National Board of MSME, Government of India and President, Chamber of Indian Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Thank you, Gupta ji. And most important, I am thankful to all of you. जिस तादाद में आज लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं और इस प्रोग्राम को इतनी शिद्दत से देखा, सुना, समझा और इंटरेक्ट किया, रियली आई एम थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू. इवन आज आपने देखा होगा हमारी चीफ गेस्ट ने भी कहा कि उनको पता ही नहीं है, इतनी बड़ी उनकी मिनिस्ट्री है, वो कहते हैं मुझे पता ही नहीं कि सीए इंस्टीट्यूट इतना बड़ा काम कर रहा है. तो बहुत बड़े गर्व की बात है कि हमारा सीए इंस्टीट्यूट is doing a wonderful job in this MSME and Startup Committee, and special thanks to my chairman. We hope that your enhancement of the knowledge in this MSME is fair, help you in your future endeavor. Last but not the least, we are thankful to the Secretariat, जो आज हमारे Secretariat हैं, संबित मिश्रा जी, शैलेश जी, इन सब के लिए, and hotel management, and special thanks to ma'am for इनकी तो कमाल ही है. कल भी मैं विज्ञान भवन में था, मैम का जो एमओसी करना और ये सब प्रेजेंटेशन करना, रियली थैंकफुल, एंड वंस अगेन थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू. एंड नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू प्लीज ज्वाइन फॉर द लंच.
We'll close the session. Thank you, sir. We'll close the session with the group photograph. और आप सभी का भी पुनः विशेष धन्यवाद हमारे साथ इस चर्चा में भाग लेने का। हमारा अगला सत्र हम 1:45 पौने 2 1:45 we are going to be starting with our next session and invite you all to please join us for lunch. The next session, the seminar is on strategies for economic revival, and we begin here at 1:45 in this very hall. Please join us for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Having risen to and fulfilling the aspirations of New India, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India stands proud to have contributed towards country's economic growth and financial goals in pursuit of PM's vision of building an Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Dear colleagues, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, an intensive country-wise campaign to commemorate the 75 years of Indian independence is being organized by the Government of India, focusing on participation of every citizen to make it a Jan Andolan. Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrates the rapid strides that India has taken in the past 75 years. This festival encourages us to rediscover our hidden strengths and prompt us to take forceful action to regain our rightful place worldwide. The official journey of celebrations commenced on the 12th of March 2021 with a 75-week countdown to our 75th anniversary of independence and will end on 15th August 2023. Since its inception in 1949, the Institute has played a significant role in development of the nation. Today, we are the second largest accounting body in the world, having 164 branches and 5 regional councils in India and 44 chapters and 31 representative offices in 75 cities of the world, covering 47 countries. Our visionary former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, had rightly described us as a partner in nation building. With the nation first spirit in mind, the ICAI has never lagged behind in taking the national initiatives forward. The Institute has been an active partner in celebrating Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Institute is organizing the iconic day event on 8th June 2022 under the aegis
Welcome back,
of Ministry of
ladies and
Corporate
gentlemen, after your lunch. We'll just put a word across to people. Okay, yeah. So we'll just put a word across to the people outside and then start with our session. But just in the greater interest of the people who are present here, we now have 4 more sessions. As we start in a while from now, that's the strategies for economic revival. We also have a session on the practical ideas to go green and make our planet sustainable. And in fact, we have 3 sessions, sorry. And then there's on the session on women empowerment, empowerment leading to excellence. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after your lunch. May we request you to please settle down. Once again, requesting you to please have your mobile phones on the silent mode. And we now have the seminar which is being organized by the Committee on Management Accounting of ICAI. The topic which we have is strategies for economic revival. And we are all aware that the last 2 years has been really challenging for our economy, for our country. We have all experienced the so-called VUCA effect, volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity all in one go. And how do we build back better. That's the strategies towards that, towards the economic revival, towards building a more resilient economy, we are going to be discussing here in this seminar. We are really glad to have been joined by our very eminent and very distinguished guest speaker, Mr. B. Raghavendra Rao, the Deputy Managing Director of the State Bank of India. I request the Chairman Committee on Management Accounting of ICAI, CA Rajendra Kumar P, to please escort him here on the dais, our Honorable Chief Guest and the main speaker of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. B. Raghavendra Rao is currently posted as the Deputy Managing Director, Corporate Accounts Group at the State Bank of India, Corporate Centre, Mumbai. And at present, he is the Group Head of CAG, which manages a credit portfolio of almost 4 lakhs crore. CAG caters to the top-rated corporate accounts of the country with external credit rating of AA and above. Mr. Rao has a very rich experience in the international banking operations of the bank, and he has worked as a CEO of the SBI London during 2015 and 19. As we extend greetings on behalf of everyone present here, may I request CA Rajendra Kumar to kindly present the bouquet, extending our good wishes, and also a bamboo plant. As we know, the bamboo plant symbolizes strength, flexibility, and health. And as we wish for greater strength and good health of our chief guest, we also welcome him by presenting him the bamboo plant. Ladies and gentlemen, like in the earlier sessions, we also have a window of the Q&A, but that's going to be after the address of our eminent guest speaker. So at the very onset, may I request A. Rajendra Kumar, Chairman Committee on the Management Accounting of ICAI, for his welcome remarks for the session.
Distinguished and very eminent speaker of this session, my good friend Sri B. Raghavendra Rao, the Deputy Managing Director of the largest bank in India, of one of the lifelines of the banking industry, if I may say so, the State Bank of India, eminent chartered accountants who are seated here, the chairman of the Northern India Regional Council, and chartered accountants and others who are watching us live through this telecast. It is truly an iconic day. Today is June 8. And if you believe in numerology, number 8 is a very significant number in numerology. Because your life is divided into about 5 phases, important phases. And each phase, 8 years is given. Your kid, then semi-adult, then adult, and then become a senior adult, like that. And each phase, your expected growth in which area. Like when you should get married, what is the exact years of education that you should receive? So today is also very symbolic because the date is 8. A very, very significant date, I must say so, in the history, where the Institute is organizing this iconic day programs under the umbrella of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished personality seated here, Sri Raghavendra Rao, he was formally introduced by the Master of Ceremonies here. But then, the actual work that he has done in this industry, and at this very young age, if he has climbed the ladders of being a deputy managing director of one of the largest banks in India, speaks volumes of his dedication and also the knowledge and the professional acumen that he has got in his field of work. In fact, we are not surprised that he was heading the State Bank of India's London operations. He was also the country head at Maldives and served as Assistant Vice President, State Bank of India, Frankfurt, Germany. So apart from national exposures, Mr. Rao has got an international exposure and hands-on experience working with numerous trade bodies, numerous businesses across the world. Friends, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav and what it has got to do with the Committee on Management Accounting. In fact, there are certain committees in the institute which are not known to the outside world, not even to the chartered accountants like us. The committees which are known are Direct Taxes Committee, the GST and Indirect Taxes Committee, of which I am also the chairman, or maybe CPE Committee. But the Committee on Management Accounting is the least known, if I may say so. And I am also the chairman of this least known committee. But the internal work that we do is enormous. We support the top level, middle level managements through conducting regular programs, training sessions, publications, and giving our expert guidance, I may say, not opinion, guidance on matters that are placed before us. In fact, we believe strongly that an effective, efficient, and a strong management is always necessary for a strong organization structure. And that is how we support. And we have eminent personalities like Mr. Raghavendra Rao, who, by the sheer presence, add value to this committee. Sir, I welcome you and thank you for giving us your valuable time on this particular date. In fact, our committee secretariat, I must say so, Dr. Surendra Pal, I must specifically mention that he has been one of the key stones for this committee to do exemplary work. At the end of the day, it is a self-satisfaction for all of us. Thank you, Dr. Pal and your team, for very effectively and efficiently coordinating for this particular program on behalf of the committee. Friends, the topic today is strategies for economic revival of the economy. Now, when I was thinking about this topic, and Vinod Jain ji, our senior former Central Council member, walked in, I have always been his follower. Whether in the council when I was there in the first term, or I hear him speak somewhere, or through his WhatsApp messages. That sheer passion, the passion comes out in words as to what the institute should do for the nation, how the institute should collaborate with the government, and what the council is expected to do. So he revives us often on and off. हम अगर हिंदी में बोलेंगे तो हमारी चेतना को जगाते हैं वो, हमारी ऊर्जा बढ़ाते हैं वो. हिंदी में अगर कोई गलती हो तो माफ करना, मैं चेन्नई से हूं तो थोड़ी मेरी हिंदी में ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है, माफी चाहता हूं आपसे. हमारे वाइस चेयरमैन सर इस कमेटी के ज्ञानचंद जी मिश्रा सर, आप आइए, आपका आसन ग्रहण कीजिए. अभी आप पूछेंगे ये लेट क्यों आए? लेट नहीं आए, मैंने उनको बोला आप आराम से अपना काम कंप्लीट करके आइए, क्योंकि ही वॉज अ जज इन द finals of the student elocution, All India Students Elocution Competition, which is being held at this very same venue on the first floor. And after completing, I think your program is completed, Gyanbhai? Yes. Wonderful. So after 4 hours of listening to 20 odd students from across the region and giving his judgment, he is seated here. Our Vice Chairman, who is from Ghaziabad. So as I was telling you about Vinod Bhai, हमारी ऊर्जा बढ़ाते हैं, हमारी चेतना जगाते हैं, and we always expect that any issue comes, what Vinod Bhai is going to tell. Sir, thank you very much for being here, sitting in the front and giving us and passing on your energies to us. Thank you very much, sir. Without wasting much time, as I am also eager to hear, all of you will be much eager to hear from the person who represents the largest bank in India and from the person whose bank is one of the key partners in the construction of the new parliament building that you and I are going to witness very soon. So, they, like we are partner in nation building, they are also partners in nation building. Sir, welcome to you, and please come and enlighten us by your valuable thoughts. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome me with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests and distinguished officials from ICAI, especially Rajendra. Thank you very much for inviting me. I don't know what the words described by Mr. Rajendra is true or not. I'm a small fellow. Incidentally work for the bank in the current position. In our bank, people tend to move based on their seniority and professional work. I was incidentally rose to this level. Nothing great about me. And especially these type of sessions, post-lunch is really a challenge. So I don't know whether I do justice to this. And especially some topics like economics and all is a real challenge. I try to justify. If anything, please pardon me. Normally, I tend to speak very impromptu, and because these topics, day in and day out, we discuss in boards and with ministries. But since it is a structured and very august gathering is here, so I mentioned as a speech, so I will read out, and maybe in the end, if you have any questions, I try to answer and try my best. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my immense pleasure to address such an erudite audience today. I would like to appreciate my appreciation to Committee of Management Accounting of ICAI for inviting me for Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav event. Special thanks to Mr. Rajendra and Dr. Paul for inviting me to this event. We all know that this COVID-19 is very badly damaged the economy. If you ask me, in this century, there are two events. So one is 2008 global financial crisis and this pandemic. We never knew these things will happen. Certain times we believe, for example, I will give one example. When Brexit happened, I was in London. I was heading our UK operations. So in London, you ask any media man, you read any magazine. If you are living in London, you know that Brexit will not happen. That is a feeling we got. We met immense consultant, top 4. You read any report. This is not going to happen, it's only vote. But on the fateful day of that June 23rd, we knew that nothing going to happen, it is another event. But only in the evening, late evening, when I saw the TV, Brexit happened. So these are all earth-shaking events as far as UK is concerned. Similarly, this pandemic, we never knew that this is going to hit us so badly. It's not we, even the entire world. I have a statistics to say so many things, but it has impacted us, everyone, very badly. In fact, if you read RBI's recent report, it says to get back to the normalcy, India has to wait till 2034-35. I was shocked. I thought I called RBI. Is it correct? Is it 24-25? They said no, it is 34-35. So that is the effect of the COVID happened. It has hit us very badly. And after the COVID, again, this Russia-Ukraine war, it is another blow to the entire world. It's not only India, it's the entire world. I will summarize some of the effects later. So we all know that economic growth has slowed down owing to the recurrent waves of 19 pandemic and further Russia-Ukraine conflict. So this year topic, strategies for economic revival, is very timely and relevant. This is in everybody's, especially who are in the financial world, be is a banker, be is an accountant, be is a corporate, or be is an industry government. For everybody is there is in the mind, there is only one question: how fast we will revive the economy. It is across the globe. So I think in this context, the topic is very relevant. I think I'm glad that ICAI has at least brought this awareness by giving this type of topics. See, first I would like to shed some light on how the pandemic has changed the world. COVID-19 came as a shock to the global economy, causing widespread devastation of life and livelihood, and still impacting the world in several ways. And the good thing is that the pandemic has induced several structural changes, which have significantly altered the way we work, live, and organize businesses. Nobody is able to imagine we used to go for meetings physically. Now, people are preferring virtual meetings. We never imagined that we can talk to anybody across the world anytime. Probably this COVID that is one of the, I can say personally, otherwise a place like Bombay, going to so many meetings, so many places, it is very difficult. But now, everything is professional. In fact, if I may say, within these four walls, we conduct meetings very professionally. People come in time, everything on virtual. Only you miss is some chai and biscuits, nothing else. In fact, this not only COVID, before COVID also our economy has started little bit showing some weaknesses. But with this COVID, in fact, we were projecting a GDP of 9.5%. Later again it has reversed to 8.9, 7.5. Now is a consensus. It is between 7 to 7.5. Because of this, all these effects, slowly it is coming up. In general, global supply chain is undergoing significant shift. Governments and authorities have made it nimble enough to capitalize on these opportunities. Automation and robotics will threaten low-skilled workers and those in contact-intensive sectors. The shift to online have also created a new opportunities and challenges for employment-intensive sectors like travel, hotels, restaurants, recreation. Some of these changes are going to stay beyond the pandemic. The structural changes need to be kept in mind while formulating strategies for participative growth process. Meanwhile, the pandemic has affected the poor and vulnerable more, especially in emerging and developing economies. Daily wage earners, service and informal sector workers were badly hit. Their employment and income opportunities were curtailed. The lasting damage inflicted by pandemic on those segments is of concern for inclusive growth. In the medium to long range, both efficiency and equity will greatly matter for sustainable growth and macroeconomic performance. The recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia has again made countries, particularly who are depending too much on oil and commodity imports, made vulnerable. Oil and other commodity prices have spiraled to multi-year high, Amidst unsettled financial market condition, demand for safe havens have increased, thereby increasing the price of gold and equity. We regularly deal with, incidentally I had the treasury earlier, so we deal with so many things which is affecting the markets, especially that post that Ukraine started in February, commodities, the main, we never imagined that the crude will reach so fast, above 120, above 80. It was hovering around 80. Now it is gone to 120. At few days it is 140 also, which is affecting India very badly because 70% of our imports is crude. Not only crude, even all metals, fertilizers. Government of India this year, they are importing fertilizers at very heavy prices. One way or other, it is affecting all the prices, commodities, crude, fertilizers, which is creating an inflation. Again, inflation once it starts, you all know, the growth will not be taken place and it is affecting the common man, everybody. So for all the advanced countries, post-COVID, they want to increase by pumping more money through printing money, giving money in various forms, especially in developed countries. But now all those things, now they suddenly realized that now we have to tighten all these, that incentives or quantum of easing should curtail to some extent. That is the main reason. You are all observing the RBI policies. Till April, government is saying we are accommodative and all. But suddenly, the way inflation is shooting up in US, it is reaching almost all record highs. US Treasury 10-year is quoting almost all, I was remembering for a long time, 1.3, 1.4. Suddenly shot up to 2.7. Short-term rates are shooting. Suddenly, all the countries, they're feeling the pinch. So suddenly RBI, they came, despite April policy, still they said accommodative, but they have no option. Suddenly they came in the middle of May and they announced that some tightening mechanism, increasing the repo, increasing the liquidity, tightening the liquidity by increasing CRR. And even government has openly told, increasing June is not a brainer, no-brainer thing. They have given a clue to the market. And again, they increase it today 50 basis points. So all I want to say is that few incidents totally altered the plan of the country, economies, everywhere in the world. They are raising it, started. After we did, Fed did, then Bank of England did it, Australia did it. Japan is the only country now again, they also may go do that. This one Ukraine war and these commodities, this COVID has altered the entire financial system of the entire world. So this is a very major challenge. Now we will discuss something, how can we do about this? The series of changes are happening in the world, which are in turn affecting the way companies, the government, authorities operate. Leveraging technology to promote economic expansion and sustainable growth are now key to economic progress. Now, we are not fall behind. We also did it. If you watched post-COVID, the government of India started so many measures. They started 20 lakh crores, that COVID relief. They started that CGLES, TRTRO. They stopped, reduced the rates drastically. They reduced the all benchmark rates. They gave leeway to moratorium to loans, asset quality they freeze. They did their trade best because that is the only to address this type of once in a lifetime shocking events. But apart from that, India has done some good things which I will narrate. Despite the economic devastation caused by the virus, India's agile response has been commendable. India was the first country to feel the impact of the virulent Delta variant during the second wave, but quickly swung into action. Ensure that as many as people possible were vaccinated. Today, more than 1.9 billion doses of vaccine have been administered, which is very, in my view, it is a Herculean task which has been, government has did very commendable way. vaccinating almost all entire population, including children also they started. And we are the first country with, purely if you see, we all know how efficient the COVID, that app, we all knew. In addition to protecting its own population, India also acted in the world best interest by providing medical supplies and equipment to more than 150 countries across the globe and placing critical supply of COVID-19 vaccine on the world market. Indeed, the pandemic is an inflection point for India to introspect on its potential as a global leader. In fact, it helped us to prove that we are one of the leaders, we are capable of achieving this scale. Otherwise, nobody realized. Even I was told in US, the vaccination certificates, they are given manually in some states, not in the New York and all, but some states. But whereas the moment you vaccine, in 10-15 minutes, you get a certificate. That is the way we have progressed. The Indian government has focused on achieving inclusive growth and self-sufficiency, not just for the current generation, but also for generations to come. The administration efforts to promote digital empowerment, last mile financial inclusion are especially noteworthy. Millions of poor, unbanked families have entered the formal economy and can now access to basic financial services. In the past few years, major structural reforms have been launched to boost the long-term outlook of the economy. The government's vision to catalyze India's transformation evident by launching several initiatives, including Gati Shakti National Master Plan and Atmanirbhar Bharat Mission. I'll give you a few examples that the government launched the JAM, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile. They started very aggressively from 2016 onwards. In fact, State Bank of India alone, we have opened 15 crore accounts. Such a big task. Our people across India, they worked on holidays, Sundays, made it a point that every people in the country with this Aadhaar, they can open an account. And today it is helping a lot, especially when you pass on these welfare schemes, even the subsidy, all this fertilizer subsidy, gas subsidy, DBT, everything is going through directly their account. It is, one way it is leakaging the income. Instead of having up through intermediaries, direct beneficiaries getting. All this is possible is because of this Jan Dhan accounts. And as a bankers, we were also a little critical. We are thinking, what is the use, 100 rupees balance and all. Then we were surprised. Today, this Jan Dhan accounts itself is, their deposits is almost all, I was told, 80 to 1 lakh crores. People are using as a saving instruments. People are withdrawing money by go to the local shops through POS machines. They are withdrawing. That is the effect of this providing basic financial service to all the countrymen. This has happened only because of this digitization. Otherwise, it is a Herculean task to supply all these welfare schemes to so many millions across the country. And not only that, to counter these COVID measures, last year the government of India has launched many schemes. You are all aware because you are the top erudite community in the financial sector. For example, like Atmanirbhar package, then National Infrastructure Pipeline. This gives a tremendous growth. The NIP, if you see the document, it gives an outlay of 66 lakh crores for the next 22 to 25. Even 22-27, in fact. In that entire 5 years, the government want to spend almost 66 lakhs crores on this national infrastructure pipeline. But where to get the money? What they are doing is that they started asset monetization. They call national asset monetization. What are the assets they are having? Slowly they are getting monetization. Like we did it, sometimes NHA, they are monetizing by selling some of the assets. In fact, if you see, every month we used to get good proposals like either Cube Highways or Blackstone, Brookfield. They're all buying the assets of this country. The government of India, NHA, successfully they are divesting either HAM model or basic InvIT model, even power grid. They are also started in asset monetization. The government idea is to bring almost 6 lakh crores through this NAM plan. Last year the target is 88,000 crores, but they achieved surprisingly 96,000 crores. They overshooted their budget. So that is one way it is helping the country to achieve this, the growth. Basically the investment growth especially in the COVID situation, it is coming from the government only. Private people, though they are generating good profit, but they have their own inhibitions. One is the uncertainty post-COVID. We are not so sure whether COVID is ended or not. And especially that commodity prices are rising, interest rates are shooting up. At this juncture, any corporate going for a capex, he will think twice. But the government, they have their own plans, whether they're going ahead with this lot of capex plans. Their plans are very clear. Their sectors also very clear. They want to go ahead, especially in this national infrastructure pipeline. They want to concentrate on few sectors like energy, roads, then telecom, highways, railways. These are all their priority. So one way it is giving a good boost to the country to grow and to get the recovery. It is most of the thing is coming from the government. And another aspect is PLI, that productivity linked incentive scheme. The government has outlined almost 2 lakh crores for the next 4 years. Even the semiconductor chips itself is 76,000 crores. They want to give incentive to the companies. They have identified few sectors like automobiles, pharma, then semiconductors, some of the governments also. So in the process, what they are expecting is that at least 15 to 20% of the capex for the next 3 years will come from the foreign investors. They are expecting almost $500 billion investment through these PLI schemes. There are many people are interested and many have already started. For example, Samsung, then Foxconn, Ola, they all started coming to invest in India. They want to take the benefit of this PLI scheme. In a way, I want to tell you that government is the biggest booster and the spender for all these capex measures, and especially the investment in infrastructure. That is the only way to at least to revive the economy in a better way and a faster way. The India must now maintain the momentum of these laudable initiatives and continue to enhance the robustness and vitality of its economy. At the same time, these other sectoral reforms should be aimed at ensuring equitable and inclusive growth. India's growth journey will encompass several key areas, which I will talk now. The first, the information technology services and information technology enabled services, IT and ITES, which are backed by entrepreneur capabilities and innovative solutions have emerged as a key strength of the Indian economy over the years. There is a growing league of unicorns in India reflecting its potential for technology-led growth. The country has added several unicorns over the last year to become third largest startup ecosystem in the world. Underpenetrated Indian markets and large IT talent pool provide an unprecedented growth opportunity for new age firms. You might have seen the evaluations of these smart companies, the unicorns, which I'm sure some of the senior chartered accountants, we never imagined in their lifetime. For example, you take either Baizu or Paytm, 12 billion, 15 billion, Flipkart. We never imagined. In fact, we were joking, a manufacturing company like IOCL, NTPC, their market cap is few lakh crores. Whereas these startups, billions. Because the world has recognized they are the future. They are the capable of earning more in the future. That is the way the market always perceives. Whether right or wrong, we have to respect the market. Being a treasury guy, I always believe market is the best place to assess anybody. In a shorter term, you may make mistake, but in the long range, It is the market perception is always correct. So luckily India has that pool, ITR, ITS, you name it. When I was in London, I used to meet some top guys. You may not believe, if TCS is come out, entire British Airways will collapse. Barclays Bank will collapse. Deutsche Bank will collapse. They're all totally operated by TCS. That is the power of Indian software. I think 3-4 days back also I see some item. The Indian software guys, they're really commanding. We have that power. People will respect for our knowledge-based economy. This, it has to be sustained, and I'm sure it will take it further. And second, India's digital momentum is expected to continue with a strong demand in areas such as cloud computing, customer troubleshooting, data analytics, workplace transformation, supply chain automation, 5G modernization, and cyber security capabilities. Ensuring universal and affordable fast broadband internet access all through the country can play a critical role in advancing productivity and employment opportunities. Further, the stronger push to digitization and automation can have spillover effects on ease of doing business. We all knew that digitization is how comfortable. I'm sure most of you use either Phone Pay, Google Pay, Paytm. Very convenient. Just you scan it, life is comfortable. It will pay instead of taking money, asking change, all those things. This has been transformed. I'll give one statistics. This is interesting. That UPI payments, which is done through all these apps, last year the turnover is 41,03,658 crores. Last year, 2021. In 21-22, the figure is 84,15,900 crores. Double. And that too amounts, if you see, this year, 21-22, UPI did a transaction worth 84,15,900 crores. That is the power of digitization. And I am sure going forward, this will go further. Then another thing, medical advances and process acceleration can spark a renaissance in public health innovations and delivery. Another thing is e-commerce is emerging as another promising sector for India. It has benefited from growing market, increased internet and smartphone penetration, and COVID-induced shifts in consumer preference. We all know most of us are shifted to online purchases. Now the third thing is the pandemic has brought focus what India can achieve in the area of manufacturing. In the pharmaceutical sector, for the first time in history, vaccines were developed and administered within a year, with India remaining a forerunner in the global leader in vaccine manufacturing. I'm sure companies like Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech, the way they responded to the COVID, of course, government also made a lot of relaxations to them, but within a year, they produced so many vaccines, which is a quite applaudable thing. Investors have shown confidence in production-linked incentive scheme introduced by the government. Following this initiative, India is now home to almost all leading global mobile phone manufacturers, and during the recent period, India has turned being importer to an exporter of mobile phones. The trend is likely to spill over to other sectors as well. India should aim to enhance its share in global value chain and build up a resilient supply chain network. Greater global value chain participation would also enhance the competitiveness of Indian large and micro small enterprises base. Typically, if you see the analysis of our GDP, still even manufacturing is around 17-18%. Predominantly our GDP is service based. But if you want to revive this economy, we have to increase the manufacturing base. We have to learn from our neighbor China. China is an entire thing. It is a factory for the world. I give a small example. When I was in London, we want to do a little bit shift in the furniture. We want to revamp it. We told we want this, some 15 sofas and all. Then he told, sir, I need 2 months time. I said, why? Sir, it has to get from China. So in developed countries, they have forgotten the way manufacturing. Entire thing is China. When I was in Maldives, all the resorts, they need a big inventory, 500 chairs, 500 cots. They will go only to China. That is the only place where they can find variety and that much quantity also. So I think we should become a manufacturing hub. Then only we can prosper. The services, it has own impact. The COVID has totally eliminated most of our unorganized people. That is very, very risky for the country. Unless you are a manufacturing power hub, you can't command big share in the global market. In fact, some of the statistics which is disturbing, our total share in the entire global GDP or exports, India's share is in manufacturing is 1.9%, even just 2% in the entire global exports. So that is very minuscule. So this is a way, unless you have to be manufacturer, you produce. That's the way the government role, a lot of export. This year we have done tremendously well. I will give some example. We had a big corporate steel industry. They did a wonderful performance this year. Companies like Tata Steel earned 40,000 crore profit this year. All thanks to the booming commodity price. Most of the steel companies, they did a lot of deleveraging. They paid back all our loans. Why? Because this year China has stopped its iron production and in international they give license to the various countries. So this year most of the China's license it is given by the India. So we got these license and we exported and we exhausted. So that is the one reason. Because of that our power, we were able to demonstrate this effect. So unless you become a manufacturing hub, it's very difficult as a country to sustain forwards. Services, as I told you, it has, but it has own limitations. The fourth, India should push towards green technology, which can create a new opportunities in several sectors. Electrical vehicles are the future. With supportive policies, greener technologies can yield economic and environmental benefits. Because of our size of population, I think it is better to shift to greener sooner or later. I'm sure it's easier said than done. A country like India, it's very difficult. Still, we need NTPC and so many coal thermal plants. In the recent power crisis, we really struggled. So it's very easy to replace what are the conventional sources, but in a long range, it is better so that the sustainability will continue. Fifth, as India rapidly, its energy demand is expected to pick up soon. The country should invest more and more on renewable energy. The drive towards renewable energy is a step in right direction, both for energy security as well as environmental sustainability, which are critical for our long-term economic growth. Next, focus on exports. This is the one area we are really doing well. In fact, last year, if you see the statistics, in the merchandise exports, we have done $420 billion worth exports and services another 250. We have done $670 billion total exports. This year the government of India target is almost $800 billion. Merchandise they want to do it 450 and the services they want 350, 800 and they are likely to achieve the targets because of so many opportunities are available for us. So this is export is one area which is to be focused and going forward we have to catch up. The country needs big push to infrastructure, particularly in the areas of health, education, low carbon and digital economy, in addition to transport and communication for achieve faster growth. In addition, the warehousing and supply chain infrastructure will be critical to boost the value addition and productivity, especially in agriculture and horticultural sector. This will create employment opportunities in semi-urban and rural areas and promote inclusive growth. Moreover, investment in intangible capital such as research and development and skill upgradation of human resource has strong and positive impact on productivity. This is the supply chain finance. We find a lot of opportunities. People are coming, investing very good, especially PV companies. I had a close interaction with some of the southern-based companies. Earlier, manufacturing companies like Maruti, they want to have inventory though at very zero level. Now they are outsourcing. They are outsourcing to a company which will procure on behalf of the Maruti, providing everything they are keeping near their areas. That is the logistics, which is very tremendous opportunity in the coming days, especially fleet finance, this warehousing. These are the biggest opportunities for the various people, especially bankers like us. And if you don't have, then you will have a problem. We all knew that one semiconductor shortage has almost all killed the entire automobile industry. It was dragged. Many companies, when I interact with the Tata Motors or Maruti, everybody has the same problem, even Mahindra's chip shortage. And when big companies like JSW, Tata Steel, when I talk, they're ready to export, but there is a container shortage. This is huge, especially in Europe. Drivers are not available because of Brexit. They don't have the permits, licenses. Entire material is lying in Hamburg airport, also seaport. It's a very severe container shortage. So these are the bottlenecks in the supply chain finance. Unless you address it properly, you plan it properly, this is very difficult to sustain in the long range. And India is going in the right direction. We are slowly moving, overcoming all these obstacles. Coming to the role of banks in the economic growth, banking sector has played a critical role during pandemic. The Atmanirbhar package announced by the government placed bank as a central sector for cushioning the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Owing to various efforts of authorities, banks adjusted well to situation and their performance has improved significantly. Last year, we have achieved almost 9.7 non-food credit growth, thanks to so many revival measures taken by the government. This is one of the positive factors, and a lot of risk mitigation has taken place. For example, our NPS, entire grass banking system was 2-3 years back, it is 11%. Now, most of the banks, it is in between 5 to 6%. At least slightly they are in a healthy position. With the changing times, banks too are adopting technology at a rapid pace. Collaborating with fintech entrepreneurs of different sizes and scales, banks have been working on some of the most cutting-edge technologies, from cloud-centric data storage to blockchain adoption, for international trade and finance settlement, to using analytics and artificial intelligence, for offering credit to entirely new segments of customers, to embracing climate change analysis for better management of agri inputs and outputs. I'll give one example. We have some of the software now we are going to launch in the SBI. For entire thing, digitization, for especially vendor finance to capture ecosystem, the entire process will, from submitting the document to process, you don't believe it will take not less than 2 hours. This is what we are aiming, and pilot testing is going on. Because we find companies with a small turnover asking his balance sheet, credentials and all, it's no use. Ultimately, it is becoming NPA only. Instead, we want to give demonstration of this cash flow. How much cash he is getting. By studying his cash, we can assess exactly the risk. And by assessing his suppliers or his vendors, we can understand the risk much better than the actual studying a balance sheet. So we are adapting to the technology. In fact, if it is a top AA-rated vendor, we are not insisting on the balance sheet also. Because we know other person is a W-rated. He is not going to default. So that is the system. This, as a bank, it's very difficult to get it. But we are tied up with a fintech company. They have all the models and all this permutation. So we are going with them. And soon, maybe in a couple of months, we are launching that. Otherwise, it's very difficult for a bank like ours, unless we don't capture the entire economy ecosystem. Mere lending is not the solution. We have to do that. So that is the way we have to collaborating with fintechs and get the things right. Both commercial banking and retail banking are poised for major transformation as technology will enhance their experience and speed. And another thing, this operational risk. Unless you do automation of all the risk mitigation, it's very difficult. So slowly we are going to digitize the operational analysis, especially in the risk models we developed by studying the behavior of the customer. That way we are mitigating the risk. This already we have introduced and it is giving good results. Especially our credit process, you don't believe, it is gone several checks. We have at least, we can confidently say, we have a proper risk mitigation system to understand the risk of any customer which we are onboarding. Finally, let me sum up some of the key points. Going forward, India will have prioritized economic expansion and sustainability to maintain its trajectory of growth and influence. The country must continue to embrace transformational rather than incremental change to shape an economic policy that support rapid growth. This will require a continued commitment to wide-ranging and systematic sectoral reforms with strong measures to restore fiscal balance and strengthening the banking system. With the reshoring of global supply chains and quest for geographical diversification in their redistribution, India offers safe and stable destination and could emerge as an important hub for global manufacturing. Amid ongoing volatility and change, India has a rare opportunity to undertake several policy changes, not only address the short-term challenges, but also become an important axis of power and influence in the post-COVID world. And another thing we have to do is that ease of doing business. That I think the government has done very well. In fact, if you see the ease of doing index, which has come down drastically, we are in one of the best places in the world. Though still the ranking is little high, but ease of doing has come down. Most of the state governments are very nimble and they are giving all at one go. Even the government Gati Shakti package, that is also addressing that. That is going forward one of the things the country is going to do. So that's all I can say. And I will end my speech with a quote from one of my favorite gentlemen, the missile man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who said that when learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. When knowledge is lit, economy flourishes. Thank you for the patient listening.
Sir, thank you very much for taking us through a very serious talk in a post-lunch session. And as you would have observed the audience, majority of them were glued to their seats and listening to you, in spite of the fact that there was no PPT. Friends, you would have heard him cover international as well as national. So he shared his experience in what happened in London, what happened in UK during the Brexit times, when none of the top-notch UK professionals or whomsoever, who's who of UK, told that Brexit will never happen, because after all, UK was one of the founder of the European Union. But then things changed. And so is the perception towards India. And going forward, as he rightly put forth, transformational strategies are required for an economic growth. And that is what he in the State Bank of India is looking at. Technology is going to be one of the key factors in the coming future years. And as he rightly said, manufacturing holds the baton for the next big change in the world. Sir, even though we have our Vice Chairman who will be formally concluding this session and summing up, as a chairman of this committee on behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I thank you for sparing your valuable time. In fact, I alone know how much difficult it is for you to come to Delhi in spite of your various schedules that you have in your office in Bombay. And this audience is privileged, I must say, who have heard you with rapt attention in a post-lunch session on a very serious topic, debating on the economy and debating upon the future of the Indian economy. Thank you very much, sir. Gyanchandji Mishra, our Vice Chairman, let me take a word about him. He is newly elected to the Central Council of the Institute. He hails from the city of Ghaziabad, which is closer to Delhi. A very smiling personality, I must say. I have moved with him closely in the last few months. And he lends enormous support to this committee by just being there. Sometimes, you should be there. You need not run and catch hold of people. You should just be there. So that you're confident that, yes, there is someone there. By just being there, he lends the very masterly support, I must say, to this committee. And I must submit, he has a bright future in the Institute, in the Central Council, and ICAI too has the same in him as a member. Sir, please come and offer your closing remarks and a formal thanks to our very eminent speaker today.
So thank you, very respected Chairman of Committee on Management Accounting, Rajendra Kumar PG. Sir, I am really thankful to you. So we take question answer as suggested by.
And the next committee, so 15 minutes, okay, sir? Yeah, we also started by 2, so 10 minutes? Yeah. President, sir, is coming. Yeah, any questions?
Sir, I do one thing.
Questions to Lily.
I do one thing, sir. I just conclude the vote of thanks within 1 minute. Then you please continue with the question answer session. Yeah. If you permit, Vinod, sir. So thank you, sir. I will not take much time because of the paucity of the time. So very respected, today's speaker of this very important topic, Strategies for Economic Revival, Sri B. Raghavendra Rao ji, Deputy Managing Director, State Bank of India. My very dedicated and my elder brother, who is Chairman of the Committee on Management Accounting, Rajendra Kumar PG. Other council members of the dais, Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, Preeti Shawla madam. I can see here WIRC Secretary Shweta Jain madam is here. I acknowledge her presence. And very learned and very own past Central Council member, Sri Vinod Jain sir. Very distinguished participants. Friends, we are just celebrating Azadi का अमृत महोत्सव 75 वर्ष हमें आज़ाद हुए हुआ है और हम लोग आज सुबह से इसी पर मंथन कर रहे हैं कि कैसे हाउ वी कैन टेक द कंट्री अहेड नव भारत का निर्माण किस तरह से हो जो हमारा अमृत काल का बेला है उसमें मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा आप लोग यहाँ पर आए और आप लोगों ने अपना अमूल्य समय दिया इसके लिए हम आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत हृदय की गहराइयों से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं हमारे स्पीकर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं हमारे चेयरमैन का जो हमेशा प्रयास करते रहते हैं कुछ नया कमेटी में करने के लिए और उनके लीडरशिप में हम बहुत कुछ लर्न कर रहे हैं सर आपका हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं मैं अब बिल्कुल समय नहीं लूँगा क्योंकि हम लोग जो भी समय टेक्निकल टॉपिक पे टेक्निकल डिस्कशन पे अपना समय अमूल्य समय लगा पाएं उसके लिए मैं साभार अपने चेयरमैन सर को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा टू कंटिन्यू विद द क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन ईच एंड एवरीवन इज वेरी crucial and each and every moment is very crucial we should take in the technical spirit only thank you very much once again and thanks to everyone
और अब हमारे विशेष अतिथि का धन्यवाद करने के लिए एक स्मृति चिन्ह मेमेंटो के द्वारा मैं सीए राजेंद्र कुमार जी और सीए ज्ञानचंद्र मिश्रा जी दोनों से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वह ये एक विशेष स्मृति चिन्ह देकर उनका हमारे विशेष अतिथिगण का धन्यवाद करते हुए हम एक दो क्वेश्चंस ले लेते हैं
Hello. Sir.
Sir, as you said, the Brexit happened and nobody was expecting it, and it happened. If we translate it to a business entity and this kind of a situation occurs, then how does a businessman create a strategy for this kind of a time?
No. Many people, especially who are in the business, they had always have some plans. It's nobody, I'm sure, any wise businessman will not wait for the verdict on June 23rd. They have a plan. See, the effect of the Brexit is that most of the companies the UK is a hub for access to Europe. Whether you Nissan or any big companies in the world, they set up a plants in UK. Basically, they want to capture the European market. The moment they started, Brexit announcement started, they stopped all the expansion plans. In fact, most of the Deutsche Bank and all, they moved to Amsterdam, Frankfurt. They had their plans.
If in the context of an exporter I talk who's only exporting to UK, and if tomorrow he's not expecting, he's talking to people like you are also talking to people, and they're saying Brexit is not going to happen, and he doesn't have an escape plan since he has only a customer in UK. Now, how does he cushion himself with that? Is the bank going to help him out in those kind of situations?
These are all the economic decisions. I don't think bankers will, even ourselves is not convinced. I sent a report to head office. It is not going to happen. Then I have to eat my words. So we all know, it's of course you are not, unless you are setting up a factory for next 100 years.
Sir, Rosap, I think an important question, important issue which you raised is that the private sector investment is not coming. And when the private sector investment doesn't come, how do we grow as a nation? You're talking of economic revival. A big issue which I'm just going to mention to you, this insolvency law has come, and the way it is structured, the entrepreneurship, the very entrepreneurship is getting impacted. We have a large number of clients of ours, they have hesitation in borrowing from bank. They don't want to go to you and borrow, because if they borrow and khuda na khasta, by chance, the things do not work, even their plan B doesn't work, even the plan C doesn't work, then for 10 years, 20 years, they create a company, and then you hand it over to somebody else. And even handing over process is taking 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, all this process. So how do you really see what should be done to change this whole process? On the one hand, IRPAs are, spoiling the entire company once it comes to them, a good number of them. Some of them are doing good job, but most of them are not able to run businesses. And businessman is shown the door. So entrepreneurship khatam ho raha hai. Uske liye jab tak aap as a banker kuch nahi karenge, I think no private sector investment will come to you. People don't want to borrow from bank actually. That unless that is broken, how will we grow?
No, I don't know where you got this perception. In State Bank of India, we're sitting with a huge cash. You bring a project, I will give you the money. I have no qualms in saying that.
Sir, I am aware, but why we will come to you? Tomorrow you will take away my business also, no?
No, why should I take it? See, I am not an expert in running the business. I am only a money lender.
You are right.
See, what I want to say is that the people who have deep pockets, they are waiting because a private businessman is answerable to his shareholders. Tomorrow, people are doing that. You take many groups, you take let us say, forget about everything, the optical fiber, the internet. It is all developed by private people. BSNL and MTNL is a minuscule part. It is developed by them only. Infrastructure, yes, the government is having roads and ports, but you name many power sectors, people are coming. The only thing is that at this juncture, one is uncertainty, the commodity prices, interest rate going high, so they want to be. Otherwise, people are, you name a corporate, we can talk offline. Every corporate has a plan for expanding further. You read any news, people are ready to do that. In fact, few days back, I met one top company corporate. They announced a capex plan. Immediately, entire cement industry shares have crashed, thinking that too much demand and prices will come down, profitability will come down. and he says that Rao Sahab, my expand nahi kar raha tabhi, people are hitting the stock. He is not expanding. His EBITDA is constant. So they're also clueless. What I want to say is that it is a cycle. People, that's what I told people who are in the commodity cycle this year. You name any company, Vedanta, JSW, Tata Steel, they had a huge profit. It's not like that they made only this year. They're making, some days they had a huge impairment losses. It is a cycle. But people are investing. But the major investments are coming from the government, which is boosting. Today, even a company like NTPC, they are going huge on non-renewable energy. Private sector, a lot of people are coming for non. You go to any paper, every day that SECI advertisements will come bidding the solar power at an unimaginable rate, 2 rupees 50 paise. I don't know how we will sustain. People are bidding for that. So it's happening. It's not like that. It's happening. We are ready. Most of the project, we are very, very confident. Credit will pick up. In fact, this year, we are at least our target is 10%. It will happen. Otherwise, where is the, unless you don't manufacture, where is the growth?
So thank you once again, sir. And with that, we close this seminar. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, request you to remain at your seats. We are now going to be moving in straight into our next session. That's a seminar on practical ideas to go green. Just give us a few minutes to set the stage towards it and make our planet sustainable. This is by the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board of ICAI. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Prime Minister has already given a clarion call that we need to shape a more climate-sensitive, clean, green growth for our nation. He's also, at COP26, given a commitment of India becoming net carbon zero emitter by 2070. And towards that, as we gradually reduce our carbon footprints, he's also spelled out the Panch Amrit. So how, as responsible professionals, we work towards those practical ideas to go green and to make our planet sustainable? As professionals, how do we work towards strengthening the sustainability reporting ecosystem in India? We are going to be discussing and further ideating on this. ICAI is committed to being a partner in achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, and to strengthen the sustainability reporting ecosystem in the country. ICAI had also launched the nationwide ICAI Sustainability Literacy Drive with the very objective to make the process of sustainable development more feasible and operational by establishing a common focus of various distinct stakeholders. There has been various green initiatives which have been introduced and taken by the committee. They've developed a sustainability reporting maturity model, that is SRMM version 1.0, All India Tree Plantation Drive, the Go Green which we had today, construction of the first ever green building in Delhi, the 5-star Griha rating to reduce the carbon footprints, partnering with SEBI in its initiative, namely the Social Stock Exchange, and working towards a single comprehensive framework for the social audit standards. These have been the various initiatives which the Sustainability Committee, Sustainable Reporting Standard Board of ICAI has been taking towards greening. And herein, as we take the discussions forward, we have very eminent guest speakers also joining us in this session, who bringing their further valuable views and perspective towards the same. So at the very onset, may I first request CA Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, the Central Council member, ICAI, and the founder, chairman of the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, ICAI, to please grace the dais. CA Preeti Savla, the Central Council member, ICAI, the vice chairperson of Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, ICAI. And we welcome on days our very eminent speakers of the session, Dr. Vinita H. Apte, the founder and director of Terry Policy Center, and Dr. Radha Goyal, the Deputy Director, Indian Pollution Control Association, IPCA, Secretary, Society for the Indoor Environment. As we welcome our two very eminent speakers of the session, may I request both the chair and the vice chairperson of the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board to please accord them a floral welcome and also to present them a bamboo plant. So this green plant comes with a further commitment of sustainable development, of taking care of our environment. And as you know, the bamboo plant, of course, symbolizes strength, flexibility, good health. So ladies and gentlemen, the very objective of this seminar we have is to encourage members and the other stakeholders to contribute to the global agenda and towards making our planet sustainable for our generations as well as generations to come. At the very onset of this, to welcome everyone and for further her views, I would like to request CA Preeti Savla, the Central Council Member ICAI and the Vice Chairperson of the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board for her welcome remarks. She, ladies and gentlemen, is a very dynamic lady who has undertaken various initiatives during her tenure as the Chairperson of the Western India Regional Council of ICAI.
Very respected Central Council member and the Chairman of Sustainability Reporting Standard Board and AASB, CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, our faculties, renowned faculties for the session, Dr. Vinita Apte, who is the founder and president of TER Policy Center, Dr. Radha Goyal, who is the Deputy Director of Indian Pollution Control Association, IPCA, and Secretary, Society for Indoor Environment, seniors, my council colleagues present here, and my dear friends. A good afternoon to all of you. And as a Vice Chairperson of SRSB, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all in this session on practical ideas to go green and make our planet sustainable as a part of Iconic Day Program Day. Friends, sustainability is a buzzword now. And now the desperate need of the hour and is no longer an option to leisurely ponder upon in the distant future, but an utter necessary that must be immediately addressed and captured into an action in each and every living moment of ours. Because there may not be future at all. You know, it is always said, the day I joined this as a council member and SRSB as a vice chairperson, the first video I saw that is about nature. So whether nature requires people? No, the people requires nature and for our future generation to be there, we have to see that we save the nature. And I must say over here that I'm really very lucky and blessed that I have a chairman as a Sanjeev Kumar Singhal to this and SRSB, and I am the vice chair, because I'm learning a lot, as a founder chairman of SRSB, a lot of work has been done by Sanjeev bhai, and and each and every time he is always available to guide me and see that the work of the institute, the work of SRSB is actually taking ahead. We are doing a lot of work at SRSB. It is in relation to whether a social stock exchange or developing the social audit standards, and his involvement in all these activity. I really wonder how he gets time for doing all of these things, but I really appreciate and I really thank our president also to take me here as a vice chair, and when the Sanjeev Kumar Singhal is a chairman. So thank you, Chairman sir, for doing a lot of work for the institute and at large, which actually benefits to all the members and students at large. The current spat of the events with the temperature rising to 50 degrees C in parts of the India in summer. This is the first time when here in Delhi also the temperature is so high, and we all are facing the global warming. So the SRSB of ICAI working on number of initiatives relating to sustainability with a view to strengthen the sustainability landscape and contribute in achievement of the sustainability development goals. And the objective is to encourage the members and other stakeholders to contribute to the global agenda and make our planet sustainable for generations to come. And before I delve into the details of the two initiatives under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, I would like to share excerpts from the speech delivered by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, at COP26 Summit at Glasgow. What he said, this word in the context of climate is life. That is LIFE, which means lifestyle for environment. And this can become a mass movement of environmental conscious lifestyle. And what is needed today is a mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless and destructive consumption. This is the path of self-realization, and this is the only way to benefit. Even today, also in the morning in the inaugural session, we have got a target of plantation of 75,000 trees over a year. And friends, it is a challenge to us. It is a challenge to SRSB, and it is a challenge to each one of us for this initiative to involve and save our earth. And under this ACOM initiative, we have tried to create awareness on climate risk and also motivate citizens to contribute at individual level. And we are pleased to inform that Take the ICAI Sustainability Challenge organized by SRSB and got excellent response from all over India. And I am happy that the students, around 700 entries we have got in this challenge, and the students from all over India or Bangalore, even from Delhi and other parts of India have traveled together along with their parents, their grandparents to receive, announce the awards, and around out of this 700 entries. And again, the office is also doing excellent work in this regard. And friends, I am happy that this challenge and all this work actually getting very excellent response from all parts of the country. And with these words, again, I can say we should come forward and ensure that collaboratively understand and address the interrelated dimensions needed for developing this sustainable future and greener world for all of us and for generations to come. With these words, I once again welcome all of you and let us have an excellent session by these dignitaries. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful opening remarks. And may I now request CA Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, the Central Council Member ICAI, and the Founder Chairman of the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board ICAI. Ladies and gentlemen, under his able leadership, the board has undertaken again many new initiatives since its inception in February 2020. He's also the chairman of the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board of ICAI and has represented ICAI on various national as well as international platforms. I request him for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all, friends. The very able Vice Chairperson and Central Council Member, Preeti Savla ji, who is working very passionately in the Sustainability Board, and because of her active contribution, we are able to take so much step. In fact, even in this program and the initiative of the planting the trees, she's been very, very instrumental in working very actively in various parts of India. My thanks to her. And the two very learned speakers. Friends, normally we would say a very warm welcome. But in sustainability, we need to think if we say a very warm welcome, the earth is already very warm. So welcome to you all to this session on the practical ideas to go green and make our planet sustainable. As part of this iconic day program today, it's really my privilege to be here to present this session as part of our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative of the Government of India to celebrate 75 years of independence. This session is propagating Action at 75, theme of Ekam, which is focusing on highlighting steps being taken to implement policies and actualize commitments. This theme focuses on all the efforts that are being undertaken to help India take its rightful position in the new world order emerging in a post-COVID world by highlighting the steps being taken to implement policies and implement the commitments. It's driven by none other than our Honorable Prime Minister's Modi clarion call of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. The Government of India is proactively taking steps towards sustainable and inclusive growth with a focus on climate change. Preeti Ben mentioned about the Prime Minister's speech at the COP26. Our Honorable Prime Minister at the World Economic Forum, Davos Summit, had also shared that for next 25 years, India has set the target of high growth and saturation of welfare and wellness under Amrit Kal. Further, this period of growth will be green, clean, sustainable and reliable. The commitment of the country towards building resilient, inclusive and sustainable economies are truly reflected in the Panchamrit principle which our Honorable Prime Minister has given at the COP26 in November 2021. Let us hear from him what he said at the COP26 about these 5 principles. May I request office to kindly play the video of COP26? Volume please.
इस वैश्विक मंथन के बीच मैं भारत की ओर से इस चुनौती से निपटने के लिए 5 अमृत तत्व रखना चाहता हूं, पंचामृत की सौगात देना चाहता हूं। पहला, भारत 2030 तक अपनी नॉन फोसिल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी को 500 गीगावाट तक पहुंचाएगा। दूसरा, भारत 2030 तक अपनी 50% एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट्स रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से पूरी करेगा। तीसरा, भारत अब से लेकर 2030 तक के कुल प्रोजेक्टेड कार्बन एमिशन में 1 बिलियन टन की कमी करेगा। चौथा, 2030 तक भारत अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था की कार्बन इंटेंसिटी को 45% से भी कम करेगा। और पांचवा, वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा। ये पंचामृत क्लाइमेट एक्शन में भारत का एक अभूतपूर्व योगदान होंगे।
So you heard from our prime ministers that what is the target that is given to all of us.
And these were truly reflected in the Union Budget 2022, which has further provided a multiplier effect. The budget talk about the climate change initiative like broader decarbonization goals such as boosting the electric vehicle infrastructure, EV ecosystem, solar power, circular economy, transition to carbon neutral economy, encouraging sustainable and climate finance, etc. In fact, we are going to come out with the sustainable green bonds, the sovereign green bonds as well. Today, climate change is the biggest threat. Friends, we have seen pre-industrialization era में जो टेम्परेचर अर्थ का बढ़ा है वो 1.1 डिग्री ऑलरेडी बढ़ चुका है और जो टारगेट है वो 1.5 डिग्री के अंदर अंदर करना है और पहले ये था कि सेंचुरी के एंड तक ये 1.5 डिग्री पहुंचेगा. बट नाउ what it looks to be that in one of the next 5 years, we are not talking about 2100, we are 2022 only. In one of the next 5 years, we will breach that level of 1.5 degree. इससे हम ये ना समझे कि अर्थ का टेम्परेचर 1.5 डिग्री बढ़ता है तो अगर यहां 46 डिग्री था तो 46.4 हो जाएगा क्योंकि 1.1 तो ऑलरेडी बढ़ चुका है. नो, each fraction leads to multiple degrees of increase, and this time we have seen in Delhi the temperature has gone up to 49 degree. Think of what happens if we go to 1.5 and if we go beyond. The United Secretary General Antonio Guterres said at the recent COP26 that our fragile planet is hanging by a thread. Our fragile planet is hanging by a thread. We are still knocking on the door of climate catastrophe. It's time to go into emergency mode, or our chance of reaching net zero will itself be zero. Our chance of reaching net zero will itself be zero. और तब क्या होगा? Let us see कि United Nation में क्या कहा गया. Like the office to help us play that video. बच्चों के लिए खासतौर पे जो अवार्ड लेने आए हैं इस वीडियो को देखिएगा.
Okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Friends, sustainability emphasizes need for society to conserve resources, protect natural ecosystem, minimize pollution, and promote social equity. Today, by 15th of August every year, we consume annual resources. 7.5 महीने में आज हम 12 महीने के रिसोर्सेज कंज्यूम करते हैं, यानी कि हम अगले साल से और अपनी अगली जनरेशन से बोरो कर रहे हैं. अगर 2100 तक 5 डिग्री टेम्परेचर अर्थ का बढ़ा तो हाफ ऑफ द मैनकाइंड विल बी लॉस्ट. नाउ Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, which is known for a strong accountancy profession, has come forward even in the area of sustainability as a true partner in nation building, and we're taking various proactive steps directed towards attainment of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development with a focus on climate change actions. And we are working under the leadership of our dynamic President CA Dr. Devashish Mitra and the Honorable Vice President CA Aniket Talati, who will soon be joining us shortly. And we've taken various initiatives, and since some of the initiatives were already talked about in the beginning by the MOC, I would not like to repeat them. But I'd like to say that we are partnering with all stakeholders, national and international, and our motto is building a healthier, happier and safer planet. Now, keeping up this spirit, हमने एक competition launch किया. उसका नाम रखा टेक द ICAI सस्टेनेबिलिटी चैलेंज, और ये था हमारे बच्चों के लिए. पहली क्लास से 5वीं क्लास की एक हमने कैटेगरी बनाई, 6 से 12th की एक दूसरी कैटेगरी थी, और कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स और CA इंटर्न्स की एक थर्ड कैटेगरी थी, जिसमें हमने उन्हें प्रैक्टिकल आइडियाज देने के लिए बोला, कार्बन एमिशन को रिड्यूस करने के लिए और स्लोगन्स देने के लिए. तो उस कंपटीशन में जैसा प्रीतिबेन ने बताया 700 प्लस बच्चों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया, क्योंकि स्कूल की छुट्टियां हो गई थी उस टाइम, अदरवाइज प्रोबेबली मोर स्टूडेंट्स वुड हैव पार्टिसिपेटेड. एंड जो आज उनके प्राइजेस हैं वो हमारे प्रेसिडेंट और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आज इन बच्चों को देंगे. आप बीच बीच में बच्चों को बैठा देख सकते हैं, दे हैव ऑल कम टू रिसीव द अवार्ड्स. इसके साथ साथ हमने ट्री प्लांटेशन का काम लिया है. आज हमें मॉर्निंग में अरुण सिंह जी ने 75,000 ट्रीज प्लांट करने का टारगेट दिया, बट हमारी जो वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस होने वाली है 18 से 21 नवंबर को मुंबई में, उसका कार्बन एमिशन करीब 75 लाख टन हमने एस्टिमेट किया है. उसके लिए करीब 3,75,000 पेड़ लगाने होंगे. सो हमारा टारगेट है हम उस टारगेट तक पहुंचे और 75,000 ट्रीज तक ना रहें. आज हमारे करीब 3,34,000 मेंबर हैं. तो मैं आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, ईच वन प्लांट वन ट्री एंड मेंटेन इट फॉर 3 years एंड स्प्रेड दिस मैसेज. एंड आई टेल द स्टूडेंट्स ऑल्सो, बच्चों आप भी हर कोई एक एक पेड़ लगाओ, हर साल एक पेड़ लगाओ, और याद रखने के लिए अपने बर्थडे पर एक पेड़ लगाओ, और उसको 3 साल तक उसकी देखभाल करो. एंड देन वी विल हैव अ मच क्लीनर एंड greener future. I'm sure that this platform would definitely act as an encouragement to each one of us to actively contribute towards the pressing issues of climate risk, and together we would take this very crucial initiative and actions to a next level. I would like to conclude my speech with quoting the nation's vision of Satat Bharat, Sanatan Bharat, Sustainable India. Let us all take this pledge today that beginning right here, right now, we shall strive our best in whatever little way possible with whatsoever means available to make however small a difference towards making our planet sustainable for all of us and for generations to come. Thank you all and look forward to working together for achieving the ideas we all strongly believe in. And we will have 2 very learned speakers who will be talking briefly about the ways in which we can help reduce the carbon emissions. Thank you, and thank you for joining. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for arousing the consciousness of everyone towards building a more sustainable, clean and a green planet and a future for ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, as I invite our next speaker, Dr. Vinita H. Apte, she's the founder director of Dairy Policy Center. And she has earlier worked also as consultant in the United Nations Environment Program. You might be all aware that as we celebrate the World Environment Day, and which we celebrated recently on the 5th of June, the World Environment Day has been celebrated since 1974. That was the first time when we celebrated. And this is a UNEP-led celebration which we have. UNEP was, in fact, this year they celebrated their 50th anniversary of the establishment of the UNEP. And the UNEP was born out of the 1972 Stockholm Conference. Now, when we celebrated our first WED in 74, the theme was Only One Earth. And this time when we celebrated this year, the theme was the same, Only One Earth. That shows that in these 50 long years, how little we have done for our environment, that after 50 long years also, we are still trying to hit on the consciousness of people to take care of your environment. This was a theme, Only One Earth, which request everyone, कि हमारी एक ही धरती है, यही हमारा घर है, हमें इसकी संरक्षण करना है, इसका ध्यान रखना है. It requests everyone towards sustainable consumption and to be living in harmony with nature. So towards that, we are once again thankful to Dr. Vinita for joining us, who has worked with UNEP. She, as a communication expert, she was senior official and international expert on sustainable development and green economy. She has been. She possesses hands-on experience in forging innovative and award-winning partnerships with the governments, with NGOs, critical organizations on critical issues of strengthening synergies. And she has led a program on sustainable livelihood in the World Natural Heritages. I invite her for her address.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Sanjeev ji and ICAI to invite me for this important session. When I was listening Modi ji's bhashan at Glasgow, I was present there for his speech, as well as I was present in 2015 Paris Agreement. In that agreement also, India launched INDC, and the fourth clause of INDC is to plant more trees to increase the green cover. So through my organization TER means earth in French, and we stand for technology, education, research, and rehabilitation for the environment. We started thinking what we can do for this INDC, which has launched by India. And being an Indian, we want to put more efforts for Go Green, for making aware people about the environment, about the climate change, and about everything which is happening around us. So when we talk about sustainability, sustain. See, if the planet is going to sustain, or if we are going for the sustainable development, and unless we are not going for the sustainable development, the only thing which will happen that we ourselves will not sustain. Everything else will sustain if there is only development. So when we are thinking about Shashwat, sustainable, I always think that there is a spelling of sustain, it's S-U-S-T-A-I-N. We have to take all these words, S for stream. Means if you conserve the streams, it will help to conserve the ocean. Don't go for the bigger things, go for a smaller things. So conserve the streamlines, which is nearby your city, which is nearby your house, or wherever you see, now there are no streams alive. If you go to the villages, every village, there were streams. Or in every city, there were some rivers. But when the water comes through the pipeline at our house, we have forget to take the surrounding clean up of the streams and the rivers. So I always think that go for the small things, which is streams. Conserve the streams and streamlines, and it will streamline till the ocean, and ocean will not affect. U for urbanization. How much urbanization have come in last 50 years? We, through my organization, we are doing a campaign about rivers migration. If you go in some rural places, there are really a few people, gaon budhe, Means in our language, we say there are only Gao Bude. They are there. And the whole young generation, those who want to work or those who want to survive, they have left their village and went there in the cities. So the urbanization is a big problem for every kind of nature destruction. So S again, S for the solar. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam used to say that which countries have money, they have to put the money to survive for the environment, and those countries, those who have a solar energy, give the solar power to the other people. So India, it's not poor country, but people are poor in India. So they always say that we will give solar to the other countries, and the European and American countries will put money for the technology transfer and technology development. So SUS, again coming to the technology. So use the technology for the best environmental things, and not only to survive for your benefits. Means when I entered yesterday in this hotel, I complained over there on the reception that why it is so cold here. The temperature of the air conditioner was, I think it was put on 18 or 17 degrees, which is not necessary. For any person, I tell 24 degrees centigrade should be our parameter for the putting the ACs on. Few years before, China made a rule that set your ACs at 26 degrees. So I am not putting you that much heat, but at least 24 degrees we will. And we have to tell the other people that this should not be done. 17 and 80 degrees centigrade, if you are going through whole day in that centigrade of AC, you will feel sick. You will not survive for any small matter which you go outside and have a solar. So 24 degrees centigrade should be our aim. And it should not be that I am doing this and why should I tell to others? But you have to tell others that this is a wrong practice of making the ACs up to 17, 16, sometimes it's 14. No way. So yesterday I went there in the reception and told them that make a rule for your hotel or any 5-star hotel that put your ACs on 24 degrees centigrade. I think today it is a little warmer, otherwise I could not talk a single word over here. So again, this is a technology which can be useful for the environmental benefits. Again, there is A for air, conserve a good air. Air pollution is the biggest need to be banned in India. So less use of cars, scooters, walk along way or cycle. Make an infrastructure which will help for cycling, which will help for good walking. And I think everyone will be sustained with the last N, which is for nature. So you nurture the nature and nature will give you back everything. So these are the small things which give a good impact. I know many people are very much aware about the environment and climate change and what we are going to do for it. So we need to work, we need to start something. That stage is passé. It has gone. We did not start anything in last 5-6 years, and we are now at the verge of everything will demolish in some days or some years. It is not possible, not a single business, not a single thing will survive without environment. If you are working in a good business culture or any corporate office, maybe the office will be nice. You can work over there very comfortably, but it is not the healthy environment. So everyone, if they want to work and give the best performance, there needs a healthy environment. And that is what we need to start with it. So this is the cream of people. When I talk about the chartered accountants, these people are privileged people. They know the fantastic businesses. They know how to make the profits and how to save the taxes and whatever. But they have the best practices and which has adopted by ICAI about the sustainable approaches. And I think we have to go with them. So when I started my organization in a small way in 2009, it was a very little office. Now we have shifted. Sometimes we have work from home only because last 2 years we have learned how to work from home. But for NGO, it is difficult. We have to go on fields because we have decided in this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to make the 75 oxygen parks and 30 we have completed in Maharashtra. Of course, with the help of corporates. But still, the corporates needs to move forward for making oxygen parks in every pocket of India. And I'm sure, जब मैंने ये organization शुरू की थी, तब बहुत छोटी थी, तब हम हमेशा बोलते थे कि we are very small. But उस time भी मैं बोलती थी कि यूं ही चले थे, अकेले ही चले थे जानिबे मंजिले मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. तो we are in one कारवां. There are certain stages where people needs to come forward for the collaboration, and I'm sure with all these efforts of ICAI and all other corporates, we will make this planet very beautiful and healthy. Thank you so much. I forgot because I have something different in my mind. So, stream, urbanization, solar, technology, air, in nature. Yeah.
Thank you for giving us these small green tips towards going green for our planet and for our health. And our next speaker is Dr. Radha Goyal, the Deputy Director, Indian Pollution Control Association and the Secretary, Society for Indoor Environment. Her work responsibilities in this area are to handle all research-related activities of the organization, writing and submission of proposals, research papers, DPRs in the area of waste management, air quality and health assessment. And she has more than 14 years of extensive experience, research experience, of which about almost 10 years has been in the area of air pollution and health, with specialization in indoor air quality and exposure assessment. Before I request her to speak, please join us, ladies and gentlemen, as once again joining us in this session is President ICAI, CA Dr. Devasys Mitra, and Vice President ICAI, CA Aniket Sunil Telati. Please, we welcome them here on the dais. You may continue.
So, will there be the presentation connected? There was a presentation. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So, very good afternoon to all the august gathering over this hall, and I am really feeling very privileged to be here among this very rich and this community of Chartered Accountants of India. And when we are talking about sustainable development and the economy together, who can understand better than the Chartered Accountants of India this? So with that, I would like to, because the idea of today's program was how to, what are the practical ideas as an individual, as in society, we can adopt or we can adapt, so we can contribute towards sustainable development. As Apte ma'am rightly said, she has given a very beautiful definition of sustainable. Just one more thing I would like to add to that sustainable thing. In my 25 years of journey to this area of environmental management and this climate crisis and all that, I have derived this definition of sustainable from my journey with this area where I have worked. I feel that sustainable means anything which doesn't need any kind of mechanical force to run. Anything which will go with the nature. That's what we are saying ki plants lagaiye, trees. Why? After 3 years, that plants become self-sustainable. So why we are saying sustainable? We have to make even our technologies to be sustainable. We have to make our even whatever the interventions, the economy, everything we want to make sustainable. But what is the meaning of sustainable? That it should thrive at its own without any mechanical pressure. So that is what the meaning of sustainable. So with this, I would like to just, before I will share the practical ideas, I would like to just share a little bit about the sensitization, why we are talking about sustainable these days, why it is so important. Dr. Sanjeev Singhal has already put the light on COP26, what our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has given already like 5 Panchamrit to India. But those are very ambitious, and why he has given. If we look at the current scenario, India is the 4th most emitter of carbon dioxide in the world. Though we are the developing country, the country like US, China is leading number 1, then US, then European Union, and India comes at the 4. So we are the largest producer, we are the largest emitter of CO2. Our ranking is 4. If I'll talk about, this is India's world's 4th biggest emitter of CO2. Though our emissions, per capita emission, if you look about the CO2, we are just contributing 1.9 tons of CO2 per capita per year. But look at the India's large population. We are 140 crores people in India. And even 1.9 tons per capita per year, that contributes that huge number of 2,597. This is the UNEP report, very recent. So, this is the carbon emission. Why we are emitting so much of carbon? Because we are still relying on 50% of our energy demands from coal, which is a non-fossil, this is a fossil fuel, and 80% of India's energy demands are coming from only 3 sources: coal, oil, petroleum and diesels, and biomass burning. Remaining 20% is only, we can say, that hydropower, the nuclear power, the solar power. So we are very lag behind of that. So already you have seen that video, what Mr. Modi has committed to Glasgow summit there, that India has already promised to shift like 50% of its energy needs by renewable sources by 2030. Right now, India's renewable energy, we are just having the capacity of 170 gigawatts. And Mr. Modi has said that we have to make it by 2030, 500 gigawatts. So that is like the targets he has already set for India to work. Similarly, he has already said that by 2030, like he has to reduce the carbon emissions, like by 50% of CO2 emissions he wants to reduce, and he wants to make India to be net zero. What do you mean by net zero? The students who are sitting here, the parents who are sitting here, it's very important to know what is net zero means. Whatever the emissions that will come, there would be complete sequestration of that carbon, either in the oceans or in the forests. So we should be with zero carbon in India by 2070. So a lot of technological interventions, lot of economical, so now there is a need that we have to need a complete transformation, because where we are lying today, it needs complete transformation. We have to change how to produce. Whatever the commodities, whatever industrialization we are having, the production line we are having, we have to move to the sustainable technologies. How to consume, our consumption habits and our consumption behavior, we have to, how to change that, how to move and how to live. So now these are the questions that we have to really work on very hard if we really want to meet these ambitious targets of India by 2050 or 2070. So the way ahead is that our economy and society has to become more resilient to climate impact. As we are already facing that, we know that already Earth's temperature has already risen by 1.1 degrees Celsius. We have started in 1880 when the Industrial Revolution started. Earth's global average temperature was 13.7 degrees Celsius. And now Earth's global temperature is 14.7 degrees Celsius. So we are already reached 1.1, and now if we will cross that 1.5 target by 2050, so there would be the huge disaster. Already Dr. Sanjeev Singhal has already shared that. So we have to make ourselves resilient, our society to be resilient, our economy to be resilient, to adapt these climate changes, and we have to adapt to the mitigation measures. Many countries, those are on the coastal areas or the cities who are facing these challenges of climate change, the droughts, the floods, the landslides, they are already becoming the resilient communities because they have to survive, right? And last and most important thing, because we are sitting here as an individual, so I think what is most important is that we need to change the lifestyle. How to change that lifestyle? How we can contribute to this climate change thing? How can we become more sustainable? So, very small tips for the students, for the parents who are sitting into this hall. Very small things, but that can give a very big and significant impact. जैसे हम बोलते हैं बूंद बूंद से घड़ा भरता है, बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं, हम अपने घरों में वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट नहीं करते हैं. That is one of the major thing. आज की तारीख में अगर मैं दिल्ली एनसीआर की बात करूं, 50% of Delhi's air pollution problem. Ma'am said sustainable A refers to clean air. Air we want. Every year we are witnessing the poor air quality in Delhi NCR. Our PM10 levels goes more than 1000 ppm. Why we are facing that? Because waste is one of the major contributor. 50% of Delhi's air pollution problem is because of that we are not segregating the waste. All mixed waste is going to the landfill sites because whatever it could be recycled, it is not recycling. We can definitely, if we will segregate wet, dry and hazardous waste, everything is recyclable. Everything can be treated very easily. So MSW Rule 2016 very clearly said that every individual of India has to segregate their waste at their home. But still, हम लोग सिर्फ डंडे पे काम करते हैं. जब तक हमारे घरों में penalty नहीं आएगी, we will not do it. That's a problem. Then we have to conserve water from each and everyday activities. There are a lot of technological options available, but we have to change even in our households, like how to conserve water with small practices. We have to conserve water. We have to save rainwater, and we have to switch for cleaner fuel vehicles. Now electric vehicles. Now there is a demand of complete hybrid mode vehicles and the electrical vehicles just to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. And now because of this COVID also, that lot of, e-market, e-commerce platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, lot of packaging material, which is creating a big problem. So these are whatever the packaging materials are there are the rules by the government that they are EPRs, like extended producers responsibility for these corporates who are collecting back all their plastic packaging to back and recycle it and to make the products. And then we have to definitely keep our indoor spaces as well as our surroundings to be clean and green by planting more and more trees. So these are the very small steps for individual I would like to share. If we really want to stop all these nuisance and the risks which we are facing right now in all our drains, and I would say that all the rivers and lakes, they are filled with this filth of plastic. Because we are not segregating it. We are not sending it to the recycling. We are still, a lot of SUPs we are using. We are sending all our waste we are just, as it is our doorstep, we are giving to the waste collector who is coming to my doorstep, and we are getting free out of it. We don't bother where it is going, how it is impacting our environment. We are creating such Qutub Minars in Delhi with our waste. And our oceans, all the plastic, because it is so light floating, it is going to the oceans, it is taking the life of our all marine lives. The turtles are dying, all biodiversity is getting disturbed because of our very small ignorant behavior at our day-to-day life. And the vehicles, definitely, because for even small thing, like we are going to 100 meters marketplace, we are taking our cars to buy the groceries. So these kind of practices that is contributing to such kind of hazards. So my request to the people who are sitting here, like as we are already pledging and we are saying that we have to save the environment, we have to save the world, we have to become the sustainable. So we have to change ourselves first. Government is doing its work. They are making different policies. They are trying to meet the demands of, whatever the ambitious demands they have made. But what we can do as an individual is very important. So with this, I would like to take, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And yeah. Definitely, sir, the radiations are coming out of every kind of technology we are using. So right now we are on the technology mode, we are in developing. So alternatives are, we are on the IT side, but there is the permissible limits always for everything. So we are in the innovations of the new technologies which can have a minimum impact, right? Impacts will be there, but how we have to see what is the permissible limit and how we can reduce those impacts. So still a lot of research is going on into this direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving us these sustainability tips. As you said, we need to mend our ways. Otherwise, as we saw in the video, be ready to be extinct like those dinosaurs. And ladies and gentlemen, we announced about the sustainability challenge, which was done by the board. This was towards showcasing the creativity of the young minds, the innovative thinking, how to protect our planet and go green. Towards that, we have the prize distribution ceremony now. And may I request the President and the Vice President ICAI to kindly step forward along with the other dignitaries to honor these young minds and bright minds who participated in this challenge. We also, as we invite the winners here, we have their parents, grandparents and other family members and also the teachers present. They can also join us here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had this challenge and they were across various categories. So in the very category of practical suggestions, the first prize winner is Ananya Gupta. Ananya Gupta, she's from class 5 and she's been conferred with a certificate and also a prize money of 51,000 rupees. तो आप देखिए इतने छोटे होके भी आप ग्रेट आइडियाज देकर सजेशंस देकर और प्रैक्टिकल सजेशंस देकर you can earn a lot. She definitely deserves a huge round of applause. Can we see their creation? Okay, this is what you see. So these were the practical suggestions which she had given. Reduce waste, eat vegetables and buy local, drive less, turn off and unplug, use renewable energy, be energy efficient. दूसरे स्थान पर पुरस्कार दिया जाता है धैर्य अग्रवाल को. धैर्य अग्रवाल और जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं बहुत ही छोटा बच्चा है फ्रॉम क्लास सेकंड. इनके आइडियाज आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं. Instead of selling our school books in scrap at the end of any academic season, we should give them to the juniors. So this is recycling. What he's talking about. We should grow vegetables and fruit plants that can be easily grown. We should switch off the lights. We should not waste food. We should make a shopping list. We should reuse things. We should take shorter baths. So पानी, बिजली दोनों को आप conserve करें. In slogan writing and in English, the first prize winner is Vihan Agarwal. First prize winners को 51,000 rupees का cash prize से नवाजित किया जा रहा है और 21,000 का हमारे सेकंड प्राइज विनर्स को प्राइज मनी उनका है. दिस इज इन द स्लोगन राइटिंग इंग्लिश वी हैव विहान अग्रवाल ऑफ क्लास सेकंड.
इनका स्लोगन भी आप देख सकते हैं, आवर मदर अर्थ इज बैकबोन, इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन इज द ब्रेन. It is the need of the hour to strive for our Mother Earth so that the efforts of ICAI and human don't go in vain. स्लोगन राइटिंग हिंदी में सम्मानित किया जाता है रिद्धि जैन. रिद्धि जैन क्लास 4 की. इनको भी फर्स्ट प्राइज, सो शी इज अवॉर्डेड विद अ certificate and a prize money of 51,000 rupees. इनका जो स्लोगन था, विश्व का सतत विकास मांग रहा हम सबके प्रयास, पेड़ लगाओ, पानी बचाओ, वातावरण को हरा भरा बनाओ. भारतीय संधि लेखाकार संस्थान दे रहा अपना योगदान. आओ मिलकर हाथ बढ़ाएं, विश्व को अंधेरे से बाहर लाएं. Such young minds knocking on our minds, marvelous. And now we have again in the practical suggestions. This is from class 6 to 12th. First prize awarded to Hemanya Gupta. Hemanya Gupta of class 10. Practical suggestions here. At school and colleges, convert the canteen wet food waste into manure, create banks in schools to donate used books and uniforms, encourage students and staff to walk or use bicycle, install equipments like solar panels, motion sensors. I think when we were in this class, we didn't even know these terminologies. And I think many of us are still. Make provisions for rainwater harvesting, prefer recycled paper, further audit the water, ghar mein eat food in raw form, segregate wet, dry and hazardous waste, install BE, star energy rating electronic appliances, shop from local markets, create utensil banks at gurudwaras, temples and ashrams. Terrific. Many congratulations. और मेरे ख्याल से इतने छोटे बच्चे जब इतनी बड़ी बात करते हैं तो स्कूल से तो काफ़ी सीखते ही हैं, पर जो घर से संस्कार लेते हैं और उनके यहाँ पर परिवारजन यहाँ पर हमारे साथ मंच पर, उन्हें भी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. सारा परिवार. And the second prize winner for the practical suggestions is Arav Khanduri from class 8th. Arav, if your parents or teachers, anyone here? Yeah, you can call them. So suggestions in transportation. All schools have bus transport which run of fuels such as petrol and diesel. Again on hydrocarbons, this causes release in smoke and carbon. It can be reduced or completely prevented by running the buses on green fuels such as CNG. Later on, with the advancement in technology, buses can also run on electricity, that is EV. I also think one day even EVs should not require any charging as mechanical energy, and it can be used to charge the battery. And I think we are still struggling on those grounds. Slogan writing में English, and this is again from class 6 to 12, awarded to the first prize, Ankita Karnatakar. She's from class 8th. That's the slogan you have, run towards saving the environment before we have to run towards survival battle. So time is actually running out. अपने वातावरण का संरक्षण करें, नहीं तो अभी जरूरत है कि you run towards the saving environment, otherwise you're going to be running away for your own survival and unfortunately at the end getting extinct also like the dinosaurs. स्लोगन राइटिंग इन हिंदी के लिए पुरस्कार दिया जाता है. फर्स्ट प्राइज टू परिणीति बरसिवाल, क्लास 8th. दैट्स द स्लोगन इन हिंदी. प्रकृति ने हमें क्या कुछ नहीं दिया, आखिर इंसान का दिया जहर भी पिया, प्रकृति है तो प्रगति है, ICAI ने फैलाई जागृति है। And now we have the CA students and the college students. Again, for the practical suggestions, the first prize awarded to Nandini M. She's a BCA student, and the second prize to Yogesh D, the CA student. Both of them have unfortunately not been able to join, but many congratulations to them. So for the slogan writing, for the CA students and college students, we have in English, Manvi Pavan Dubey. She's a CA student. So from Manvi, we have the slogan, no resolutions, time for action. Save Brahma's creation with devotion. Unite with ICAI to pass divine innovation to next generation. So it's actually born as humans, it's actually a blessing to all of us from Brahma. और ये पूरा creation भी उन्हीं का है. We work with nature. That's the need of the hour. Or slogan writing in Hindi awarded first prize to Shruti. Shruti, again a CA student. उनका स्लोगन यहाँ पर स्क्रीन पर, आओ चले सतत विकास की ओर, 17 लक्ष्यों को पाकर बड़े प्रगति की ओर, स्वच्छ हो मेरी धरती माँ का स्वरूप, ICAI के सहयोग से बदलेगा भारत का प्रारूप. And may I just once again request all the winners to come here on the stage with your certificates. If the winners can now come. So please join us and the winners. छोटे बच्चे आगे खड़े हो जाएं अपने सर्टिफिकेट के साथ डिस्प्ले करते हुए. हाँ, पीछे की तरफ आप बड़े. I think we can have another round of applause for them. Very creative minds, thanking them for inspiring us, thanking them for knocking on our consciousness. And as we were telling you earlier, that even 50 long years, and we are still talking about the same theme of only one earth. This theme still stands so very relevant and pertinent even 50 long years, knocking on our heads कि हमने इन 50 सालों में शायद कुछ भी नहीं कर पाए हम अपनी प्रकृति के संरक्षण की तरफ. और आज ये छोटे बच्चे हमें सचेत करते हुए एक जागरूकता फैलाते हुए. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और उनके परिवारजनों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. So we once again thank our President and our Vice President for joining us to extend for honoring these young minds and creative minds, and further motivating and inspiring them with their presence and by presenting them the awards. And as we thank both our eminent speakers, once again, if I can request both of you to please join us, a small token of our gratitude and appreciation to both of you also. And requesting both the chairman and the vice chairman to kindly present these mementos. In fact, as we present them this special memento, I wish I could have shown you the outside of it. It says, do more good than just less bad. Thank you to both our speakers. Thank you to the chair and the vice chair. And with that, we close this session and this seminar on sustainability. And just on sustainability, it is it's like, you know, the ocean. जो आप उसको दे रहे हैं, वो आपको ही वापस आने वाला है. So it rests on our wisdom how good or bad we take care of our environment. So with this, we are going to be moving now into our next seminar. We'll just set the stage towards it. So thank you to all of you, and welcome to the seminar on Women from Empowerment to Excellence, Contemporary Perspectives. This seminar, ladies and gentlemen, and this session on is on empowering the girls and the women through capacity building, through information dissemination, cross-cutting community sessions, and further taking the very empowerment of women and girls to the next level of achieving excellence. I invite the chairperson of the Women Members Empowerment Committee of ICAI, the organizers of this seminar, CA Supriya Kumar. My apologies, CA Shri Priya Kumar. May also request the Vice Chairperson of the Women Members Empowerment Committee of ICAI, CA Preeti Savla, once again to join us here. And our eminent speakers, Ms. Pallavi Kumar, Executive Director of the Multi-Organ Harvesting Aid Network, that's the Mohan Foundation. and Dr. Varnali Bhandari, Senior Fellow, National Council of Applied Economic Research. So as we welcome both our guest speakers here on the dais, may I request the session chair and the vice chair to both collectively present the plant and to welcome our guest, requesting CA Shri Priya Kumar, and may I also request CA Preeti Savla, both of them to please welcome the guest speakers. And our green greetings and happy, healthy greetings to Dr. Varnali Bhandari. And here in this session, we are going to be bringing in more and inviting more contemporary perspective, humanistic perspective relating to the present times on the topic of women from empowerment to excellence. At the very onset, for the welcome remarks, would like to request the chairperson of the Women Members Empowerment Committee of ICAI, CA Shri Priya Kumar, for her welcome address.
Dr. Varnali Bhandari, Ms. Pallavi Mohan, my Vice Chairperson of the committee, CA Preeti Savla, members of the audience, both physical and virtual. Just a moment. So I'm corrected, Ms. Pallavi Kumar, and the members of the virtual audience, whom I can't see, but I'm sure you can see, yet another illustration of a faceless process, and members of the auditorium here. On behalf of the Women Members Empowerment Committee of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I take great pleasure in extending a very, very warm and a very, very hearty welcome to all of you to this iconic ACAM event. You have two very, very interesting speakers, Dr. Varnali and from the NCAER and Ms. Pallavi Kumar, very eminent in the social space. So I'm not going to take much of your time, but I'm going to present some perspectives which I thought would be different and unusual, in addition to speaking about the Women Members Empowerment Committee itself. So at the outset, it's been a 75-year journey for a country, our motherland, Bharat. And we celebrate this year as the year of the Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. So when I looked at ACAM, and obviously one went into the website, did a fair amount of Googling, tried to understand perspectives in projects under ACAM, one thing struck me as very unusual. Why was it called Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav? It could have been a gazillion other Hindi words. It could have been Anand Mahotsav, it could have been Akand Mahotsav, anything. But I thought there's a very strong significance of the word Amrit here. In Indian mythology, the Devas were cursed by sage Durvasa and they were losing their powers. So, and then to redeem their powers, they launch on the Samudra Manthan. So where the Devas and the Asuras once again try to regain the Amrit to get back their, their vitality, not really immortality. And this entire process of Samudra Manthan is very, very relevant because what happens is there is a mountain called Mandar, which is used as the, the base. And then Vasuki the snake becomes the rope for them to churn the ocean. And this entire churning of the ocean itself is a very interesting process. It throws up poison, which is just absorbed by Lord Shiva. It throws out the Navaratnas. much like a very, very complex mechanism, obviously, because the universe is involved. And then they find that the Mandara mountain is sinking. So Lord Vishnu comes in the form of a tortoise to hold the process of churning. So I found that our own story of independence, the story of the aftermath and the run up to this year of 2022 and the future years. And in each one of our lives, there is the manthan or the process of, discovery and creation that keeps happening all the time. Which is why I perhaps thought, they call this the Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, to remind you of the immortality of the existence of Bharat, the creation of Bharat, and the immortality of the ideas that we will set for ourselves for the future. And the most important thing is nothing happens without cohesion and cooperation. So today the process of Amrit for the next 1,000 years of the existence of this country called Bharat would obviously be immortal, and you carry it forward from there. And that's just my take on why I thought the word Amrit was probably the most apt word that could have fitted in here for all of us. Secondly, on the Women Members Empowerment Committee. Many, many years back, when ICAI decided to make or create the Women Members Empowerment Committee, we of course had the Accounting Standards Board, the Auditing Standards Board, the Corporate Laws Committee, many, many committees. And somebody said, why should we at all have a Women Members Empowerment Committee? Is education not empowerment? Is there a need to have a special committee for this? I remember this was kind of extensively debated and people said, yes, I think as our token of recognizing and celebrating, more celebrating than recognizing diversity, we ought to have a Women Members Empowerment Committee. The committee basically functions to enable women members. Again, we had two very interesting insights. As a profession, we are no different. The pipeline drain of women chartered accountants has been substantial, if not more, than the general averages in the market. When we tend to get married and then children happen. So that's something we wanted to address. We're always constantly trying to innovate on how we can motivate women to do better. And I find that with women, similar shared stories are often motivation. So we have a series of programs that we conduct all the time where we try and present women speakers to tell our women if they can do it, so can you. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think as far as this committee is concerned, we'd also like to tell people that it's pretty happy to be where you are. More often than ever, people talk about breaking the glass ceiling. A few days back, I read that in the tech companies of the United States, only 4.8% are headed by women. And this was in the context of Ms. Sandberg, that people spoke about it when she stepped down. So, and the other thing we figured out is, a lot of times, women are very happy sort of looking at the glass ceiling and caressing it. You're just wondering if it's really worth breaking this at all. And to such kind of women, we'd like to tell them that both options are possible. It's perfectly fine because you'd lead your life the way you want to lead it. So if you want to be caressing and looking at it, please do. But if you do want to break the glass ceiling, just go all ahead, all out and make it happen. So these are two themes that we tend to sort of try to imbibe in what we do in the WMEC committee. Additionally, this is a country where we have many companies and women directors are mandated for certain categories of enterprises. We'd like to support such projects to make sure that women chartered accountants would be very, very appropriate to sit on boards of companies, and there are very many studies that say that the Scandinavian boards actually perform better because of women representation on the boards of these companies. Additionally, we try and promote women speakers, women resource persons, women authors, women chartered accountants wanting to, shine in any form. So with these few words, I'd like to leave the floor back to the Master of Ceremonies to take this forward. Thank you very, very much once again for being here today.
Thank you for your very incisive thoughts on ACAM and also highlighting here the work which the committee has been doing.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our eminent speakers addressing us. So we have churning of ideas from our speakers here. Our first speaker is Ms. Pallavi Kumar, the Executive Director of Mohan Foundation. She's been working for the NGOs for almost now 30 years. She has fought for the HIV orphans, comforted the specially abled and enthused the underprivileged. She currently heads the Delhi NCR office of Mohan Foundation, which is an NGO committed to promoting the deceased organ donation in the country. She is very passionate towards it, and which is very visible also from the fact that she braved her way up to conquer the Everest Base Camp in 2018 and Mount Kilimanjaro in 2019 with the singular aim of promoting organ donation. It's going to be a pleasure and a great enriching experience listening to her. Over to Ms. Pallavi Kumar.
Thank you so much. Shri Priya inadvertently introduced me as Pallavi Mohan. That happens very often. Talk about being wedded to the cause. Mohan is actually an acronym for Multi-Organ Harvesting Aid Network. That's the organization that I work for. A remarkable organization doing some remarkable work. It has grown in the last, it's a 25-year-old organization. I started the Delhi office about 13 years ago, and I have grown tremendously as a person, as a woman, and as a professional. I'm not particularly sure why I was invited to speak here, but thank you so much. I don't have the right answers. I don't even have them for myself. I was hoping to see more women in the audience, but I'm glad there are men, because in this whole conversation around women's empowerment is actually incomplete unless we include men in this dialogue. Yeah. So what I've really understood is what are the messages that we as women need to give ourselves. And I call my presentation Hindsight. I'm looking back on my 52 years on this earth and my learnings and my journey as a woman. What was the thing? If I press the green one. I'm sorry, I didn't listen to the instruction very well. All right. Yeah, this one, that's right? Okay. So I look back, it is now close to 35 years that I passed out of school. And at a recent reunion, we got around to talking about our times at school, what each of us wanted to do back then and where we are today. And of course, there was a lot of laughter because many of us have ended in entirely different professions than what we visualize for ourselves. But everyone sitting there said that, when they spoke about me, they said, you always said you wanted to make a difference. I wasn't clear about what I wanted to do, but I wanted to contribute to the society in whatever small way that I could. Well, now, as you heard in the introduction, it's been more than 3 decades that I've been working with a variety of worthwhile causes, and I'm so thankful for every opportunity that life has given me to do so. I was lucky that I found my purpose so early in life and could pursue it. Some, like me, find their calling more easily. Some take time, which is fine. But in hindsight, what I have learned is that if you know what you're good at, and if you know what you're passionate about, invest in it. Because you are for sure going to do well in it, because it's something you feel about, and it's something you enjoy doing. So it's okay not to have a plan, but it's a problem if you don't have a purpose. For me, it is a calling. For some, it could just be a job or a career. It could be a way of being or expression. But whatever it is, make a difference. Do it with zeal, do it with zest, do it with fullness, bring flavor to it. That's where the fun is. So I've been in the organ donation space now for more than 12 years. And one of the things that my work involves is the unenviable task of speaking to families at the time when they've been told about the death of a loved one, and encouraging them to take the decision to donate organs for other people that they have never met, that they have never seen. I'm sure you'll agree, it is not an easy job. And I've had multitude of these conversations, but every conversation I have to gather courage, because for this family, the grief is unique. And the fact that my choice of career enables me to influence families' decisions to save so many other lives, that it allows me to exercise skills to influence the decision is really what keeps me going. So purpose is something that I cannot overemphasize. So if you look back and you remember, who did you admire when you were younger? A former teacher, a neighbor, some famous personality? Those are our role models. They help us understand who we want to be. I mean, I look back and I remember being particularly impressed with Mother Teresa, Nelson Mandela, people like Rosa Parks, this black woman who refused to get up from the bus, refused to abandon her seat. And it gives me a great insight into shaping of my personality, because I obviously wanted to be like these people, fearless, wanting to go against the norm, wanting to do something different, wanting to contribute, wanting to change. So please do not, my women fellows, underestimate the role of role models. Yeah, learn their characteristics, learn how they overcame obstacles. I mean, Oprah Winfrey was fired as a news reporter, and look where she is today. Be inspired by them. I recently read about this girl called Maria Turpakai Wazir, a Pakistani tennis player, and for the first 16 years of her life, she dressed as a boy just so that she could compete in professional tennis. She was hounded by the Taliban. I mean, she had so many obstacles, but this girl, and it's an older story, but I read it recently and I felt so inspired. I said, look at this young girl, through her 7, 8, 9, 10 years, had the courage and the conviction to follow her purpose, follow her calling. So please, these role models, they could be famous personalities, they could also be people around you, people you work with, and people who work for you. Ask yourself, do you have role models? Are you letting them inspire you? Because I, like a child, get inspired by anybody who is pushing their boundaries and endeavors to do more than they could do previously. So please. Okay. Empowerment. That's a buzzword. Today is all about empowerment. I guess a lot of us sitting here are lucky. We are in a world which is very different from our mothers and our grandmothers. There are far more choices. For me, on a more personal note, environment is taking on a whole new meaning. I'm beginning to see it as a journey rather than a destination. I'm also beginning to understand that for it to be true empowerment, it cannot be something that is given to you. It has to be something that you have to internalize and accept for yourself. Very often we hear women say, I must have said it perhaps at some time, "Mera husband na mujhe bahut freedom deta hai." Now you have to look very closely at the statement. Like I said, empowerment is not something that can be given to you. You have to seek it for yourself, internalize it for yourself. So if you look at it in most ways, I'm an empowered woman. I'm someone who's pursuing a vocation of my choice. I head the organization. I'm in a decision-making role. I travel. I have the luxury of pursuing my interests and aspirations. At home, I don't necessarily need to take permission. And this is for the men. There is a lot of shared responsibility on most aspects of running the house and bringing the child. Of course, she's not a child anymore. She's an adult. She's 24. Having reached where I have, I now experience a different kind of awareness, and I need to achieve empowerment at a far deeper level. So while I do not need to fight the society or my immediate family, unlike less fortunate women, somewhere I need to work with my own deeply felt conditioning. Guilt. We are such guilt queens as women, We're just so good at feeling guilty. So I'm learning to become more comfortable in the various roles that I'm expected to play without the associated guilt that I've always experienced. And truth be told, nobody really put that guilt on me. It was always self-created. So that way my husband and my daughter are far more empowered than I am. I realize that on different days, I'll have different priorities. And I'll have to juggle my time accordingly without the associated guilt. I'm also beginning to enjoy the support of my spouse instead of feeling indebted to him. Again, we've heard women say, "Yaar, bahut karta hai." Kyun nahi karega? You have a working wife. He goes out. Some days he will do some work. So this you can be thankful, but this whole indebtedness is something that we need to get out of. I understand that it would be also undermining his respect for women if I go on doing that. Thank you, yaar. Tumne aaj khana garam kar diya. We have to get out of that mode. So what is empowerment to me is celebrating all the roles that I play at home and at work with passion and commitment. Find a mentor. You may have role models, but you need mentors. And I have been extremely, extremely lucky to have mentors throughout my life. Who are these people? They are simply people who have greater experience than you, greater expertise, greater wisdom in life in general or in your work area. These are people who get the big picture. Their lives may not be perfect, but it is their ability to grow and learn and then to share that learning with people like you and me. So some may come and go, some may stay on. I have been lucky to have mentors that have stayed on right from the beginning, and I reach out to them even now as I'm head. So people, my bosses back then, and now I'm heading an organization, I still reach out to my mentors. You cannot really underestimate the role of mentors. Also try to be a mentor to someone. It will only add value to both. All right. So in this journey of life, you'll have enough people to discourage you. Well-meaning people, sometimes your own parents. When I decided to take up social work, my father was very upset. He's saying, "ये क्या चीज़ है? ये तो housewives घर में बैठ के करती हैं. Career क्या है तुम्हारा? Profession क्या है तुम्हारा?" But I had the courage and the conviction, because I believed in it so strongly, to go against that and take it up as a lifelong vocation. It was not an easy choice to make, and it has not been an easy path to follow. So it is very important to have such courage, because if you have it, it gives you strength to pursue what may appear to be a difficult and a non-conventional path, because ultimately your conviction gives you the passion and the drive to excel and to persevere. So, and also one more thing that I want to add here. Women systematically underestimate their abilities. So if a man does a job well, he'll simply say, "Hi, yaar, I'm good at this. I do this well." Some even go on to thump their chest and say, "I'm awesome." What will a woman say? Very often, I'm not generalizing. "You know, I got a lot of help to do this. Someone helped me a lot. I just got lucky. I worked really hard to do this." Idea is own your success and believe in yourself. I started doing that very late in life, and while I'm still not thumping my chest, I'm beginning to own my successes. Yeah. I don't know if we can read what's down there. Take care of your body. It's the only one you have. I was never a health conscious person. I never was in any sports. I was never a physically active person. I started getting worried when I saw my mothers and aunts around me getting aches and pains and getting knee replacement surgeries. I took up long distance running in my early 40s. And I trained long and hard for it. I woke up at 4 a.m. every morning. I had a coach. I changed my lifestyle. I started sleeping early, less socializing, changed my eating habits. I did my first half marathon in 2017, and since then I've done many marathons. Pushing your boundaries. I love the mountains. She introduced me and I've been a regular trekker since my younger days. And then life happened. Marriage happened. Child happened. But that deep desire to reach the top of a mountain stayed. Again, recently, much after 40, I took up trekking again after a very long gap, and I've done some of the tallest peaks after the age of 45, the Kanchenjunga base camp at 16,000 feet, the Everest base camp at 17,000 feet, and more recently, the Kilimanjaro at 19,000 feet. I'm terrified of water and hugely claustrophobic, but I pushed myself to do scuba diving last year to rid myself of the fear, and I swam like a fish underwater. Like most people, I fear heights, but I recently did paragliding and stayed like a bird. Fears are irrational and overrated, and life is really beautiful beyond fears. Have I finished my time? I just have a couple of slides. Imagine your worst case scenario in every situation. That's a learning that my husband has given me. What is the worst that could happen? He'll always ask me. So we need to ask ourselves. And when you think of the worst case scenario, everything seems more doable. Value relationships, especially friendships, especially women friendships. They are irreplaceable. Grab opportunities. I suddenly met Dr. Sunil Shroff, who's the founder of Mohan Foundation, in a conference in Chennai. And he's saying, Pallavi, we have been working in South for so many years, but we have not been able to make a noise. We have to be in Delhi. We have to be where the central government is. Will you start Mohan Foundation for us? I had never started an organization at that time, and I didn't know anything about organ donation. And today, the Delhi office has helped start the operations in Rajasthan, in Uttarakhand. We are now starting work. We've now started work in Manipur, which there was zero organ donation and transplant activity. So one has moved ahead there. And while doing all this, have fun. Don't forget to have fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pallavi. It's been so very enriching and wonderful listening to you. And thank you for sharing your experiences, your story. And I think every person who's present here can relate to it. All of us are like that. It's so difficult to come out of and actually grab those opportunities and believe in yourself. When you were talking, I felt as if the story of each one of us is being spoken here. Thank you for inspiring everyone. And now I invite Dr. Bernali Bhandari, the Senior Fellow, National Council of Applied Economic Research. She brings with her a very vast research and teaching experience in the international economics, development economics, macroeconomics, even roots in ICT, e-governance, including direct benefit transfers and skills. And she's going to be talking to us on contemporary perspective in today's challenging times.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for inviting me. I also don't know what I'm doing here, but I think it's interesting to be here because it gave me a chance. I was asked to speak on both the shining economy and gender empowerment, and it gave me a chance to look at that information together and the way I had not looked at it before. I have worked on skills quite a bit, and where I finish with policy implications about gender empowerment, mentorship, female role models, exactly what Pallavi was talking about, is exactly where I stop. And so the policy implications and the lessons came first for me. But here is a small motivation, and I know I'm an economist, so I am handicapped by numbers. I cannot speak without numbers. So I'm going to speak with my numbers. Has my PPT been loaded? Yeah. Yep. Okay. So I just I will not dwell on the numbers. I know you guys have a long day. So instead, I'm just going to point out to you that COVID, and I have a very macro perspective, that COVID was a huge structural break for us, for the Indian economy, and it had many social, economic, and political implications, well, social and economic implications anyway. While the third wave was much milder than the second wave, but this 2-year toll has taken major impact on the economy. So if these pictures show you that the 5 key points that I want to emphasize here. First, there was a pre-pandemic slowdown. So Indian economy was slowing down even before the pandemic. Once the pandemic hit us, we had a deep dive. So if you see the annual data, we see a V-shaped recovery. But when you see the quarterly data, where we see that the first quarter, we see 20% growth rate. That's mainly due to base effects. But after that, growth has slowed down. So that's one of the more important things, is growth is again slowing down if you see the quarterly phase. So what does that hold for us? And what were the drivers of growth, as we call it? The drivers of growth here, if you look at the colors, the drivers of economic growth were 2 things mainly: exports and gross fixed investment, private investment. So these are the 2 major growth of. How are these sectors related to gender empowerment, you may ask? The reason is that many countries around one of the questions that everybody is asking, can exports be an engine for economic growth? And why would exports be important? Exports would be important because in many of the labor-intensive manufacturing sectors, which actually employ a lot of women, like textiles, handloom, are affected by are closely tied to export sectors. Even the COVID sectors, if you think about retail trade, that was hotels and tourism also employ a lot of women, and they were very starkly affected by COVID. Even though we have recovered to the pre-pandemic level, there are sectoral level variations. And when we see the recovery in the labor markets, we find that the women have actually women employment rates have not come back to what was in pre-pandemic. And even if you look at the pre-pandemic story right here, sorry, I skipped at the pre-pandemic story. It doesn't. It was a pretty bleak story. And here, I just wanted to say the story in the medium-term growth path. This is not my picture. This is a Reserve Bank of India story. It shows that the medium term, it will take us 12 years, minimum a decade, to catch up to what we were if the COVID hadn't happened. So if the COVID hadn't happened, it would take us 12 years to catch up. What do we need to do to quickly catch up faster? Yes, there is government is spending a lot of money. We have digitization. We have but what's holding us back is the Ukraine-Russian war. We have the macro factors, but we also have the youth population for ourselves. And when you think about the youth population, one of the even outside the youth population, one of the key demographic factors that drives us is gender. India is characterized by one of the lowest labor force participation rates. This looks at number of women, 15 plus population who are part of the labor force. Labor force means either you are working or you are looking for a job. Only 19% of women of 15 plus women, age 15 plus women, were in 2021 were actually part of the labor force. That's, as you can see, only other 6 or 7 countries are below India. So that's from the World Development Indicators. When we look at these other numbers, and I know it's the end of the day, I don't want to emphasize too much with numbers, but I just want to, key point that I want you to take away is, all of us are very lucky to be here. We are actually part of the labor force. There are many of us who are not. If you look at just the 15 to 65 age group between all and female workers, you can see just for 1920, this is just before the pandemic, or just slightly before slightly overlapping the pandemic. What we see is that the labor force participation rate for all, that is male plus female, is 55%. It immediately reduced it for, when you look at just female labor force participation rate, it's only 31%. Work participation rate, that is how many women are employed, for all it's 53%, and for female it's only 30%. Unemployment rates is almost equal. When we look at the youth, that is 15 to 35 age group, what we find actually is that unemployment, youth labor force participation rate is even lower for women, and it's only 25% of women in that age group who are part of the female labor force, and about 22.7% are working. So we have a long way to go. If education, they may be educated, but they are not getting economic, we're not part of the economic labor force. And as Pallavi said earlier, what does empowerment mean? Empowerment means the ability to make your own choice. We actually measure it through household surveys and how many women are actually making their own choices. And education and whether you're working or not are important factors which explain gender empowerment. Frankly, so this is extremely important that we get more women in the labor force. And of course, how do we get them is part of the story, is what Pallavi was talking about. And this is a point I just want to emphasize here again. This is something all labor economists look at all the time. How many women in India are actually part of not part of education or not part of the labor force? That means they're neither working, they're not even educated themselves. And what we find is amongst 27% of the youth who were working, who were not neither pursuing education nor part of the labor force. 27% of that youth were not in that category, were in part of that category. And out of that 27%, 94% were women. So there's a clear story that we are missing out by not empowering, by leaving them out. And when this is not our survey, this is the national survey, the NSSO conducts these surveys. When the women were asked, why are you not working? Like 53% of the women were, of the females were in that category. And they said that they were not working because they had to do household chores. Of course, this includes rural and urban sectors. But by the way, urban female labor force participations tend to be lower than rural ones. And this brings me, okay, even if the women are working, where are they working? You'd be surprised to know that majority of the female labor force is concentrated at about 20% of the female labor force is concentrated in the education sector, followed by tobacco sector, and of course, as I said, wearing apparels and textiles. It's not all here, it gets crowded. And I just thought that this sector would be interesting given given you on the finance accounting. You can see that about 1.5% of females in India are just part of this financial service activities, except insurance and pension funding. And out of that labor force, the share of female employees is 18% approximately. And within that, about 17% are managers. So out of all the managers in that group, about 17% are managers. So we would say they're broadly equal. If about 18% are female employees, 17% are managers. So the point is that we need to, the important thing is that the COVID has structural break. The COVID means the recovery has been, the females labor force has yet to recover. Yes, we are very lucky to be part of the labor, are actually in a position to make our own choices, but we have to reach out. And the reaching out, the policy implications are for women to be part of the labor force is you need education, you need to create employment opportunities. It's not just enough employment opportunities. You need to create transportation, public spaces where women can interact, where women can safely travel. You need to create creches. You also, in India particularly, because Indian women are also take care of their families back home. So you also need a space for senior citizens. So it's not just that. You need public transportation, you need spaces for women to take care of their families, because Indians, we are joint families. And of course, as I saw in this brochure, in the ICAI brochure on women empowerment, mentoring, role models, leadership abilities. Women, it's not just that women, it's not just cognitive skills that women need, but it's also about life skills, how to negotiate. Women are terrible at negotiating. I can tell you, I am terrible at negotiating. What Pallavi said right now about how we undermine ourselves all the time. Men just say, yes, I've done it, I'm great at it, but we have to learn how to say, no, I deserve to be here. So these skills, we call them socio-emotional skills or life skills or whatever terminology you may want to give, but women need to be given because they are not typically taught. One of the first things what I learned in graduate school was when I was doing my PhD, after my dissertation was done, is how to have eye contact. Because I never made eye contact. That was my problem. So I actually changed the way I looked at people and discussed with people and made eye contact, because the eye contact transmits honesty, transparency, and equality. So we need to make and internalize these changes. And I think your brochure is fantastic. And congratulations on that you've touched on all these points. But yeah, as Robert Brown said, miles to go before we sleep. On that note, thank you.
Thank you for sharing those facts and figures, and a long way still for us towards building equitable societies and equitable economies. But yes, But yes, for that change, we have to speak for ourselves. Thank you. So as we come almost to the conclusion of it, I would once again request the chairman, Ms. Shripriya, to say a few words.
So, this is to Dr. Burnali and to Pallavi for a very, very nice, very warm session. I think I figure a couple of key takeaways, and I thought it'll be nice to synopsize, of course. We met two very different women today, and that was precisely the objective. We had lots of options to invite Mrs. Indias and Miss Indias, but we said, no, we don't want to focus on that part, but we're looking at somebody cerebral, and most women are. One very interesting thing that I found was, I think as women, what's very important is the ability to synthesize rather than compromise. And I think that makes one very happy, and that's the one thing that stood out from whatever Pallavi spoke. I mean, if she's able to do her marathon running and her mountain climbing and be the executive director of Mohan and take on a very huge emotional. So I think after meeting her, I realized that what I do in my life is so simple. I don't have to get emotionally involved about my internal audits or having traveled to Delhi, but she needs to get emotionally involved with every family that's suffered a setback. And I'd like you to actually put your hands together for a very, very nice applause to Pallavi for the phenomenally nice work that she's doing. And I think, your karma quotient is both post and pre, so which is why you're here. And to Dr. Burnali, thanks so much for being here today, and we're going to invite you more often in the future. She spoke about something very, very interesting, and both of them actually. So why women need to kind of speak for themselves a little more. I don't know if there is some kind of a genetic predisposition, It's always been the man who's the provider and woman who's the nourisher. So somewhere along the line, you tend to be very self-effacing. I also do it. I mean, if somebody asks me, why are you doing so well? I mean, I say, just got lucky. Or if I'm in a slightly humorous mood, I say, oh, just my good looks. But I'm very rarely able to accept that, I've actually worked for it. And I think that's a common problem with most women. And two is I don't see a lot of women-to-women bonding happening. My spouse, every Friday or every Saturday, he's off with his schoolmates. And he's done this for the last 25 years that I've known him. I mean, I rarely take the time out to go and meet my own friends. And I think maybe if there's one valuable piece that I like to leave behind, I think it's a lot of women bonding that needs to get happen. And I think such social skills are also very, very helpful professionally. So thank you very, very much. And thanks for being here today. Please stay on.
Yeah, so true. We need to have more of women bondings, and you never know who touches you as your role model and inspires you. And may I now request CA Preeti Savla, the Vice Chairperson, for her words of thanks and concluding remarks.
We are towards the end of this entire conference of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, today the iconic day. And in the last session, the one very unique thing for both our very learned faculties, what I have observed is about the wonderful presentation. All of you will agree that both of them had a wonderful presentation. So the slides actually what they have prepared were really the unique one. Ms. Pallavi, what she has presented, like what is all about your passion. So if you have your own passion, you can get the things done and get the surroundings done for yourself, and it is your ability to make your own choice, that is called empowerment. So find your role model and get inspired yourself, and the true empowerment comes from within. And it's happy to not take permission or don't feel guilty, because you have your own choice to make and you have your own priorities to choose. and have your mentor who can guide, and on the basis of that guidance you can lead the life. And there may be the situations that the people may discourage you or ignore them, and you just stick on to what all about your passion and what your goal and what your objective in the life. And again, a very important message all about is sports. So make your body fit, and that is what only with you have, and push your boundaries. So just imagine the worst case scenario, what you may have in your life, and you'll feel that you are the luckiest person in the life. Value your relationship and grab the opportunity, and we all are the lucky people over here that we are hearing these words of wisdom and present in the conference. Again, very wonderful data what we have found that Dr. Bonali Bhandari has actually captured, and the analysis what she has made about the labor gender, women gender who are in the actual workforce, and what are the drivers of the growth, and the skills, and how you can approach and talk when you are meeting, having directly with the eye contact. So excellent, I can say the key takeaways what we have received from both of these faculties. And since morning, if we observe that, we had a great value addition to our knowledge, and with this conference on this eve of our 75th year of celebration of independence, that is Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India under the aegis of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So I, CA Preeti Saula, the Central Council member, on behalf of the ICAI, SRSB, as well as WMEC and ICI as a whole, really thank to the faculties, to all the members present over here for their presence and excellent key takeaways. I also thank all the faculties. I also thank the office who is working round the clock on and off for making this event a successful one. It's our endeavor to serve the best to the members and the students of the institute. So with these words, I once again thank you all and wish an excellent 75th year of independence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and once again thanking both our speakers with a token of our gratitude and appreciation, requesting CA Shripriya and requesting CA Preeti to kindly present this special memento to both of them. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you'll appreciate only women can come up with such creative and beautiful memento, such beautifully carved. Thank you, and both being presented to such beautiful and strong women who inspired us today. It got swapped. Yeah. To Pallavi, yeah, please. Thank you once again, Pallavi.
My thanks are also due to CA Shanu Goel, who's the Secretary of the Women Members Empowerment Committee. Would like you to put your hands together for her. She's done a lot of good work. And the entire team, could I please request you to rise? The team is here. So, they're the Jaya and? Yeah, sorry, Ruchi and Jaya. So, they're the people who actually make things happen in ICAI. They run these programs and they conduct work very, very well. So, thank you very, very much once again.
Dear colleagues, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, an intensive country-wise campaign.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we end the day, the iconic day celebrations by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you to all of you for being a part of this samvad which we had with all of you.